It is another brilliant day for cricket here in Grenada, the Spice Isle of the Caribbean, 133 miles of natural beauty here in the Eastern Caribbean. My name is John Ramsing alongside Junior Murray. Welcome you to day number 3 of West Indies Regional First Class Season, round number 1, Windward Islands Volcanoes against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the National Stadium in Grenada here in St. George's. Beautiful day once again for cricket. Fourth consecutive day that we're having a prompt start. Nothing really out there that will deter that start. And what a match we're having this morning. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, as you can see, at home here at the National Stadium in Grenada. You're looking at the hills in the back. Really nice weather. You can see everything. No clouds, nothing really to prevent that vision. And we're here just in front of that grandstand, getting ready for ball number 1 on day number 4. It is the final day of this opening round clash between home team Volcanoes against the visitors Red Force. It's set up nicely for an interesting finish. It could be a close one. It can also be a very tame and quiet day. Depends. Whatever happens, we will be here to call it for you. 397 the score at stumps for 3. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in their second innings, a lead of 325. Captain Athenaeus is on 49, Sunil Ambris on 42, and the big question that must be answered this morning, how long will the Volcanoes bat for? To answer that question, we have Junior Murray alongside me. Junior, pleasant morning. Another great day for cricket ahead of us.
Good morning, John. Hope you had a lovely night. Hope you're well rested. Very interesting day today. And morning to the region. I'd like to say a special good morning to some of our past Windward Island players. I think they laid the foundation, to some of our players and the present players. So, to you all, too many to mention, but a pleasant good morning to you all. Very interesting day, John, and I think that this first hour will be very, very important for the Volcano batters. I think they need to get that score. I think they have the plan. At least I don't think they should be batting at longer than an hour, even shorter than an hour, 30, 45 minutes. And once they get that done, I think they should be at the score 350, 360, and then the game is set up nicely, for the Volcanoes. Lovely day, lovely weather, lovely conditions, flat pitch. John, very interesting day.
Interesting day indeed. It's day number 3 over in Antigua and Barbuda. At stumps, Guyana and Barbados locked in battle. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 371 in their first innings. Barbados Pride, the defending champions, 105 for 3 over at Coolidge. Jamaica Scorpions replying to 260 made by the Hurricanes. They are 186 for the loss of 6. So across there in Antigua and Barbuda, round number 1 well and truly on its way. It's all to play for in this first round.
Yeah, the first rounds seem to be very exciting. Yeah, very exciting first round games, and the guys are applying themselves, getting runs on the board, and it's good to see, and it's good for the franchises, and it's good for West Indies cricket.
So the players are making their way onto the middle here in downtown St. George's. Another lovely day for cricket. The sunshine is out, very high, little bit of cloud cover, mostly blue you're seeing, and that really is encouraging. A nice wind. I was actually walking in this morning, a nice chilling wind across the field this morning, Junior. That is, as you can see in your picture now, really splendid.
Yeah, lovely day for cricket. It's very cool. It's cool. The sun is out, but there's a lovely, as I said, there's a lovely cool breeze blowing. We're experiencing some cool weather these days, so I hope that the batsmen over there can enjoy it to the best, and we can have a lovely start to the day's play.
West Indies and Zimbabwe will begin tomorrow in Bulawayo, the first of 2 test matches. So attention will also be placed on that match in Bulawayo. So lots to play for, both here in the Caribbean and in Zimbabwe. The umpires are out. Nigel Duguid about to welcome Terence Hines from the Darbo end, which is the north of the Grenada National Stadium. With him is umpire Gregory Brathwaite. So the 2 on-field umpires on. The birthday boy, Jonathan Blades, is off. Let's say happy birthday to third umpire, Jonathan Blades from Barbados. Happy birthday, sir, and I hope you have a wonderful and memorable day.
Happy birthday to you, John. Hope you enjoy your day. Hope you had a good night also. I know you're a man that loves a bit of entertainment, so hope you had a good, lovely night.
First ball, first run, and it's a single to take Athenaeus to another half century at this level And that is as easy as it can get. The captain, first delivery this morning, bringing up another half century from 93 balls with 4 fours. He is one of the players in form.
Well played by Atenes, young, upcoming batsman, full of confidence, captain of the team, and another half century. He's looking pretty well. Good start, lovely rotation already. So I think they have the plan, and as you can see, they're executing their plans.
So the Dominican got 4-1 in the first innings, and I'm sure he's looking at that pitch and said he will not miss out twice. This time cashing in on a well-played half-century, just 24 years of age, chalking up now his 7th first-class half-century. Well played.
Well played to Atenes.
Hines, with this ball is now into its 109th over. Not sure how long they'll persevere with this old ball and how long the Volcanoes will want to bat, but Ambrose came out yesterday and was stroking it nicely. Oh, inside edge, beats the keeper as well, but did not go too far. I think keeper Django got a hand to it, and that's why it did not go away to the boundary behind him, but a single nonetheless, and you can see the positive intent continues with Ambrose.
Short ball outside the off stump, and Ambrose went to pull it through with wicket, got an inside edge. Diving wicketkeeper Django to his left, didn't hang on a single. And you can see his intentions are clear. Quick runs, 45 minutes, 30 minutes, and let's see what happens from there.
Hines with just one slip now, and a ring of feelers both on the onside and the offside. Round the wicket and another quick single taken, just dropping it with soft hands. Brian Charles, though he's quick, cannot prevent that single. The intent is clear.
The intent is clear, and they don't have a choice at the moment. At least the Volcanoes don't really have a choice at the moment. If they're thinking of an outright victory here, they need to get a quick runs, give themselves enough time to get 10 wickets in a day.
So they want to put themselves in a position where they can win the game or draw the game, not to lose the game.
I don't think they're in a position to lose. I think with the way they're playing at the moment, I think they all should be thinking about is win.
400 on the board as well, so that is a very good sign for the Volcanoes batting. Last year they struggled with the bat. This year, first game, 243 in the first innings, 400 in the second innings, just 3 wickets down. Hines shifting to over the wicket. Looking for a quick single, it's not on.
As you can see, I can see Ambrose is in his zone. Each ball he's trying to score. We still got to be careful, get a start, see what happens in the first couple overs, and then you can express yourself the way you want to.
Yesterday, the Volcanoes resumed their second innings on 62 without loss. Milius was on 39 and Robinson 20. Robinson went very early for 23. It was 1 for 67. Milius and Hodge got together and consolidated nicely for 209 runs for the second wicket. Hodge was dismissed in the second session of the day. Outside the off stump, squeezed down nicely to that backward point position, and not a single taken.
And you can see Hines going a bit wide outside the off stump there with Amber's intentions. He just stretched over there, get a single to deep point, and it's all clear. It's all clear in the making over there, and it's a matter of time. But we can see the two batters going over the top. They're just settling in there's the first over, and let's see what happens from there.
Hodge yesterday 80. It was 2 for 276 when he was dismissed in the afternoon session. And then Kimani Milius, the young St. Lucian, got to 192 when he played a reverse sweep to Johnson. I keep saying Johnson Charles, Brian Charles. And was dismissed leg before. Edge taken, keeper takes it. First wicket of day number 4 going down. Alec Atenes, 51, caught behind off Terence Hines, following a very wide ball. It's now 401 for the loss of 4.
Very wide ball there by Hines, but the intention there clear with the batter. He was trying to get a single, dunk a third man. Unfortunately, got an edge, diving catch by Django behind the stumps.
So Django, another dismissal for him in terms of supporting the bowler. Let's have a look at this one, Junior.
Very wide outside, very wide outside the off stump.
And he followed it.
But at this stage of the game, I think they're looking for quick runs at least. And that's that causes downfall.
So Hines with the early wicket, and that can also set the plans back of the Volcanoes. Like I said, how long will they bat for? It's still left to be seen, but they have an opportunity here now with just 4 wickets down to still go for quick runs as Justin Greaves makes his way into the middle.
Yeah, I think they still got to be careful. Yeah, you still want the quick runs, but you still got to be careful because you don't want to, don't get to that target, that 350, 360 that you intend to get. So you still got to be careful, yeah, and watchful. But in the meantime, you're still looking to rotate the strike and get some quick singles.
So that's the end of the first over of day number 4. A successful one for Terence Hines on the red force. Hines now picking up his first wicket of the second innings. Carrier, who got the first wicket, is on 1 as well, but 2 to Johnson. I keep saying Johnson Charles. Brian Charles.
Brian Charles.
To Brian Charles.
Johnson Charles, 109, I thought it's on your mind.
I guess so. So Justin Greaves, the all-rounder from Barbados, makes his way into the middle. He will not be on strike as the over came to an end when Athanaze was caught at the wicket of Hines for 51 from 95 balls with 4 fours. This one is steered into the offside nicely. Good controlled shot as Tian Webster comes from the River Road end.
Very controlled shot by Ambus. His intentions are very, very clear there this morning. Looking for quick runs, rotation of his strike. As you can see now, the new batter is on strike. I think he missed out in the first innings. But he may try and looking for a quick start here to see if he can get some runs on the board also.
Yeah, Greaves did not last too long. He was bowled by a ball that kept a little bit low. Terence Hines just targeting his stumps and rattled the stumps. He was dismissed for 5.
Not a good sight.
Not a good sight at all for a batter, but I'm sure the bowler really enjoyed looking at that. Here is Webster with 1 slip as well. This one is played backward of point but cannot beat the fielder.
Nice shot there, short ball, wide side the off stump. Batter went back to cut, straight to point, no run. His intentions are very clear also. He seems to be in a very aggressive mode there at the moment.
Ambrose is still just 29 years old. Started playing at this level since 2014. It's been around a long time.
He's been around a very, very long. His team has been there for ages.
Yeah.
Still 29.
Still 29.
Yeah.
6 test matches, 16 one-day internationals. So he has worn the maroon.
With pride.
Very much so.
And I hope that he's looking forward to get back there in that test side again. He has the opportunity again to get another chance. He's still a young man.
Webster from the far end. Ooh. Justin Greaves playing over that ball.
That one kept a bit low. We got to be watchful. Though his intentions are clear, but we still got to be watchful.
Justin Greaves coming over to the Volcanoes is one of the franchise players along with Tevin Walcott. And it's good to see that the players are making their way around the Caribbean. Greaves played last season with the Barbados Pride and when they won the title in Trinidad and Tobago. Wide of the mark.
And that's the beauty of the franchise systems. The players can travel around, execute their skills to different franchises.
Seems to be a ploy of the Volcanoes to grab some of the all-rounders from the Caribbean because last time we had Bhaskar Yadram. There was also Kyle Mears.
Kyle Mears, yeah, they love the all-rounders. What's Bashram doing now? I think he was a genuine all-rounder. What he's doing at the moment?
Yes, he actually migrated to the United States of America with his family. This one's cut away. So runs for Justin Greaves. He's off the mark with a single. Yeah, he's living in the Big Apple now in New York City with his family. Based on some reports, playing some cricket over there when the weather permits because it's cold.
It's cold
a lot of times in North America.
There's a lot of cricket in America. A lot of cricket. All over America. Lots of cricket being played. Some
of the guys, Gajanan Singh, Ashke Humraj, Xavier Marshall, they all played for the United States. So maybe Bhaskar, once everything goes well in terms of his documents, he'll perhaps be able to qualify for the United States team.
Yeah, that'd be very nice to see Basham back playing some cricket again.
Batters contemplated the second, thought against it, single to end the over. Second over of the morning completed, 404 for the loss of 4.
Sean out on wide side the off stump. Ambis looking away on the third man, grab the single. You know, and the keep rotating the strike, which is very, very important over there. Still wondering how long are they going to bat for. Still wonder what target they're looking at, and that is a very, very key point.
That is the big question. Everyone still waiting on that. But with the early wicket, that might set back their plans just a little bit.
Just a little bit. But they need some time to get 10 wickets in a day's place.
Well, reality 9 wickets.
9 wickets, yeah. Reality, 9 wickets, yes. Yeah.
So partnerships in this second innings, nice for the Volcanoes. Last partnership was 76 runs between Cyril Lambris, who's still there, and Alec Anthony's, who was just dismissed for 51.
Very important.
Reaching that one, driving, beats the fielder who was charging in from mid-off, Uthman Mohammed. Ball goes through his fingers and allows the batters to come back for the second run. Ambrose goes up to 48.
Well played by Ambrose, putting a bit of pressure on the fielder, quick single, misfield, got an extra run. Well done, Ambrose.
Yeah, just walking into the shot.
He's very flat wicket over there, so at least he's enjoying himself. He's doing what he wants, you know, just having fun over there.
Yeah, very confident. You can see that confidence oozing from him. We were speaking off here yesterday. He makes batting look so easy.
Yeah, he just enjoys his batting. I love it.
Webb still collects, threatens to throw but doesn't. So single to Ambrose.
I think each ball Ambrose has faced for the morning so far, at least he's got a run so far. You know, so he's keeping his scoreboard ticking, and once he's there, you know, probably that target might be achieved quicker than we thought.
He got 55 in the first innings.
He's at 49 at the moment, eyeing another half century.
There's Hines again, just dangling the cart outside the off stump, hoping that these batters bite.
I think it's a good ploy. At least the batters are attacking at the moment. You know, he can easily finish with 3 or 4 wickets. You know, with the batter's intentions. So he's sticking with his plan.
Yeah, he got 4 in the first innings. 4 for 72. He had 3 very early.
And having a good game so far.
That was too wide. Wide signal by umpire Nigel Duguid. First wide of the day. Not only the day, but the entire match.
That one was very, very wide aside the off stump. Batten had no choice but to leave it alone. Call a wide. First wide of the game so far.
Hines picked up Milius, Hodge, Ambrose, and Greaves in the first innings. So it does play in your mind, you know, when as a batter, the bowler dismissed you previously. And then, of course, the bowler will have in his mind that he already had this batsman out, trying to get him out again.
I guess different conditions.
Wide again, but not caught wide this time.
I think Graves probably got to walk outside the off stump. You know, he got to get in the T20 mode. You know, step outside the off stump, because as you can see, Graves is wide and wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, Hines trying to hide that ball, not trying to give the batter too much chance of playing and to score.
And he got a protection for it also, as you can see with the field placing. So he's bowling with a plan.
Bowling with a plan. There's one slip that's very wide, bordering on a third slip. A backward point, a man at third man boundary. And a man at cover on the boundary. Who's going to come into play now? Jason Mohammed.
Short and wider side, full and wider side off stump a bit, and Graves went down on one knee and gets shook at you extra cover for a single.
It's a mind game. Cricket.
They got to be strong mentally. As you can see, the field is very well protected. No boundaries so far for the morning. So they're bowling with a plan, sticking with the plan.
That lead 337 at the moment. Ooh. Nice bit of feeling from Captain Bravo, and that's the end of over number 3 of day number 4.
As you can see, Bravo is really enjoying the cricket out there. Really having fun out there. Looking very good in the covers. And he's doing whatever he can to keep his team, on the toes, keep them active out there, keep them bubbly out there. He's in a position. His team is in a position now whereby they can lose the game. So he got to do whatever he can to keep the boys on top of the game.
He didn't play the full season last season, Bravo. So now, perhaps missing red ball cricket, you can tell he's really trying to enjoy himself there. New role for him as well, captain.
A new role for him, and he's really enjoying it over there, as you can see. Having fun with the cricket. At least he don't have a choice at the moment. Lovely day, hot sun, lovely conditions. Enjoy yourself.
Greaves will take strike. Tian Webster will continue from the River Road end. I guess the name comes because there's a river running behind.
The St. John's River. It's been behind. There's a big project at the moment happening behind it, protecting the river from getting into the road. Normally we have heavy showers, the river tend to come over.
Okay. Runs for Greaves. Just a single to third man. Carry pair parading the boundary at third man. It brings Sunil Lambris on 49 into strike.
Lambris there, eyeing another half century. He's in a serious vein of form. Hope that he can continue for the season into the next game, the next round of games, and stamp your authority on this tournament. You've been around for a long time, of test player. So this is your time.
I think he will cut loose after getting to 50. This one is edged away wide of the keeper. There's no slip, and it goes into the boundary for 4, and it will bring up another half century for Sunil Lambris, his 16th at the first class level. Consecutive half centuries. Got 55 in the first innings. Here he is again, getting another half century, and this half century for him coming up 47 balls, 3 fours and 1 6.
Well played, Sunil Lambris. You've been around for a while. This is your time. Enjoy yourself out there. And I think at the stage of the game, he's enjoying it a bit more. That he's a free-flowing batter, and so far he's doing the job perfectly.
Quite a defensive field. I did say he's going to cut loose after getting to 50, and this one is stroked up down towards mid-off, confidently again.
Very confident. I think he's chipping into the bowler at the moment. Anything up there, he will be going hard and high over the boundary.
The field hasn't changed for Justin Greaves, who just got into the crease.
The Red Fort bowlers are very protective. No boundaries here this morning.
Steering it down to third man. Third man very wide, so once it goes just marginal away from the wicket keeper, 2 is always on.
Yeah, I think they're well run by the batters there. At least they're easing closer and closer to the total team have decided. It's only 90 minutes into the first hour, so they still got some time.
River Road end. You've got to be fair to the islands. Remember, it's really mountains that we're settling on. So rivers are very small generally, just coming through the little cracks and so on that have developed into rivers. Unlike Guyana in the Amazon.
We got a few rivers here, but Guyana is a land of many rivers.
Yes,
not just small rivers.
Land of many waters indeed in Guyana. It was raining yesterday into this morning in Guyana.
I think wow, Guyana, lots of rain all the time.
The Amazon, part of the Amazon, part of the Guyanas, the Guyana Shield. Chance for a runner to the non-strikers end. He got a hit. He does hit. And umpire Gregory Bratchett will give him his marching orders. It was a little bit of a mix-up. Jason Mohammed got the ball into his hand and threw down at the right end with a direct hit. A little bit of, I think the bowler got a bit of his hand on it. Let's have a look here, Junior.
Yes. Short wide, looking for the single. Miscommunication there with the batters. Yes, I think the ball did touch the bowler's hands, yeah, on his way back to the stump.
I think he just got the right touch. He got enough connection to get it onto the stumps.
Onto the stumps, yes.
But Justin Greaves run out for 6. Second wicket of the morning going down after 112 overs. The Volcanoes in their second innings, 418 now for a loss of 5. That lead, 346.
346 in the lead. I don't think the Volcanoes will be batting much longer. I think 360, 370 should be pretty good. At least the incoming batter is wicketkeeper Walcott, very exciting. Once ambush on him still there for at least into the first hour, probably they can get to the total. This partnership is going to be very crucial. Either we get runs or someone gets out. I think it's the two exciting batters out there.
Devin Walcott replacing his fellow Barbadian, making his way into the middle. Got a half century, a very good unbeaten 87 in the first innings. In very quick time as well, so he's in form. We're looking to continue in that vein of form to get some quick runs for the Volcanoes. The Red Force will be happy to see the back of him very early.
Having a good game so far in front and behind the stumps. I think he had a good game, good footing behind the stumps, kept pretty well, and also batted well. So another chance again to him.
Hines to continue. Wide of the mark again. Bowling to his plan. Wide slip in play. Backward point. Extra cover. And I feel that mid-off to go with the 2 deep fielders. One a deep cover and third man.
One thing I admire about Hines Jr. is this game. He make a captain's job very easy. He goes with his plan and stick with his plans. And so far he's doing a good job for his captain.
Yeah, showing very good control, Terence Hines. Queen's Park Cricket Club player. Oh, nice inward movement as the off-cutter coming back into the right-hander. Walcott very watchful.
It's very, very right to see a leave alone now at this time of this stage of the game. But I guess he's having a look for us. And then once you get his eye in, we can see him. Trying to rotate the strike a bit more and looking for some more for quick runs.
After this over, you will hear from Jason Skeet. That's the difference with that ball being played straight to the fielder and the previous over when the ball was played straight to Jason Mohammed and they took off for a single. This time, no attempt at a single, no run out.
No, and I think they're thinking now. All I feel is very fast. I think the ball went to the fielder very quickly, full wide outside the off stump. So I think they gotta have a look. How to have a look here now and do some thinking.
Mohammed got a good bounce as well, so wasn't uncomfortable, just got it in a perfect position, released it very quickly. Just a little bit of deviation from Tian Webster onto the stump. That was the end of Justin Greaves. I'm noticing some smoke in the Cemetery Hill. I guess it's Friday. Some barbecuing, you think, Junior?
Barbecuing.
You can see to the left of your monitor, they're just above the Jumbotron.
Yes, I'm seeing it here, but it's very early for barbecue.
I don't know what it is.
There's a bit of burn in the bush somewhere up there, but I think it's too early for barbecue. Are you hungry at the moment?
Oh, no. Oh, the inside edge, looking stared at the third man. Yeah.
I think you're thinking about lunch, early lunch. I know you had a good breakfast.
Burning some bushes.
Yeah, I think I think they're burning some bushes up there, and
that term can be interpreted in many different ways. When you're burning bushes in certain parts of the Caribbean, you gotta be very careful.
You gotta be very, very careful when talking about burning bushes. It's Friday, so at least there are a lot of things to eat. I'm gonna see a lot of barbecues, eat and drink. So you get there, you will have a barbecue a little later on.
Last ball too wide of the mark to force a shot from Devin Walcott. He remains on nod. Ambrose with him on 54. 418 for the loss of 5. 113 overs gone, and the lead really stretching past to 350. The Volcanoes really have to answer that difficult question very soon. How long more will they bat for? We have more thoughts from you, Junior, and then Jason Skeet, your good friend, will join you.
A bit of application there by the batters there, by Ambers, who's been doing a fantastic job so far for the morning with taking the strike. I think they gotta get to the plan. There's a bit of setback with a loss of a couple of wickets, but I think with Ambers there at the moment, I think lots of runs will be scored still. Short and wide aside the off stump by Webster. Single down to deep cover. Brings Walcott into strike. Another wide ball outside the off stump again by Webster, sticking with his plan. Walker then just shook him nicely down to the third man for 2 runs. Good morning, Jason. Are you here?
I'm good. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm fine this morning, Jason. I wonder why it took so long to get into your chair.
Generally, you would, as a cricketer, you would know, coming in very early in the morning is always an unsettling frame of mind. So you've got to settle in and then start scoring runs. And runs it is for sure. And more runs will continue this time. An easy boundary here for Walcott. Walcott coming onto the front foot, reaching outside and slapping it down through the third man boundary and picking up 4 easy runs this morning. Good shot.
I think, Jason, a lovely shot by Walcott. I think the declaration is here now. I can see the players are going off. Yeah, so I think the Volcano was 28 minutes into the morning, so I think they had enough runs on the board, and they're prepared now to go there and see if they can get 9 wickets today.
All right, well, and as I walked in, so the declaration walked in with me and 4 runs. It has always been said, every time I sit in the chair, something extraordinary happens, and this morning, of course, is no exception. Good way to start. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes in a very commanding position this morning. I don't think they're in a position where they would possibly lose. They've set themselves up nicely to either win the game or draw the game at least. And it would be a good start from considering what would have happened to them last year, not doing very well last year at all, finishing at the bottom of the table, not winning a match. It's a good start for them. They've batted very well in this second innings, and they've gotten to a decent total, 425 for 5 declared in the 113th over. So the Red Force will need 426 runs to win, a lead of 420. Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago would need 426 runs to win.
300 or something.
Or 326. 326, yes. 326 runs to win. Just 353. Yes. Good knock by the Windward Islands, and Athenes, of course, getting to his 7th first-class century, and Ambrose, actually, his 16th. He had a good knock in the first innings as well. I think he went for 55. So Trinidad and Tobago will no doubt come out and make some sort of move, and I'm thinking, Junior, that between now and lunchtime, they would have put themselves in a position to make a determination whether or not they will go after the victory or maybe play for a draw. What happens for the rest of the morning would determine their actions, really.
Yeah, I think now at the moment now, I think a good start. They made a decision. They're 353 runs. So I think they made a decision that they think they had enough runs on the board. So I think a couple wickets here before lunch, even 2 or 3 wickets before lunch. Keep the tiers up. At the moment, the tiers are up at the moment. They're very high. They're very high in spirits. And they're ready to go. I think the only thing that the team should be thinking about now is a victory at all costs. You're in your hometown, you're in your backyard, so set up the game nicely. So I think all of you should be thinking about, all of the workers should be thinking about now is a victory. And a good start here now is very important. The new ball, the first couple of overs with the new ball would also be very important.
All right, well, a lot of the batting would depend heavily on Trinidad and Tobago, of course, will be depending heavily on some good scores from Darren Bravo and Wall and Webster, of course, and they'll also be looking forward to Amir Django. He had a good knock in the first innings of 86, and Salazano, he needs to get himself another really huge score here today. So a lot of Trinidad and Tobago's batting would depend heavily on these 4 gentlemen in particular. Yes, they would love everyone else to chip in, but Trinidad and Tobago will be looking particularly to these gentlemen for some really huge scores. It is gettable on a wicket like this. It is gettable. The Windward Islands, of course, will be thinking they need to be picking up wickets consistently, not allowing Trinidad and Tobago to go too far ahead. But the score is pretty much gettable on a surface like this in a good outfield, Junior.
Yeah, I think the Red Force are going to be very watchful at the start of the innings. Anything loose, they're going to cash in on it. But I think they're going to be very watchful. I don't think they're going to go there blasting away. It's an easy pace pitch, so I think when the batters settle themselves in, I think they'll be more confident. Have a look into lunch and then see what happens, after lunch. So I think batting before lunch for the Red Force will be very important, not to lose much wicket as possible.
Well, they're one batter short, actually. Vikash Mohan, they're one Trinidad and Tobago, they're one batsman short. There was a little bit of a chatter, of course, trying to have him replaced by Jad Guli, but that didn't happen, of course. There's some new rules now within the CWI, of course, and the player replacement was one of them. There's also a provision that would come into play for if a player has a concussion, a head injury of sorts, he would be replaced. But that was not the case with Vikash Mohan. He was diving for a catch at a short cover of the very first ball of the innings, and he did in fact burst the webbing on his right hand. And because the match would have started, a brief conversation this morning with the match referee, Mr. Carlisle Felix, was very explicit in saying that, the match would have already started, even though Trinidad and Tobago would have loved him to be batting this morning, but that is not going to happen. So Trinidad and Tobago is one batter short, and Vikash Mohan, he would not be taking to the crease. He's not capable, he's not able, because of that damaged right hand. If in truth and in fact push does come to shove, and he has to go out there and try at least to fend to get a few for his country, I have no doubt he's going to attempt to do it. But as it is now, he is very much doubtful because of everything that would have transpired. Some quick bowling figures now for Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to run through that quickly for you. Some good bowling, even though the Windward Islands would have racked up a huge total, a mammoth total. But Terence Hines, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 53 for 1. Carrie Peer, he was a little bit expensive, 30 overs, 2 maidens, 96. He picked up just 1 wicket. Brian Charles, he picked up 2 wickets actually for his 92 runs off his 24 overs, bowling 2 maidens. Those were the only wicket takers really. And Uthman Mohammed, 9 overs for 42 runs. He was a little bit on the expensive side. Yannick Carrier, he got some bounce and turn late yesterday afternoon. 20 overs, 3 maidens, 64 runs. Jason Mohammed, only 2 overs for his 11 runs. I thought he could have done a little bit more bowling for the Red Force. Darren Bravo, that was the surprise golden arm. Didn't turn out to be too golden. It was more of a bronze from his efforts. 2 overs for 8 runs. He kind of tried something different. And as a captain, he's entitled to do that. Try something different to see if he can pick up an easy wicket or 2. But Tian Webster, 11.4 overs. He was bowling at the declaration. One maiden, 50 runs. And that was the story basically for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. And Trinidad and Tobago, no doubt, in a position of bother. It would come down to a stage where should we go for the win? Should we play safely for the draw?
I think they're going to have a look first. I think they're going to try to apply themselves as long as possible. It's a very easy pace pitch, and there's no devil out there, not much moisture there. So I think once the volcano bowlers put the ball in the right area, we're going to try and make them to play some other balls. They don't want to be allowing the batters to be leaving too many balls, too many deliveries. They need to get early wickets, early breakthrough. I think. And once they bowl the ball in a specific area, with the plan and stick with the plan, I think the Red Force will be under some serious pressure there now. I think a couple of minutes before hour and some before lunch, it will be very, 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 very crucial to the volcano bowlers.
About an hour and 20 minutes really, and a lot can happen in an hour and 20 minutes. The umpires are taking to the field already, and so too are the Windward Islands Volcanoes players, and they will be followed by the TNT opening batsmen. I saw Darren Bravo yesterday afternoon spending a lot of time, every time he got the opportunity, walking to the batting crease and just having a stare down at the wicket, and probably fancying his chances to get a really huge score here. I mean, Trinidad and Tobago would love for him to get off, because he's a classical, entertaining batsman to look at, and if he does get off, well, heaven knows what will happen. But the Trinidad batsmen are going out. Strange again, we have Uthman Mohammed and Jeremy Salazano. So Uthman Mohammed, the tall, fast bowler, intimidating fast bowler, he's going out, a surprise here. And Uthman Mohammed is accompanied by Salazano, or should I say Salazano is accompanied by Uthman Mohammed. So more drama, more twist in the tail, and well, let's just see. Maybe Uthman is being sent out there to have a go at it to see what can possibly happen. And if some runs have been racked on the board, Trinidad and Tobago fancy themselves and giving themselves a good chance for winning this opening match here. Your thoughts?
A very strange decision there to see Uthman Mohammed open the batting. And I wonder what the Red Force are thinking. I think the volcano bowlers may be thinking that's an early wicket. I hope that happens, because I think Mohammed might have other ideas. I've never really seen him bat, but probably the Red Force knows better, and probably can go there, probably have a quick swing and enjoy himself, and there can be he can have a quick fire 50, and the game can be looking different, differently. So let's see what happens. And this person Maxi might be licking his lips there. Maybe see one in his, like a early wicket in the bag, So let's see what happens over there.
Well, Uthman Mohammed was not sent out there to look pretty. That much I can tell you for sure. Yeah, he's been sent out there to have a serious go at it. I mean, I saw him in the first innings, and he has the tendency to put a lot of energy into it when he goes at it. So if he's lucky, well, he's lucky. In the meantime, first ball of this innings is Preston McSween looking straight down to Salazano. And the first runs coming off the bat of Salazano. He guides it down to the offside and picks up his first single and brings Uthman Mohammed into strike.
First ball by Preston McSween with his second innings short wider side the off stump. Salazano enjoying himself there. It's on the back foot, punching it through the cover for an easy single.
Could very well be part of the plan to get Salazano off strike very early and fancy your chances with some additional deliveries to Uthman Mohammed. But Uthman Mohammed, on the other hand, would feel that he is very much well accomplished and he would relish this opportunity. It would be very good for him to get some runs here for Trinidad and Tobago as well.
On the other hand, Preston McSween will be very excited to see number 10, 11 batsman opening the batting. Early wicket. Early start his innings. Let's see what happens.
From his very first stroke there, you couldn't tell that he is a bowler sent in early.
First ball to him by Preston McSween coming into him. He equal to the task. Just turned it around to square like there for no run. So he looks, you know what he's about. He look pretty organized. He look as if he can handle himself with the bat, and I can see Salazar having like a chat with him there, keeping him on his toes.
Well, the first delivery, he was just leaning a little bit to her, falling over, but he got some good connection to it and turned it into the onside, straight to the square leg fielder, picked up no run, and this time he is leaving Fancy outside the off stump, and he got the cheers of approval from the dressing room, the Trinidad and Tobago dressing room. So Uthman Mohamed is bent on enjoying himself and putting Trinidad and Tobago in a good position here. Let's see what he does.
He looks pretty organized, Jason. He looks, Preston McSween, another one coming into him again. Turn it around to square leg. He looks like what it's about. He looks pretty organized. It's the first over, So if Preston McSween can probably put in a shot, a bat pad or one shot behind square leg and see what he looks like upstairs.
Yeah.
He looked very good downstairs. That's what he looked like upstairs.
Wrong line. It just that one just drifted down the line of the leg stump, but Preston McSween brought that one a little bit more to the off stump line. It could have been a disastrous moment there, but Uthman Mohamed would not mind that. The Windward Islands having a very attacking field. There's some protection in the mid-off. There's some protection in extra in cover actually. They've got 3 slips in play. There's a gully, but he's kind of wide, but and Uthman Mohamed is 4 runs to the plus.
Preston McSween strained on the legs a bit, and we can see Uthman Mohamed just coming into his wicket and walking him around to fine leg for 4 runs. So as you can see, he looks the part. He looks organized. He knows what he's about. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here just showing us the depth in their batting, and they have to really bat today. So we're not to be defeated today. So they're looking the part so far. Good start to the first over for the Red Force.
At the end of the first over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 5 for 1 in search of 353.
Jason, I'm going to leave you for a bit. We can see our good friend here, Mr. Wanda John is there. He's going to join you for a bit. Yeah. See you soon, Jason.
All right, well, you go and enjoy the cricket, because this is going to be a game that will be filled with excitement. I can tell, I can feel it building. And with this kind of weather, our friends at the Met Office again indicated that today is going to be another scorcher. We're looking at about 31 degrees maximum, and depending on your lack of shade, like we're seeing outside here in the middle, it could feel like 33, 34. So it's a good day for cricket, and I'd like to welcome my good friend Clyde, and you're going to be hearing from him in a minute.
Yeah, good morning, Jason. Good morning to the viewers of the Regional 4-Day tournament opening round. Very interesting day ahead of us. A very interesting turn of events. Uthman Mohamed opening batting for Trinidad and Tobago, chasing some 353 to win. It begs the question, are they really eyeing a win, or are they going to play for a draw? They just send Uthman to get a little time out in the middle, knowing that he has a good defense. So one could only hope and wonder, as far as we are here in the commentary box, as to what is the game plan. But as the day unfolds, I guess we would know, the viewers would know, based on how the events go.
Well, Uthman Mohamed doesn't look anything like a number 8 or a number 9 batsman outside there, I can tell you that much. And he's a clean hit of the ball when he does connect to it. And it could very well be that he's sent outside there to upset the apple cart, so to speak. And if he does get off to a cracker, then it can open things up. And if he does get off to a cracker and he picks up a quick 39, 40 runs, an early cameo, it can put Trinidad and Tobago in a position where just around lunch, after lunch, they can decide, you know what, they're going to go extra board and jump into the Ferrari and go full speed ahead for these runs.
Yeah, I guess we wait. Everyone would be waiting, looking and hoping.
Just the one, rolling out to mid-wicket, just the one, and Jeremy Salazano moves to 2. Salazano would be fancying his chances. Trinidad and Tobago would need him to score some runs, along with Amir Django and Tion Webster and Darren Bravo in particular. Trinidad and Tobago will be depending heavily on these accomplished batsmen to really, put forward a very good effort. Yes, they've got Hines as well, who can knock up a good half century, and Yannick Karaya, he is also good with the bat. So Trinidad and Tobago will be looking forward to these batsmen to really carry them over this hurdle. There's something, we heard something, yes, and he's given him, he's gone. He's given him, he was fending at it down the leg side, making a swing at it, and we heard the tick from quite up here in the commentary booth, and that is the end of, is it Uthman Mohammed? That's the end of him?
Yeah, that's
the end. That's the end of Uthman Mohammed, and he's gone, hooking at a ball that was drifting down the leg side, and an easy catch taken by wicketkeeper Walcott. So Trinidad and Tobago are 6 for 1 after 1.5 overs.
Well, it doesn't seem like the plan has worked. You can see him moving out there, looking very dejected. I don't think in his mind he did not get anything onto it.
I think he just stood there and had a swing at it. But if he had just gotten more on the inside line of it, he would have made a better connection. But this is what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force needs now. Captain Darren Bravo is making his way out to the middle. Darren Michael Bravo, a very accomplished batsman, had some good scores for the West Indies and hoping to find himself back into the West Indies squad. With after this season, he has done pretty well, and no doubt he is in need of some runs here now, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would need him.
Yeah, definitely. Good wicket. I think it is a good place for him to, really put down his head and bat, open the season well, and look to, capitalize on the good conditions, nice fast outfield and so on. So everything here is set for him, being a batsman of class, to get a good total behind him. He just has to play, with a steady head, not be too rushed. Again, I'm saying this not knowing what is their game plan. So I think as fast as the overs go by, we would understand, what is their game plan. But I guess from the mannerism in which he would create his innings, we would know exactly what they're thinking.
All right, Darren Michael Bravo, he's from the village of Santa Cruz in Trinidad and Tobago. He's come from a nice cricketing family as well. And a no ball, and Darren Bravo just angles the face of the bat and guides it down to short third man, picks up an easy single. Darren Bravo, he has played the cricket at numerous levels. The West Indies under 19 level, he's played for Trinidad and Tobago. He's also played for the West Indies. He's made his test debut in 2010 versus Sri Lanka, and the last time he played test cricket was in 2020, in December of 2020. He played against New Zealand, so he's looking to work himself back into the team. He had some good scores. Similar delivery, this time a legal delivery, and Salazano playing pretty much the similar shot to that of Bravo, but this time it doesn't beat the man at in the mid-off, on the offside, sorry. And Darren Bravo, of course, with hold on to the strike. He's got some good runs to his name. Highest test score of 218, and the highest first class score, well, 218 as well, and 124 in one-day internationals. He would like to approach this game as an ODI.
Yeah, definitely he will. He will want to approach this game in a manner where, and I'm saying if they're looking to win the game, he has to attack it like an ODI, ensure that he stays abreast with the run rate and everything, and just look to capitalize on the field placings, maximize where he needs to. So it could be very interesting as the day goes along.
Oh, a little bit of a mix-up there. It could have been very costly for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The call of yes, then the call of no, and Salazano was looking at the ball. The ball was always his call, actually. Darren Bravo was at the non-striker's end, but eventually the single was completed. All ends well. It brought up the end of the over. Trinidad and Tobago 9-1, and Preston McSween will continue now from the Dabo end.
I think McSween would need to use the new ball as effectively as he can. Look to, really swing it around. We know he can move it both ways, and he needs to, really impress here this morning to get the Volcanoes into that position where they can generally push for a victory. Outside of that, as we keep saying, the batting track is good, so we expect some runs to be scored.
Lovely shot through extra cover, and it will run all the way down to the boundary for 4. Good shot. I mean, he was elegantly into it, classy, not rushed at all, almost effortlessly, and Jeremy Salazano just came forward nicely.
Yeah, and that was a good shot, playing it as it moved away. He gave it time to move and get in the full face of the bat. A nice stride towards it. His hands led away from the body a bit, but he was well in control and just placing it through the gap. So good gap finding by Salazano.
This one is turning it into the onside, just picking up the one. Already 5 runs coming from this over. The current run rate of just over 5.5 runs per over. That's not bad at all for the Red Force.
So good delivery there, good area by McSween. You want to wonder what is it that he can produce that would help the Volcanoes to get closer to a victory this on the 4th day of the first round match. It would be good for the Volcanoes if they can chalk up a victory, but just the same way I know Trinidad and Tobago may just want to spoil the chances of the Volcanoes. So it's all set up to be good, exciting cricket here today.
Good bit of fielding work there from the fielder at mid-on, and I think fielder at mid-on, good work. That's Sunil Ambrose. Greaves is at mid-off as well. Some away movement there from Preston McSween. Good ball, just dropping short of a length and moving away from the left-hander. So That's something encouraging for him. It brings up the end of the over, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 14 for 1 after their third over. The third over, 14 for 1. Jeremy Solizano is on 8, and Darren Bravo on 1.
Yeah, I think Bravo would want to be a bit cautious. We remember that he got out LBW to Maxwell, leaving outside the stump, and so he needs to be cautious and remember that Maxwell has the ability to move that ball back in. So they need to be as tight as possible in order to really achieve a victory. It's a good delivery there by Martin.
Always leaving the batsman, Darius Martin. Ball always drifting away from the left-hander, so no real threat there. You want to bring that a little bit closer in so that you lure the batsman into a shot of some sort.
Yeah, definitely. He wants to get a little tighter and then show that he plays that delivery. The length is pretty good.
Better delivery, just a little bit closer. Solizano very watchful. Understands that the task at hand, he cannot afford to get himself out cheaply here. He needs to do something big, and the Red Force, they're depending on him for something really huge.
Yeah, it's just a matter of staying out there.
Oh, good shot, well driven through the offside. Just the one, but very much in control. Solizano.
Yeah, I think looking at the conditions, win, lose or draw, any batsman out there would want to remain out in the middle and show that they get some runs under the belt. So Solizano and Bravo would want to ensure that they register at least a nice, decent score on this wicket. Whether the TNT go for the win or not, but once they can get their averages up, by scoring heavily, then that would be very important.
Another no ball again from Darius Martin. That's his second. But Bravo having to take some minuscule evasive actions there, really just ducking under it. And do you think Darren Bravo really fancies his chances of scoring a 100 on this wicket at this stage of the match? I mean, if he does get off, I mean, he's going to be a delight to watch.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned yesterday, he kept assessing the wicket, and so I know that he's eager to get a big score behind him, and he would want to go out now and really show that he has that sort of class and that sort of ability that we all know and have seen before.
He's done pretty well over the years.
I think he would be very, very disappointed if he does not get a good total here on this wicket.
Had some good international scores, had some good knocks against Sri Lanka and New Zealand, had some good scores there, played well. As a matter of fact, in his first match in the 2013-2014 Test Series against New Zealand, he made a fighting maiden double century, after nearly 10 hours of batting to help the Windies pull off what would have been determined as an unlikely draw. So he knows how to tough it out. If anything at all, he does know how to tough it out.
Yeah, and we know that he has the character, he has the ability, he's talented enough to, dominate a lot of the bowling. But again, once the Windward Volcanoes decide to put the ball in good channel, good areas, forcing him, then he has to respond. So it's all set. It's nice. It's a nice atmosphere, where we can anticipate and look and see as the day unfolds.
both batters very watchful at this stage of the game. Darren Bravo on 1 and Jeremy Salazano on 9. And they've lost the early wicket of Uthman Mohammed, who was sent out. He was caught behind of a ball that was drifting down the leg side, had a swing at it, and made some slight connection. And the wicket-keeper, Walcott, doing the tidy work behind the stumps. And that happened with just inside the second over. And Trinidad and Tobago lost their first wicket in the second innings in chase. A chase of 353. Yep, a chase of 353 for victory. So Trinidad and Tobago needing to score some runs here. Bravo now is at the wicket. He's waiting on Preston McSween. Preston McSween got him out in the first innings with a ball that nipped back sharply, sliced him in half. That delivery from Preston McSween in the first innings pitched way outside the off stump and picked up something on the wicket on the seam, and it nipped back sharply, sliced Bravo all over, and rocketed into the pads, and the umpire had no decision but to raise the lethal finger.
Yeah, and so he will want to be mindful of that. I think he would want to keep that in the back of his mind as he goes about his innings, especially understanding that there's a bit of rough outside the off stump of the left-hander. Good area there for McSween. The ball just straightening slightly. Solazano equal to the task and ensuring that he got it down quickly before it got to the gully. So if McSween continues with this length, it would pose a challenge. It would require Solazano and Bravo, who are two left-handers, to, really work hard and graft and really, ensure that they get the team out of what would be a hole. And I say a hole because if you really consider it, they're two down.
Yeah, technically. They're two down, but if push does come to shove and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force finds themselves in a position where they think they have a chance, I'm quite sure the tenacity of Vikash Mohan is going to show itself up, and he's going to come and at least try and occupy the crease, even if he's in pain. Trinidad and Tobago cricketers are extremely loyal to their country, and so no doubt he's going to do that. This one is drifting away from him and always angling away from Salazano, and Preston McSween getting some lateral movement on this surface.
Yeah, and he needs to continue, just looking to be out there. Ask Solazano to come and meet it. Once he keeps the length good, there will be at some stage an opportunity where Solazano may need to feel that ball on the bat and may just be nicked off.
This time again, some more away movement. That brings up the end of the over. 18 for 1. Salazano is on 10. Darren Bravo is still there, just prodding along on 1. And I'll make way for John Ramsing. And as he comes in, I'm going to give him a little bit of assignment. Dude, I don't know if you knew, but also Irving Shillingford, the late Irving Shillingford, he also had a double century. Now, I know Johnny Ramsing is very big on statistics, so I'm going to give him some homework while he's here to get the details for us. That's my homework for him, and let's see how good he is. I'm actually putting him to the test. I know he's capable, but I'm going to put him to the test on this one.
Martin to continue. Martin getting his ball to kick off a very good length. Very good. He's a tall bowler, the Vincentian.
Yeah.
And we all know Bravo is not most comfortable to short bowling.
Yeah, and Martin having that hard new cherry in his hand, he will want to try and give him a little test to make sure, he still is able to get the bat up over his head.
They've lost the early wicket of Uthman Mohammed. Very much similar to what happened in the first innings when Carrier was dismissed. Quick single. Good running in the end. So Carrier was not the established opener, but had to fill the breach because Vikash Mohan was unavailable. Simler was asked of Uthman Mohammed. He was dismissed very early. He did not look pleased at all. But it was a healthy take to the wicketkeeper. Gone for 4. 353 is the victory target. Overs remaining in the day at the start of the innings, 82. If you look on the board after this, we'll have 76 overs remaining. So lots of time in this game. It can go anywhere really. All three results are possible.
All 3 results possible. It all comes down to the application and who is willing to do what. The Windwards are willing to, just sit back and wait, allowing Trinidad and Tobago to accumulate as much runs as they can. Then we may just have a Trinidad and Tobago victory. If the Windwards decide they really want to bowl out the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and put the systems in place, then you just may have a Windwards victory. And then, if both teams decide it's stalemate, then they bat and they bowl and it all ends in a draw.
Slight hold up and play. It always happens at a cricket match. Someone walks behind the side screen as the ball is about to bowl. Always happens.
Yeah, I think a lot of the spectators are not, always aware. And they walk casually, carelessly, not, looking at what is happening out in the middle. But so far this morning, I noticed the length and the line from the Windward bowlers have been a bit tight. Not really serving up deliveries that are more or less what we call freebies.
So the day started with the Volcanoes 397 for the loss of 3. Athenaeus on 42 and Ambrose on 42, Athenaeus on 49. Athenaeus got to his half century and then he was dismissed. Caught at a wicket off Terence Hines. Justin Greaves came and was run out for 6. Ambrose finished on 55 not out. Devin Walcott 6 not out. When Devin got a boundary, the declaration came at 425 for a loss of 5. A lead of 352, leaving a target for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 353. Overcomes to an end 21 for the loss of 1. .353 on the final day from 82 overs. We did mention it can go anywhere, but it will take some amount of batting to get to that 353. 82 overs, like I said, it's an asking rate of just over 4 runs and over if you're going to go for it. Do remember TNT Red Force got 315 in their first innings without Vikash Mohan, so it is possible.
Yeah, it is possible. I think the outfield will be, something that assists the batsmen. It's pretty quick. They would get good value for their shots. Once they play positively and they find the gaps, they will get a lot of runs. So it's possible that we can have a good chase.
McSween starts in new over. Looks very good this morning, Preston McSween. Just targeting the stumps and bowling just outside the off stump. Both batters are left-handed, so that's going to make it a bit easy for him. Trying to stick to one plan, one line and length. Although, you may say they're two different type of batters. Bravo a little bit more attacking. Solozano a bit more circumspect.
Yeah, and it's all about the areas, and utilizing the conditions. The little rough out there could pose a challenge.
Oh, good delivery coming back in to Bravo. Here he is showing good judgment, allowing it to go by. So in Trinidad today, the National Premiership 1 will begin. That is a new format of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. 3 days of cricket with the aim of getting players to bat longer, be longer into the field, and just a little bit of longer application. Queen's Park 1 will be taking on Presal at the Oval. Central Sports will be coming up against Victoria in Felicity. Comets against Queen's Park 2 on Pierre Road, and Power Gen against Clark Road. So 3-day cricket returns to Trinidad and Tobago, which is very good. It's a timely return, you must say. Previously, you had your play on Saturday, Sunday, and the next weekend. But what are you doing? You're starting at 1 o'clock on Friday afternoon, finishing on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, 3 consecutive days.
Yeah, and that's really good. Again, with the facilities being lit and so on, it makes it much easier for us to be able to do this type of things, and so it means that our islands need to really look at having lit facilities where cricket can be played, in the evening and going into the night, and so that you have, that lengthy period where the batsmen can get to concentrate, bowlers can concentrate and go give you a good 10-15 over spell and so on, because this is what we would need at the higher level. You saw Walsh and Ambrose and these guys do it consistently, but of late it's been something that we haven't been able to really put together in terms of our young fast bowlers being able to give you a nice tight spell for 10 overs. So it means that when you have these sort of conditions and set at that level, it's easier for them to come into the 4-day team. It's easier for them to fit into the test team.
It will not be anything new. They're already exposed to that format. Yes, I do take your point, and I do agree with you. 2 slips now for Bravo. Some adjustments being made to the field. The fine leg is being pushed a little bit finer. Good away movement to end the over. So Preston McSween sends down a maiden. And after 7 overs of batting in the second innings, TNT Red Force 21 for 1.
Yeah, good over there by Preston, asking a few questions of the batsmen. He asked, a few of them were wide outside the off stump, asking them, challenging them to see if they would go after it. A few of them attacked the stumps, so he is mixing it up. I'm looking to vary to see what would happen, but Bravo looks steady, looks as if he's willing to stay out there. Come what may, whatever the result is, he wants to be out in the middle. So that's good signs. I think once he gets himself in and he feels gets a few out to the boundary, he may just decide to up the ante and maybe look to bring a victory to TNT. I know Martin and his pace and height would have something to say about that.
Beautiful shot from Solozano. Runs for him. Is going to go down towards cover boundary, but will not get to the boundary. A little bit of protection as Milius comes around. But it was a beautiful flowing cover drive from the young left-handed batter.
Yeah, I think the length that Martin served up there was just a little too full. He was able to get close enough to it. Got good connection, just pushed it. He didn't try to overhit, but he timed it pretty well and found that vacant area. So he's looking good. I'm looking at him driving. His driving is really looking good, ensuring that he gets close enough to the deliveries. Again, another well-played delivery solidly behind. So Solozano is looking to occupy that. Looking at the way he's playing, mentally he's ready to occupy, and you can see that he's not looking to force anything. He's not looking to, play anything rash, but he's just playing on merit and looking to get behind the shorter ones, looking to push the fuller ones. So it says that he's ready. He's up for a challenge.
He batted a long time in the first innings, 130 deliveries for his 34. Steers this one past Gully for another single. He hit 5 fours in that first innings before he was, I think, had a rush of blood, a little bit lapse of concentration. And taking my hat is that second slip off the impressive Ryan John, who we're yet to see this morning. Ryan John picked up 5 for 18 in that first innings. Just bowling a nagging line to line, being very patient, being very consistent, and was rewarded for his patience and consistency.
Yeah, and this is what you want to ask of your young fast bowlers. To be patient, put it in good areas, and allow the batsmen to make their mistakes. Good delivery there from Martin, getting some inside movement. As you notice, he has come around the wicket, trying to ensure that he restrict the batsmen, keeping it tight at their bodies. Bravo equal to the task. One would really love to see Martin now try to get one to leave the left-hander from around the wicket, and I think if he can do that, he will pose some questions, you know.
He's a thinking bowler, Martin, attacking Bravo nicely and mixing it up. I like the fact that he's not being consistently short, but he's forcing Bravo to play as well, getting the ball close to his body. It's back of a good length. I like the thinking of the Volcanoes. The dark cloud just drifting away, blocking the sun momentarily. But it is a beautiful day for cricket here in Grenada. Can't ask for anything better at all.
Yes, definitely.
Single to end the over, so Martin has now completed 4 overs, 1 for 12, 1 for 13 in fact, 25 for the loss of 1, set a target of 353.
Yeah, again, John, we want to commend the ground staff, you know, in terms of the look of the outfield and so on. You know, the pitch has played throughout the 4 days, and so they did a pretty good job.
Yeah, kudos to the ground staff. Well done. We do look forward to our next good wicket and a good surface again, good outfield next week when the Guyana Harpy Eagles touch down. Nice confident drive again.
Yeah, Bravo is looking really settled, really focused. I'd like to see that he's not trying too much. He's not, you know, looking to back away or anything. His innings is pretty early, you know, and he would want to make sure that he spends as much time out there, keeping that scoreboard ticking and getting his individual score to as high as possible, well defended.
Yes, good stuff indeed, Maxwell. Good use of this new ball. WTF they say in Grenada. Welcome to Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday. Excited for a lot of persons because the weekend is here.
I can hear a little bit of excitement in that statement in your voice. The weekend is here. What's there to do on the weekend here in Grenada?
Well, there's lots to do. You have lots of activities, especially sporting activities happening on the weekend. There is a Kids Fest this weekend happening at Montrouge playing field. You know, there is the Billfish. I think it's ending. And then you have a lot of other activities that would take place throughout the different parishes during the weekend. I know that there's a couple of big shows coming up next month and into April.
Well, Grenada Sailing Week is set to finish today. There's a Billfish tournament. Spice Island Billfish tournament. That sounds interesting. Previously we had the Beckway Music Festival. Lots of activities here on the island. I noticed as well as we move through the island on our way to and from the National Stadium, lots of work in terms of repainting of the road markings and what's not, and some of the walls along the highway, because Independence is next week, and that should be a grand celebration. 49 years as an independent nation, Grenada.
Yeah, we're just looking forward to the big 5-0, you know. So this year I think persons are really putting in as much effort as they can, in preparation for the big 5-0. So this is just a precursor.
Guiding it down between second slip and gully, and it goes into the boundary. Not in total control, Darren Bravo. And Preston McSween is holding his head because he almost had his man. End of a very good over again. And that is a test of the patience of both batters and bowler. This time Preston McSween almost had his man.
Yeah, good delivery, drawing him into that shot. And there he was fending away from the body and guiding it through the slip and between the slip and gully. You can see the dejection from the fielders. You know, they really wish that would have gone to hand, because I know that they all know that once Darren is out there, you know, there just might be a twist in the tail.
He's moved up to 9, so Lozano 14. 29 for 1, a nice over. Good control stuff with this ball from Preston McSween. Just showing his patience. Martin to continue from the far end.
Again, good areas. So the Windward bowlers seem to be ready to, you know, challenge the batsmen, look to play on their patience. Again, you see Martin putting in a nice spell here. Good areas, asking questions of the batsmen. So it's a good contest. Who will win the contest? That is what we would really, really love to see and to know.
We have another 40 minutes or so to go before lunch. So this passage of play very important to the outcome of this match. Here is Solozano, just opens the face of the bat and gets it down to backward point. There is protection there with Milius right back on the boundary. So just a single. So much to do here in Spice Isle. Carriacou preparing for their carnival. Petit Martinique, hello to all of you. Hello to you in Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and my good friends in Trinidad and Tobago. One of my friend Kerry Porter and his family in Tobago. Jason Passard. These are some of the guys that are always following Trinidad and Tobago's progress. Hello to Davo and the crew. Nice short delivery again from Darius Martin, just making sure Bravo's kept in check.
Yeah, and again he is a thinking bowler, as you said. I noticed that he's back over the wicket, you know, looking to go across the left-hander. A while ago he came in. Now he's looking to get that ball to go across him and hopefully get one to jag back. So it's good thinking there from Martin.
Short ball and nicely handled by Bravo. Looks a little bit like Brian Lara while playing that shot.
Yes, definitely. Looking at how Brian used to just ride the delivery, you know, getting around right up on the toes and just bringing it down. You know, good stuff from him.
I want to say good morning as well to Andre Lawrence. Andre, my good mate in Trinidad and Tobago. Always glued to the broadcast as well. Hello Maulana Anwar Ali. Salams, my brother. Very well bowled, very well played. So Martin asking some questions as well. Working up some pace here on this very placid track at the National Stadium.
Yeah, he definitely, the pace is up, and he's hitting some really good areas. He seemed to be in a better rhythm. He had 2 no balls earlier. I think he was really, you know, trying a little too hard, but now it seems like he has settled in a bit, and he's consistently at the batsmen, looking, asking, you know, them to bring out their defense.
Nice over, good testing over again, coming to an end. 10 gone. Set a target of 354 to win. The Red Force are 31 for the loss of 1. So Lozano is looking very composed on 15. His captain is with him. 10. Bravo almost gifting his wicket away in the last over. Just steering a short ball through a gap between second slip and the gully. Could have easily gone to hand. Conditions continue to be extremely good here at the National Stadium. I'm hoping that they can maintain that type of weather next week when the Eagles land here for round number 2. The Harpy Eagles will be taking on the Volcanoes from the 8th. That's the day after Independence Day here in Grenada. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes will be at home when Trinidad and Tobago get across to Antigua and Barbuda. And the Scorpions and the Pride will have a clash. Nice, beautiful shot. Back past the ball on the onside of the pitch. Not even bothering to run. Bravo. This is a beautiful shot. Perhaps shot of the morning. Great timing, great placement. And what a way to welcome Junior Murray back into the chair.
Good to be back here, John. Well played by Bravo. I think Preston should go back to his normal length, ball right up for the drive down to the ground. I think he need to be a bit more consistent. I think he loves wickets. He keeps hunting for wickets. So once he builds pressure, I think that the batters will make the mistakes that we saw in over before.
That shot will do Bravo a world of good in terms of his confidence. Call is 2. Very loud, very clear, but he's going to put up his hand like a traffic police to say, wait, Solozano, wait.
Well played again. He looked very busy over there, very businesslike. You can see Preston Maxwell, working on his craft, trying to build some pressure, trying to keep Bravo thinking. It's gonna be a good, interesting, time today. I think, the Volcans are looking for first win, and the Red Force are over there trying to prevent that. So it's going to be very interesting for the rest of the day.
The last round of the 2022 tournament, badly affected by rain in Trinidad and Tobago. All 3 matches in that round ending in no result, but a draw. So this game, if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force do not score very quickly or Volcanoes do not pick up wickets consistently, can very well finish in a draw again. You can see the same result, the last match of 2022, first match of 2023.
I don't think the Volcanoes players will be thinking about that. I think all I can see here now is a victory, and they're going to get it.
The big contrasting difference, however, rain was at the venues the last time. Now it's lots of runs, good application, good cricket, and this is the good showpiece, a good advertisement for regional 4-day cricket. Really good match.
I think so, John. I think it's a good start to the season. I think the players are loving it over there. Good start, and they're really having fun. And it's also good for the franchises and also good for West Indies cricket to see the batters applying themselves and putting runs on the board.
Targeting the stumps, but good ball, better bat.
Well bowled. I think that's the area he should be hitting more consistently. I think once he hit that area there, things are happening, and keep the batters thinking. So let's just hope that he can keep building pressure. I think he needs to be more consistent with his line and length. And once he does that, I think you can see something happening. Probably a nick to the keeper or to the slips. They're there waiting. As we are on the fast bowling aspect of things, John, like I say, a special hello to my good friend in St. Vincent, Ray Jordan. He used to be a part of this franchise,
Oh, what a beautiful delivery. Coming back in after pitching. What a way to end the over. 37 for the loss of 1.
Well bowled. I think, couldn't swinger there. Well left by Bravo. That means he's really watching. He's really on top of his game. And he's really there to fight for his team, being the leader. I think we maybe over there, we're looking at this game and saying he should be here to wake up this dead pitch. We all know him as a very fast bowler. That all he knows to do is to bowl fast. So Ray Jordan, wherever you are in St. Vincent, I hope you're listening. I hope you're watching.
He has a very bustling action. You can see that he's a business-like type of fast bowler.
Bulky and strong.
Always looking for something, yes. Change of bowling from the River Road end. Darius Martin replaced. Martin this morning looked impressive, picking up the early wicket. 5 overs, 1 for 15. Got a wicket of Woodman Mohammed, caught at the wicket down the leg side. Mohammed went for 4. That was the second over of this second innings. Martin was in his first over at that time. So now it's going to be Justin Greaves for his first opportunity in the second innings.
I think it was a good spell by Martin. Good, consistent bowling, hitting his lengths and line pretty nicely. I think the plan of that should be the fast bowlers bowling some short, quick spells. Because we need to keep them fresh at all times. If you need to get that victory out of today.
It's now 11:30 in the Eastern Caribbean, so it means 30 minutes to lunch.
That's your best time of the day, John. I wonder what Jason will do with you that oil long.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the cuisine here in Grenada so far. It's really nice.
Yeah, I think we at least not because I'm a Grenadian and I'm from here. I think we do cook some good food here.
Yeah.
We love to eat plenty here. We enjoy a good meal. So enjoy the next 2 weeks here, a week and a half. Yeah, John. Have some fun.
Bakes and saltfish, really lovely. Fresh vegetables, I love it.
Good stuff. I hope if we get a chance, John, you take a trip to Carriacou.
I would love to have that opportunity.
You need to go to Carriacou. We have a few days of rest in between after this game, so
yeah.
Hope you can make full use of it.
So if that is the case, won't be rest. It'll be a few days off of cricket, but some activities.
Having some fun in Carriacou.
Looking forward.
That Osprey going to be in a 2-hour trip. I hope you enjoy that trip. It could be a bit bumpy sometimes, but you might need to get your gravel close by just in case.
We look to take a 1 engine across.
That could be very dangerous, John.
Yeah. Greaves just ambling in so far. First over from Justin Greaves.
Very consistent. He continued from where he left off in the first innings. Hitting his lengths, hitting his lines. I just want to see him let the batters play a little more. I think they're leaving a bit too much. You're looking for wickets. You're looking to force a victory here. Let's stick with the plan and let's see the batters playing a bit more of the balls.
We haven't seen Ryan John into the attackers yet. 14.1 overs for him in the first innings, 5 for 18. He got lots of wickets, a little bit of runs, bowling lots of overs. McSween had 1, Darius Martin 2, Kenneth Demba, the off spinner, 1.
Ryan John had a good spell in the first inning. Man with a golden arm in the first inning. I know he's looking forward to a spell here.
Guess the captain will just be telling him, wait your turn. And he will be anxious to get his hands on that ball.
As you can see him, they're shining the ball away now, waiting his turn. And giving the captain a little look here and there, as you can see. Telling him it's my time now.
Holding on to the ball a little longer.
He wants it. He wants to be running in there now, hungry as ever.
He's in a very close catching position there at that point.
Very, very close to me. I wonder why he's so close. Well, he's young. He has good eyesight, so let's see what happens.
Driven past the field at mid-off. That shot deserves for Bravo's not even running. And there we see Solozano just posing slightly after hitting. And that really is a good shot to end the over. Justin Greaves just conceding a boundary at the end of his first over. Score moves up to the 40s. It's now 41 for a loss of 1.
Well played, a lovely shot. I think Bravo there is getting into his work now. You can see he's organized, he's hungry. Solozano, sorry. Getting into his work now, looking very, very organized. I think I love the look of him. He looks the part. He's ready for the bigger arena, and let's hope that he can get some runs here and probably get a chance. Have the selectors thinking.
He's now on to 20, Solozano. Bravo will take strike, and it's going to be Ryan John who's going to pick up the attack.
Ali's the captain, Ali's the skipper there. Answer the call. I think Ryan, she very happy, very excited. His tail is up. Had a good game so far with both bat and ball.
McSween 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22 out of the attack. Didn't do too bad at all with the new ball. Created half a chance, but didn't carry it to hand.
A bit of pressure, but I think he could have done a bit better with the new ball. I think he went a bit hunting for wickets. If he had a bit more pressure, I think probably can see he nicked off a couple. But these things happen, and Ryan John is here now, got his turn. He's, as you can see, hitting the spot right away. That's what good performances does for you.
Picking up from where he left off in that first innings. Got most of his success from this Darbo end. In the air, but over the infield as well. Not in total control, Bravo. And will get some runs. He's going to run pretty close to the boundary. Does get there ahead of the diving substitute fielder, Kieran Kotoy. 4 runs to Bravo, but like I said, not in total control.
Not in total control. Ryan John there went up a bit too much. Opportunity to score, and Bravo hit him over cover. Diving effort there by the substitute fielder, Kieran Kotoy. 4 runs.
In the first innings, John accounted for Solozano, Karaya, Django, Hines, and Charles.
5 good wickets. Solozano, they may be thinking, you don't want to get Ryan John be a part of the wicket anymore.
Pulled away savagely, 4 runs. This is a shot of a man in total control this time. Total contrast from his previous 2 boundaries. And Bravo this time getting into position very early to a short ball. And pulling it with disdain. Getting closer to 50 now, 49 for 1.
Short ball there from Ryan John. You can see Bravo there. Eyes light up. And pulling to mid wicket for 4. Lovely shot. I know he's out there looking very, very businesslike. Anything out there, anything, the opportunity to score, he's going to score. And he seems to be a man on a mission. I think we got to be careful here with Bravo. It's sorry the Volcanoes got to be very careful here with Bravo. I hope they can see the back of him very quickly before lunch. Otherwise, it could be a serious, second spell this afternoon.
Follows up. So nicely left that one. Let's leave alone. Don't want too much to do with that one. So it's good judgment as well. Good temperament so far from Bravo.
That's what I know from Ryan. So I think that's where he belongs. That's where he knows the pole. I think he went back to basic, hitting his area, hitting his spots.
Pull him! The man with the golden arm strikes very early in his first over. 2 4s were taken off his bowling, but this time the in-swinger, Yorker, and Davis Bravo bowled for 23, and TNT Red Force losing their captain very early in the context of the game, 49 for 2.
Well bowled, Ryan John. I think that one went back in a bit. Bravo all over that one, and he's back in the hut for early shower. Well done to Ryan John. I think the Volcanoes here now, the tails are up. I think they have an edge here now. Can see that in swinger there now. Well bowled, Ryan John.
Sometimes batters have a little bit of a blind spot, and I think that one was really in the blind spot of Bravo. Played all over it. Looked good generally in his innings. But
Looked pretty good.
Yeah, 23 from 38 deliveries. Little partnership was developing with him and Solozano. Partnership of 43 runs, but from a Red Force standpoint, they really needed to carry on. They really needed a captain to bat long.
I think Ryan John had different ideas, and he got the job done, and with a lovely in-swinger there. Well bowled, Ryan. Well bowled, Ryan. Hope the people in the Women Islands are listening and supporting the team. I know some of the fans in Dominica are listening. Mrs. Judith Shipley, a cricket fan. I know she loves her cricket, and I hope that she's listening and supporting the Volcanoes. And to my other friends out there, Thomas Kentish, my good father figure, Thomas Kentish, and the others out there. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing here by the Volcanoes.
Your batsman is a batsman under pressure, Jason Mohammed.
Under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
I think he had a rough first innings, and I think the Volcanoes got to keep the pressure on him. I love the look of what I'm seeing there. There's a man short under his bat. Is that there? Or is he just moving out there at the moment? I think we should have a bat pad there to him, and a man behind his square short there catching and give him a few. See what happens.
Yeah, not a bat pad, but a very short mid-wicket in Justin Greaves. Jason Mohammed fell prey to a short ball in the first innings to Darius Martin, trying to hook, got a top edge. The keeper and the bowler almost collided, trying to take that catch.
Let's see what Iran has here for him at the moment.
So, nothing for him in the first innings, Mohammed, but quite an experienced player.
Been around for a while, seemed to be around for a decade.
A decade? No, maybe a decade of decades. There's a big appeal for a caught out of wicket. All the players from the Volcanoes going up, but the man of the moment, Nigel Duguid, says over. Nothing there, and Jason Mohammed, I'm sure, had his heart in his mouth.
Well, bowler again, Ryan John, the drifting on the leg side. Thought he had his man there, but umpire Duguid had different ideas. Good first over from Ryan John. His tail is up. He's having a good game so far, and you can see he's enjoying his cricket at the moment. And I was out of a team, got a chance, and he's really, really enjoying it. Well done, Ryan.
Successful over for Ryan John coming to an end. 8 runs, but he wouldn't mind that because he picked up the very important wicket, the big scalp of captain Darren Bravo. So wicket in his very first over. And he continues from where he left off in the first innings.
He had a big catch. He had a big catch, the biggest of the fishes, Captain Bravo, eh?
Jason Skeet will come after the over. And once again, he's going to take us to lunch.
That's his period.
The first 50 for the Red Force in their second innings yet to come up. It's a little bit of a struggle. Could be a battle of survival. For the afternoon session and then the final session. Still 68 overs to go after this in the day's play.
Well done again by Graves. He's hitting his area, hitting his spot very consistently. And you can see there's lovely vibes out there on the field. The Volcano players are enjoying themselves, supporting the bowler. The tails are up at the moment, and I hope they can keep that tail up there until they get the job done.
Good to let Jason know that the late Irvin Shillingford had 11 first-class centuries, 3 against Trinidad and Tobago, 2 against Guyana, 2 against the Leeward Islands. 1 each against the Indians, 1 against Jamaica, New Zealand, Pakistan. It was against the Leeward Islands that he scored his highest first class innings. 238 against the Leeward Islands. So he's part of the 200 club for the Windward Islands as well. So Junior, you're in some good company there, Junior.
Very good company. I think Irvin has done a bit for Windward's cricket. May his soul rest in peace.
And rising glory. Love to say that. Beautiful delivery coming back nicely. So Justin Greaves as well, looking to bend his back here on this flat track. And once you can do that and land in good areas, you will get the rewards.
I think he's doing a fantastic job. At least he's having a better thinking. A couple going away, a couple coming in. That was a close call by the one coming in, and you can see him holding his head there. I thought he had his man. That pressure, was on the Red Force batters. And hope that the Volcano bowlers can carry at least one of them for lunch. just spoil, the Red Force lunch a bit.
Confident drive this time from Solozano. So he's battling there, Solozano, showing a little bit of guts and fight so far. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, he's battling. He knows he has a job to do. He has to carry the team on his back. And so far he's doing a good job. Being very, very selective with the short play. When he has to play plays when he don't have, he just let the ball go up to the keeper. So he's there doing a good job so far.
No pressure. Maiden over coming to an end. And at the end of 14 overs in the second innings, the TNT Red Force looking to get 354 to win. They're 49 for 2 with Solozano on 20 and with him Jason Mohammed yet to get off the mark. More from you, Junior Murray. Then it's going to be Jason Skeet, like I said, to take us to lunch.
The volcano bowlers, the tails are up. And you can see them out there having fun out there. The team, they're all jubilant out there. And Ryan John is back into his craft, doing a splendid good job at the moment, hitting his areas, hitting his spots, and he's having a good game so far. Welcome back here, Jason.
Junior, good to be here. You hear you and John Ramsing using this term, taking us to lunch very loosely. As loose as, I don't know, but I tell you this, there's absolutely nothing loose here now being given away by the Windward Islands, save and except a ball that was just drifting down the leg side from the bowler, and the wicketkeeper having a little bit of difficulty there in collecting and picking up some buys, some much needed runs for Trinidad and Tobago. They need all the help they can get now because they've found themselves in a very uncomfortable position, so to speak. Not in any grave danger just yet, but in a very uncomfortable position. They're 49 for 2, not where they anticipated, I'm quite sure. Didn't even anticipate Darren Bravo being back into the hut before lunch.
We can see 49 for 3. One of the biggest fish with one batter shot. So I think with the biggest fish in the hut, I think the tails are up out there and hope they can carry another one with them for lunch.
I call this a spot of concern. A spot of bother is where the Barbados, the defending champs, Barbados Pride, that's where they are now. They're in a spot of bother more than anything else. They're 159 for 4 and still trailing by just about 212 runs. Guyana batting very well and racking up a good total. Remember Matthew Nandu putting on 126. Good knock for him yesterday. And Shamar Brooks is trying to hold his Barbados innings together. He's eyeing a half century. He's on 43. So Barbados in some serious difficulty here now. But Trinidad and Tobago not in very much difficulty yet, in a spot of concern, I like to refer to it.
With Shamar Brooks there fighting, for Barbados, I think he's a test player there, so I think he should carry the weight of the Barbados player on his back.
All right, as I'm saying, speaking about Barbados, I'd like to say good morning to a very ardent cricket fan, Pastor Ricardo Aline. He's always he's torn between two allegiances. He's from Barbados but living in Grenada, so he supports the Windward Islands, but he is born in Barbados, so he is in a he's cut in half right now. Disappointed with Barbados, but happy with the performance of the Windward Islands.
He's something similar to you, born in Trinidad, but supporting, living in Grenada and supporting the Volcanoes. Is that so, Jason?
I don't wear those two caps at all. I wear one at a time. It depends on where I'm at the moment. And where I'm at now is at the National Stadium, and I'm wearing my hat as the lead commentator here in between both of us. So I will say that Ryan John is looking very decent, full-length delivery, and just one coming off of it. I'm quite sure that Solozano would have liked to latch onto it a little bit faster to get a little bit more, but he moves on to 21. Jason Mohammed moves into strike, and Jason Mohammed, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, would need Jason Mohammed and all his experience and firepower. He could hit the ball very cleanly. He could settle it and make some runs if and when he really decides to. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would need all of his experience and his tactics here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, but I think he's under a bit of pressure at the moment. Didn't get any in the first inning, and he's still not off the mark. So I think he's under a bit of pressure here now.
This time he's off the mark for sure, and elegantly so, driving through extra cover and looking very accomplished in driving. Gets two, was a sort of ambitious there, looking for three. Wisely deciding against it. Salazano taking full charge of that, saying no, not today, somewhere else, not here.
Lovely cover drive there by Jason Mohammed. He's off the mark now. So I guess he's feeling a bit better now. Ryan John going up a bit too much. Probably could keep hitting his lengths, pulling it back a bit. So keep that pressure on. But Mohammed's up and away, and I'm sure, having a pair in the first inning and he's off the mark. So he's feeling himself again.
Well, we have some detention coming up for John Ramsing. He will be on detention because I gave him some homework in my previous stint and he didn't complete the task. So he's on detention. I will tell you, John, that the late Irving Shillingford, he did in fact score 238 runs back in 1978 against the Leeward Islands. So you mentioned it. Okay, well, the teacher stepped out of the class for a brief moment and we didn't hear, so no detention. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he did his homework, Jason.
Oh, he did his homework.
He mentioned it.
All right, good. Oh, there's a loud appeal, but it was always high and nothing to worry too much about. And Salazano, not the least bit worried, just trot down, picked up the single. But yeah, the late Irving Shillingford, another class act for the West Indies and of course for the Windward Islands. I mean, he was always a joy to watch, so I've heard. Didn't see him bat, but from everything that I've heard, he was a joy to look at.
Yeah, I heard, I didn't see him and played myself, but he was also my manager, he's also my coach. Very, a serious guy with his game. He loves his batting, he loves his cricket, he loves Windward Islands cricket on a whole. And it's so sad to see him leave, but these things happen, and may his soul rest in peace.
All right, and as Ramsing would say, rise in glory. So the Windward Islands looking comfortable at the moment, but they don't want to take anything for granted. This time he's forward, and Jason Mohammed pulling out his cap of a good defense right there, showing the maker's name to the bowler, pushing forward, and the ball just rolling straight up to mid-off. No danger there. Two slips. There's a man at gully, a wideish gully, I like to call that one. Not sure, Junior, you might find the right terminology to use there. There's a mid-off. There's a man at cover, an extra cover, mid-on, and someone on the square leg boundary. So very attacking field. The Windward Islands looking to pick up wickets, of course. Justin Greaves running in and hitting the deck nicely and getting just a hint of lateral movement.
Yeah, I think he's hitting his areas nicely. He has a better thinking. He's getting the ball to go in and also out. So I think the batter got to be thinking, yeah, or any chance, any mistake, he could be back in the hut. So and he's also under a bit of pressure also. So I think that Greaves is doing a splendid job at the moment.
This time is wide, and yes, a wide being called. The second of the match, the first for Justin Greaves. He was always wide and still continue moving away. The wicketkeeper literally collected in front of first slip, so he could not have escaped there at all. But Trinidad and Tobago wouldn't mind. These extras will all go towards the tally, and they would not mind at all, not just a little bit.
Anyone, they'll be happy with it. They had a big score in for them to try to get a victory. And they're 55 for 2, at the moment. So anything to help, they'll grab it with both hands.
Good pressure being applied here by the Windward Islands, trying to stay on top of it. Don't forget the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still doubtful as it relates to Vikash Mohan, the opening batsman, who would have damaged the webbing on his right hand at the very first delivery of this match, diving in short cover for a catch of the very first delivery and bursting the webbing on his right hand. Since then, he's been off the field, and the Trinidad and Tobago team tried to make an application to have him replaced, but Of course, the rule doesn't allow for that because the match would have already started, so he could not be replaced. So, as it is now, he would either have to sit in the dressing room, or if push comes to shove, I'm quite sure the tenacity of this young man would see him walking out if he thinks Trinidad and Tobago has a slim chance of picking up a victory here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, I think so. I hope that the youngster can be back out there. Wish him a speedy recovery. You know, that he probably wishing he was out there batting on this flat trick here at this flat pitch here at the National Stadium. But these things happen. You know, so hope that one day you get a chance again.
As a wicketkeeper, have you ever heard the webbing on your hand being bursted?
Not really, Jason. I think I used to be catching the ball wet. It should be falling in the palm of my hands, in the middle of my hands, Jason.
Show off, is he?
I wouldn't say show off. Just doing the basics right.
He's driving, good try, but better fielded. Jason Mohammed showing that he is no slouch. He's middling at least. He's getting some good middling, and so that's a good sign for him. He loves to feel the ball coming onto the bat. That's the end of the over, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after 16 of 55 for 2. Salazano is on 22 and Mohammed is on 2. And Trinidad and Tobago in the hunt, still needing 299 runs to pick up a victory here, and they've got until 5 o'clock this afternoon to make it happen.
Yeah, J.C. Mohammed are looking very positive. You know, he had a tough time in the first innings, but he's back with there fighting for his country, fighting for the Red Force, and you can see he's out there with a mission. He's out there enjoying his batting. And, you know, I think the Volcano players knows all what he can do. He's been around for a while, you know, so. Once he settled himself in there, I think he can cause a bit of problem. But I think the Volcano bowlers have different ideas and they're up to the task.
Well, still a lot of depth in this Trinidad and Tobago batting. Yes, while they're 55 for 2, they're not in any real danger just yet. You know, they've got some deep batting. They've got some players who can handle themselves. Carrie Peer can handle himself with the bat very well. Yannick Karaya, so to speak. We've got Hines still to come, and Amir Jangu, the wicketkeeper. Remember, he had a top score for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force of 86 in the first innings. So he too, Salazano is outside there, and Brian Charles can also use the bat very well. So Trinidad and Tobago not yet in any real worrying position. A spot of concern, yes, but not really worried.
There's a bit of depth in their batting, so I think they believe in themselves, and I think they feel they can pull off a victory here. Or if not, just play for that draw. They don't want to be defeated here on the first game of the season.
Oh, the Windwards, on the other hand, will be looking for an outright win, no doubt. They fancy their chances. Ryan John has been bowling pretty well, has been keeping it nice and tight. He's bowling pretty well here at the National Stadium. This is his home ground, so he's very much accustomed to it. The Windward's franchise being based in Grenada, so this is the home ground of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, so they're used to it. Oh, we heard something. There's a nick, yes,
well
and
bowled.
he's well bowled and he's gone. Jeremy Salazano, that is a prize wicket for the Windward Islands, and he was looking forward to a ball pushing outside, and it was a fantastic delivery. Yes, and the edge being picked up, and Ryan John ran off almost immediately, celebrating. Good wicket for the Windward Islands, and now the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have something to think about at 2 minutes before 12 o'clock.
Well, bowl again, Ryan John. That's what I'm talking about. Hitting his areas, that in between length where Salazano has to play. Ball shifting away, getting the outside edge into the gloves of Walcott. I think the Volcano players are excited out there. It's into lunch. It's lunchtime now, and they're gonna enjoy the lunch, and they're gonna have a good lunch. And we think it all over again and back out again to get the job done.
Well, the umpires are basically saying there's no point in continuing with the next 3 deliveries. It's going to take forever, and so might as well finish the over after lunch. But at lunchtime, the Windward Islands Volcanoes again would have won the morning session, doing pretty well. picking up the wicket of Jeremy Salazano just before lunch, right on the lunchtime break, literally. And the Windward Islands in a very commanding position now, 55 for 3, and technically could be 55 for 4. And they are looking good, looking for a victory in the opening game. Trinidad and Tobago still requiring just about 299 runs, basically. And boy, are these Windwards excited. Great way to go to lunch. And, well, anything is possible. Some good bowling figures here for the Windward Islands. Preston McSween, his 6 overs, 1 maiden, 22 runs. And Darius Martin, 5 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, but picking up a wicket here. And Ryan John, well, he has been bowling exceptionally well. 2.3 overs, 11 runs, and picking up 2 wickets. And the wicket that just fell, the wicket of Jeremy Salazano. Yeah, so the Windward Islands in a very good and commanding position here at the National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. And it's lunch. It's lunch on day 4.
Good session there, Jason, by the Volcano players. At least as they move in to enjoy the lunch, I think we will do the same. I know you're looking forward to your lunch, Jason.
Well, I work hard, so I eat plenty, and I get my rest, and that's the sign of being healthy. Thank you very much, Junior Murray, and we see you right after lunch here from the National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. All right, and good afternoon, and welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium in beautiful St. George's, Grenada. The sun is out. We are 31 degrees. That's the maximum temperature for today, and we're enjoying that. Not much of a wind blowing across the National Stadium. Very nice and still, and it's a good day for cricket. The umpires are out in this post-lunch session. And here we are at the National Stadium. My name is Jason Skeet. Along with me is Junior Murray. I've also got John Ramsing and Clyde John. You'll be hearing from them a little bit later on in the afternoon. But we're out. The batsmen are out, actually. And just before the lunchtime interval, well, one of the best things that could have happened to the Windward Islands, if you're asking them, is that they picked up the prize wicket of Salazano, and he was moving forward to a delivery that cut back sharply, and he fished outside the line of the off stump for it, and was caught at the wicket by Walcott, and that has brought the Windward Islands into a very commanding position. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a spot of bother. Really, they are in some deep trouble after 16 and a half overs. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in some trouble, 55 for 3. And that's when we went to lunch. Junior Murray, good afternoon again. And
afternoon again, Jason. Good to be back with you. Hope you had a good lunch and you're energized and ready to go again. I think the volcano, the tails are up. I can see they're bouncing out there. They're ready to go. Ryan John is in a good spell of bowling. He's in a good place at the moment. And we're up for a lovely afternoon of cricket. The way it's shaping up is that the Red Force batters, they have a task ahead of them. They want a bit of pressure here now. We can see Carrier is back, is in here now for that wicket that fell just before lunch. And Ryan is ready, and the Volcanoes are ready, and we're looking forward to a good session here after lunch.
Yeah, well, Yannick Carrier, as you said, Yannick Carrier is in. At the fall of the wicket, he has 3 deliveries to negotiate in this over because the over was cut short. The wicket fell just about 2 minutes before lunch, before 12 o'clock actually. So the umpires took lunch early. So Ryan John has 3 deliveries to finish his 3rd over. And he will send up the first of those 3 deliveries to Yannick Carrier. So a good start for the Windward Islands in this their second time attacking the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Pretty good so far, 16.4 overs, picking up 3 wickets, and the possibility of a 4th wicket because, of course, we're following the story of Vikash Mohan, the Trinidadian opening bat, who may not go out to the middle.
Yeah, good session by the Volcano so far. As you can see, Ryan John continue from where he left off, hitting his lengths, hitting his areas. Nice carry to wicketkeeper Walcott. I think Ryan is having a good game so far. He's doing pretty well. Had a good knock in the first inning, picked up 5 for 18 in the first innings, and so far, picked up a further two wickets. For over 11 runs. So he's in a good place, and the Volcanoes also in a good place.
And that's the over. Ryan John bowling to his field in the most precise of manners. Good afternoon to our friends right around the Caribbean. Those of you following us from St. George's, Grenada. Good afternoon to my good friend Eric Peters out there in Barbados. Good day to you, sir. And he too is following the cricket here. He's big on the football, obviously, but he's also big in cricket. Loves himself some cricket. So a wicket maiden by Ryan John, in which he picked up the wicket of Jeremy Salazano just before lunch, and no doubt he will be in good spirits here, fancying his chances to get another 5-wicket haul. He's already picked up 2 for just 11 and 3 overs. From the River Road end, more bowling will continue. Jason Mohammed is there, and Justin Greaves is heading towards him.
I think it's Preston McSween, or looks like Preston McSween.
Oh, so yes, they've changed. Preston McSween is now going to come from that end.
Yeah, just a bit of a different end to see what happens.
Preston McSween, he has been around for some time, so even though he's a young chap, he has been playing a whole lot of cricket, so he's very well familiar with this ground here in particular.
Yeah, this is it is home ground. You know, he's a Tantin boy, a GSS boy, plays for Grenada at all levels, on the 15, you know, on the 19 senior level. Yeah, playing for the Volcanoes as a senior fast bowler. He also got a taste of a tour to New Zealand with the West Indies cricket team, if you remember. So, you know, he knows what it's about. You know, he's already enjoyed his bowling, doing his thing, and hope one day he can get a breakthrough that he's really looking for. You know, he had a couple of seasons ago. He had a very good season, got 30 odd plus wickets. So he's out there doing his thing, and hopefully one day we'll see him win that Maroon Cap, which he rightly deserves.
You mentioned the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and for those of you who may be wondering, the GBSS, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, one of the oldest secondary schools on the island, celebrated their 138th anniversary yesterday. So a lot of the past pupils of the GBSS, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, would have been wearing their green, that's the predominant color of the GBSS, and feeling very proud of their alma mater. Junior, I know you also went to the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Past member of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, you know, my alma mater, under the watchful eyes of Victor Ashby. You know, as a principal that everyone respects. You know, even though we see Victor Ashby coming towards us now, we still have a thing in us that we still stand up straight, Jason. For what reason, I do not know. It's just the respect that we give, you know, Mr. Victor Ashby. I think he had us, you know, brought us up in the right way. You know, so I think, Mr. Victor Ashby, wherever you are listening to commentary now, you know, have a good day.
There's a good shot there from Mohammed, but just out into the offside, picking up one. Yeah, Victor Ashby, and even though he was the principal at that time of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, it didn't matter what school you attended. Once you saw Victor Ashby coming, you got the sense of you've got to be straight up prim and proper, because he's the kind of principal that would pick up the phone and call your principal, and so you had to be. He was the Hawkeye of principals and the Hawkeye of teachers around Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. You'd be in Carriacou and thinking that Victor Ashby is there, and you've got to be straight up. So good man, very good man he is.
Man of discipline. Yes. Key word there, discipline.
Very good man he is.
Still around doing his thing. You know, another two of our guys we can mention. You know, we have people around the cricket like Walter St. John. Can't forget Mr. Walter St. John. You know, Mr. Cecil Greenwich. You know, these are guys that, you know, when it comes to cricket in Grenada, these are names that I always call. Remember Mr. Walter St. John, you know, I grew up playing cricket, you know, even though I don't have a stump, I go to practice, you go and purchase the stumps. That's how much you love cricket.
Walter St. John also served on the West Indies, the Windward Islands Cricket Board, and then served on the West Indies as well.
Manager. West Indies
cricket team. So he has been around the park. That's the end of the over, the end of the 18th over. 58 for 3. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, in reply to the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they've got a huge task ahead of them. They still require a further 296 runs if they were to pull off a victory here. Yannick Karaya is on 1, and Jason Mohammed is on 4. A new pair at the crease technically, and Trinidad and Tobago obviously in a more concerning spot, but the Windward Islands would fancy their chances now, especially after lunch. They've remained on the attack. Athanaze has kept his attacking field. He has his quickies on still. Ryan John operating from the Dabo end. He picked up 2 wickets already in his 3 overs, and he's heading towards Jason Mohammed. No doubt he's going to fancy his chances. He's got 2 slips, a man at gully, an extra cover. There's a mid-off and a short mid-wicket in, a mid-on, a man on the fine leg boundary, the square leg boundary, that is, sorry. And this time he's turning it, and the man on the square leg boundary comes into play almost immediately. And there's a good bowling to his field, so to speak. That's Ryan John.
Yeah, Ryan John has continued in his craft. He continued hitting his areas. You know, a bit of movement here with the ball, both in and out. You know, and once he continues in that vein, you know, we're thinking about wickets. I think the Red Force batters will be thinking about rebuilding now, losing some of the wickets. With the captain back in the hut and the senior open batter, Solano was back also back in the hut. So they're in a building stage at the moment.
Oh, it's a good delivery, pitching and just leaving the edge almost the last minute, almost being saved by a quota vanish there. Yannick Correa fishing outside the line of the off stump for it, and it goes past tantalizingly close to the edge.
Well bowled, Ryan John. That's a perfect area. That length you call the ambush length. Where the batters don't even know to come forward or come back.
In the meantime, Barbados in some serious waters here. It's the first game of the season for them, the defending champs, but they're in they have some serious issues actually with the Guyana team, and Guyana, of course, looking pretty good. But Barbados, they've got Shamar Brooks, he's there on 51, and Shamar Springer on 4, and Barbados are 172 for 5, and boy, are they in some trouble because they've got a huge total ahead of them, still needing a further 199 runs in reply to the Guyana's first inning. So Barbados in a spot of bother, really.
Shamar Brooks is still there, and they expect a lot from him. So I think he'll have to carry the bulk of the batting. And I hope that he can. He's a test player. He's a one senior statesman in the team, so let's see what he can do.
All right, well, for our friend John, and for those of you listening in Trinidad and Tobago and around the region, when we speak of the River Road end, just behind that River Road, which of course is in a valley, the hills above, directly behind that River Road area is called Sanssouci. It's a French, the island has been predominantly inhabited by French. And Sanssouci, French meaning without worry. Right, so Sanssouci means without worry. And just behind the Sanssouci mountain, there's another Mont Jaloux. Mont Jaloux. It's French again for jealous mountain. And that jealous mountain has a lot to do with the view that you get from the Mont Jaloux area. Because when you get to Mont Jaloux, you can see almost the entire southern corridor straight down to the Maurice Bishop International Airport. So it is a view to be jealous of. Hence the reason why it's called Mont Jaloux, Jealous Mountain.
And Jason, you seem to be working with the Ministry of Tourism. You a member of the tour guide? You could do a fantastic job for the Ministry of Tourism, Jason.
I think the Tourism Authority would do very well to make sure that we here are very comfortable in the cricket booth. So that might just be a call going out to them. In the meantime, it's the end of the over. And comfortable is a good word to use to the point for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've got the Trinidad and Tobago Red Warriors at 59 for 3. And Jason Mohammed is there, very watchful, negotiating as best as he can. And so to Yannick Correa, not taking any chances. He's on 1. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes in a commanding position here in St. George's.
Very commanding position at the moment. I think the Red Force batters are in a building stage now, and the Volcanoes bowlers are hungry there for some wickets. I think they need some quick wickets here now to put extra pressure on the batters. So I hope they can do that because time is running out, and I think the Red Force players, will love, the idea of time running out, so they can probably put back a draw in this game.
Of course, some more scores for you. The Leeward Islands, they too are in action against I think it's Jamaica. They're playing Jamaica, the Leeward Islands in Jamaica, and the Leeward Islands 20 without loss in their first innings at the crease. The Leeward Islands Hurricane leading by 46 runs. They've got a lead of 46. They've got the Leeward Islands, they've got a lead of 46 runs. Jamaica batted first. We'll get the details for you. Yes, this is the Leeward's second time at the crease. Yeah. So in their second time of the crease, they're leading by just around 46 runs. So Leeward's looking pretty good, 20 without loss. So they too are looking pretty good against Jamaica. So Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, they too in a spot of bother. But it's a game of cricket, glorious uncertainties, and just about anything can happen at any time.
Yeah, as you can see, Preston McSweeney hitting some areas again and being very, very consistent over there. I can hear the chatter over there, the work of the player, the tails are up, trying to build some pressure here against the Red Force batters. A quick wicket here and there. I mean, they're back in business. So let's hope that could be done.
All right, and a single to bring up the end of the over. No, actually, it's a change. It's the third delivery of the over, so we're still in the 19th over, but the left-hand, right-hand combination. Yannick Karai, of course, a left-handed bat, and Jason Mohammed is right.
So a bit of different lengths and lines from Preston McSweeney to think about. As you can see, Mohammed looking very, very organized. He's right behind that one. He hasn't had a good outing in the first innings, so I think he's thinking about cashing in here and see if he can put some runs under his belt.
He needs to.
Well, ball again by Preston got over. You can see the ball is doing a bit. It's coming in and out of the batter thinking. Trying to keep it tight, build some pressure. But in the Red Force batters have different ideas. They occupy the crease out there as long as possible and keep the working players hunting for wickets.
All right, well, that's the end of the over. 61 for 3. At the start of this over here now from Ryan John. Yannick Araya will be on strike. Yannick, 29 years old basically, and he's from that northern village of Sangre Grande in Trinidad and Tobago. He has played cricket for the West Indies, of course. He's played ODIs for the West Indies. He's still playing a lot of cricket, really. Very talented. A lot of folks still feel that he is operating way below his talent. He has a best first class of 196 and a top ODI score of 52. So he can strike the ball around the park. He's very much accomplished. He does, in fact, do a bit of bowling as well. So he's a well-balanced cricketer, a good all-rounder, so to speak.
Yeah, interesting to know that he was in among the runs for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force last season. He scored some 300 plus runs. So he's definitely good with the bat. I guess he's more of a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder.
Had the opportunity to visit the village of Sangre Grande a few times in Trinidad, and Sangre Grande, very well close-knit community, and everyone basically knows just about everyone, and a very nice, close-knit community. They look out for each other. Um, Does very well when it comes to Trinidadian cuisine. Sangre Grande is known for the great Trinidadian cuisine.
Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to go to Sandy as yet, but it's something I would love to do.
Uh,
Been to Trinidad a couple of times, but haven't been, all the way around as yet. So it's still a place that I would want to get to know.
well, let's hope you visit Trinidad and Tobago sometime, or sometimes more often when you do get the time.
I may have to go to Trinidad and whenever John is going, because he seems to be well known in Trinidad.
Well, there's a close knit between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, just as how Trinidad and Tobago is closely knit with Grenada, and there's a nice knit there between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. What joins them together a whole lot is their cuisine, of course. John Ramsing would be able to tell you more about that, because he would have frequented Trinidad and Tobago, being from Guyana, of course, and a lover of cricket, an ardent cricket commentator. Very astute. He's wrapped on the pad, but the ball always drifting down the leg side. Ambitious shout there coming in from Ryan John. He's still got an attacking feel, and I'm quite sure that Alec Athades is not intent on letting up at all.
I think Mohammed needs to be careful. That one was speared down, dropped, pitched, and was going down the leg. But if he can get that to straighten a bit there, he could be in some trouble. So he needs to look into that ball that is going, just pitching just middle and leg.
This one's straightening just a little back, as you mentioned, and Mohammed was equal to the task and pushing it up to a very short mid-wicket, and that brings up the end of the 21st over, 62 for 3. Jason Mohammed is there at the wicket. He's on 6, and Yannick Karaya is on 3. And the Windwards in a good position here in the beautiful St. George's.
Yeah, really good position. I think the batsmen who got out, they've missed out. Batting track still playing really well. Kudos to the Windward Volcanoes. They've put the ball in good areas. They've been asking a lot of questions of the batsmen. Solizano looked solid. Bravo, when he came in, looked solid, but eventually they got out. So there is just a possibility for the Windward Volcanoes.
Preston McSween operating from the River Road end. He's still got 2 slips, a gully. There's a short cover. There's a mid-off. There's a man sweeping outside there on the extra cover boundary. There's a man sweeping outside there. He's got a fine leg in place, a very short mid-wicket and a mid-on.
Yeah, Athens is on the attack. Looking to get these wickets as quickly and as cheaply as possible.
This time he's forward and just pushing it through the onside in the vacant gap right there. They get 1. They'll come back for the 2nd, and some much needed runs. Karaya needs to show what he's worth here. He's good. He has a first-class high score of 190 odd. So I'm quite sure Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would need him to pull out his absolute best here this afternoon.
Now, Trinidad and Tobago have some good depth in their batting. The only issue that I would worry about is the fact that the batsmen to come in Django and Webster, they are pretty attacking batsmen. They don't, play around with the ball once it's in their arc. And so it means that Carrier and Mohammed would need to stay there and be steady, if they're going to pull out a draw. Really good areas there by McSween. Just asking the batsmen to always be playing, always be ready to play. Yeah, I like the approach that the Volcanoes are using. Every now and again they add the batsman and then they would just put one out there asking him to go after it. And so far, the batsmen have played really well. I'm leaving the ones that are not necessarily needed to play at. So that's good batting, good bowling, good thinking out there by the Volcanoes. Game of patience. We're looking to see who would crack first. So far, the Windwards have been knocking, and hopefully once they can get maybe the next 3 batters out from the Red Force, then you definitely would say that a crack has developed.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of the 22nd over, 64 for 3. The Windwards still looking very good. Karai is on 5, and Jason Mohammed is on 6. The Windwards still require a further 290 runs if they're to make any magic here, and a little bit more from Clyde John, and then it will be John Ramsing to take us through for the next few overs.
So the golden arm of John is continuing. Now, I'm really impressed with the way he has bowled in this match. Getting an opportunity, not being included in the first team, but there came an opportunity for you to get in, and he got into that team, and now he has raised his hands. He has 7 wickets actually in this match.
Here he is again from the Darbo end. Bang on target again. You can tell that he is comfortable playing at this venue.
Yeah, it's his home ground. I think he has played almost all his senior life here, playing for Grenada, playing for Volcanoes. So he knows the ground pretty well, right? His training area is here, so definitely he understands what is needed, in a time like this.
2 for 13 so far for him. Bang on target, so he's living in that corridor right there, not giving anything away, no room. Either outside off, outside leg, nothing short, just nagging away. So Teddy Bishop and Kieran Kotoy not in the 11. So he replaced Nicholas Redhead in the squad and immediately came into the team as well. And like you mentioned, putting his hand right up. 5 wickets for little or nothing in the first innings, and already 2 in the bag, 2 out of 3 in the second. Mohammed very watchful, used the batting very long, Jason Mohammed. This is not a role that he's unaccustomed to. And with him is Yannick Karaya, but they're just short of runs. Start of a new season, they want to really get things right. Last year the Red Force finished 4th on the points table. 2 places ahead of the Volcanoes that finished at right down at the bottom without winning a match last year.
Yeah, and so I think there's an eagerness to really change the fortunes here by the Volcanoes. John again asking some serious questions of the batsmen. A really good corridor. He seemed to be repeating that line consistently. He is in good rhythm. If you look at his body movements, and he's in good rhythm. It's good to see from our medium pacers. See them enjoying their work out there. I know it's not easy to be a medium pacer in these times, especially on a wicket like this. But he's really enjoying himself.
Good judgment shown by Jason Mohammed. He's there for a long time. In the context of the innings, 22 deliveries, 6 runs, 24 deliveries faced by Karaya for his 5. It's all about surviving. They need a partnership not only with runs, but the occupation of the crease. Time is important for the Red Force here.
Definitely, time is very, very important. I think for both teams, time is important because you would want to make sure that at least this partnership can last. If not up to the end of the day, but maybe close to tea. And the Volcanoes would have a different mindset. think they would require them to be out, as quickly as possible.
Maiden over completed from Ryan John from the Darbo end. 23 overs gone overall in the Volcanoes, well, in the Trinidad Tobago, sorry. Second inning, 64 for 3. The target of 354. Is that something that the Red Force is still thinking about? 354.
Well, it will take some getting. The current run rate 2.78. It means that the run rate, in order to get across the line to score that 350, would be up over 6. So definitely, it will take some getting. But again, you never know with batsmen like Webster to come and Django, who showed that they have that ability to hit the boundaries, rotate, strike. You never know what could happen.
There's always that argument about batsmen to come. What about those that are there already? Those are in.
Well, looking at those that are in, I think I believe they're playing for time. Yeah, I'm not seeing much of an attacking mindset coming from them. You can see that the survival is key. They may put away the bad ones, but there's no haste to get runs.
McSween continues. He's also being very consistent from the River Road end, the southern end of the ground.
Yeah, a change from the Darbo end, which he bowled from for most of the match. And he's continuing to get that movement in and away from the batsman. Now, one would hope that he can be penetrative, and help to pick up a few wickets coming from that end.
Last season, Red Force began on a winning note. They won their first 2 games, beating Jamaica Scorpions quite easily. And then also in their second game, got rid of the Volcanoes. But since then, after those 2 victories, they had 2 defeats. And then the last round, badly affected by rain, it ended in a draw.
And so Volcanoes would feel happy, with the position that they're in. They're gunning for the win, and if they get it, I guess they would feel good, knowing that last year at around this time they lost to Trinidad and Tobago. Again, a game that had some pretty good scores.
At this venue, these 2 teams, Trinidad and Tobago 2, Volcanoes 1.
Yeah, so they would be looking to even up the aggregate right there.
In terms of overall matches played here at the National Stadium, some 21 matches, 8 wins for the Volcanoes, to go with 8 defeats, 5 matches being drawn.
Yeah, so definitely the drawn matches, the defeats is something that we're not accustomed to. We would not like to hear that from, a team that is based in Grenada. But again, it's only they were based in St. Vincent before. They played a couple of games here. But definitely the Volcanoes would want to change around their fortunes.
Inside edge, the big appeal, however. And umpire Gregory Bradford, who's having a good game, will have none of it.
Yeah, and so the Volcanoes, being on this ground, let's look at the delivery again definite inside edge. McSween hands up, but I think he knows that that ball came off the edge and went back in. I don't know if he's reminiscing of the one that got rid of Bravo, but this one you can definitely see the inside edge and cannoning into the pad.
If anything, Karai is lucky that it did not crash into his stump, just taking him on the back foot. Good inward movement from McSween.
Yes.
However, Western is against Zimbabwe tomorrow morning. That should be something to look forward to as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the whole Caribbean would be tuning in. Everyone is debating how the West Indies would play Zimbabwe, I don't think there is no team right now in world cricket that we can say is a rollover. You still have to take the game as seriously as possible. Even if they rank lower than you, the game of glorious uncertainties, anything can happen, So we still need to ensure that we go there with that professional mindset and be able to not be complacent but be focused. And I often believe that games like these, you ranked higher, it means that you should be of better quality and you have to go out and dominate based on the quality that you have.
McSween's maiden over. Giving away now to Ryan John, number 74 on his back. He runs away from us. A bit of extra bounce. Getting big on Mohammed. So tomorrow morning, 4 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time. All eyes will be on maybe the television sets to see what's going to happen. West Indies and Zimbabwe. Two teams on the second half of the test table rankings. Trying to get that momentum to go above. Just want to get your wins and so on to take you in the positive side of that ranking. 2 test matches. Oh, nice shot from Mohammed. The ball was full outside his off stump. Just leaned into the shot nicely. Just timing it, not hitting it too hard at all. And it goes down nicely close to the boundary. Had we been able to have a multitude of television cameras, I'm sure the umpires would want to go have a boundary check, as Ambrose was going very close to the boundary rope. But a good shot nonetheless from Mohammed.
Yeah, very good shot. Again, he playing on merit. That one was there to be hit. It's pitched up. We may just say over pitched somewhat, and he just came nicely forward and pushed it.
You see that. That is 4 runs in the books. But the umpires do not have the benefit of a replay like we had. Some umpires do get an umpire Bradford, just allowing Ambrose to say yes, he has saved it.
Yeah, that's so hopefully the improvements would come. WICB would see the need to maybe continue to invest in some technology and ensuring that we have a wider scope.
TNR Communications certainly picking it up right here on Cricket West Indies live stream. Hoping the cameras can pick up what we're seeing over the Jumbotron. There's a kite in the air.
Yeah, it's January.
Is that coming from Junior Murray's house? Because he lives, I understand, somewhere in that side as well.
It's coming from the region. Yeah, it's coming from Junior's region.
According to Jason, he lives all there. Can knock at any door at any time and feel at home.
Yeah, that's River Road for you. That's once you say Junior Murray, anybody could direct you.
Just 3 runs in the over. Karaya's on strike. There's all to play for in the next round as well. The Guyana Harp Eagles will land soon to battle the Volcanoes from the 8th of this month. Whereas the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will go on to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It will take on the home side, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in round 2. Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions will battle at Coolidge. So those are the round 2 matches. Then the competition will have a break. This is the end of the over. 3 runs from Ryan John's 7th over. 2 for 16 for him. 67 for the loss of 3. 25 overs bowled.
So the break comes after the second round?
Yes, and the competition will resume on the kite. The kite is there for you. That's a massively long tail.
That's not so long, John.
Really?
No. You haven't seen anything yet. Right now, this would be a medium length tail.
Wow.
Yeah. There are instances when you have kites flying, you have to send the tail with some thread just to make sure that it gets up into the air.
I guess it's all part of the expected celebration for independence now, isn't it?
Well, it's more geared at Easter. Generally, you have youngsters, once they know Easter is coming, they begin very early, to put up their kites and so on.
McSween to continue. Jason Mohammed showing good temperament, allowing it to go by. Yes, the competition will resume with round number 3 from the 15th to the 18th of March. It is said that the remaining 3 rounds will all be played in Trinidad and Tobago. They haven't identified the venues for the respective matches as yet, but upon the resumption, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will host the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Jamaica Scorpions will battle the Volcanoes, and the Hurricanes will battle the Pride. Round 4, 22nd to 25th of March. The final round, 29th of March to the 1st of April. By then we'll know who the champions are. Then they'll have the Tri-Series, the Headley Weeks Tri-Series at Coolidge. First match will be Team Headley against the West Indies Academy. Then Team Weeks will take on the West Indies Academy. Then Team Weeks will battle Team Headley. So that Tri-Series will be played, like I said, everything at Coolidge. 19th to the 22nd of April, 26th to the 29th of April, and May 3 to 6. Team Weeks and Team Headley will comprise players from the different territories, while the West Indies Academy, like the name says, West Indies Academy, is we're seeing a little bit of a drizzle here now, Clyde.
Yeah, just a slight drizzle coming from that passing cloud that is there. Nothing to be worried about. We are definitely going to be enjoying some good sunshine. So once this cloud gets across, I think we're going to have the sun out again. It hasn't left us as yet. It's still beating down.
Yeah, the cloud is not blocking the sun and shine at all, but it's overhead.
Yep.
The umpires are looking to the ground staff. Ground staff not too anxious either. Guess with the local knowledge, you'll just say, it's passing, it's passing.
Yeah, most definitely. It's passing. And if Junior was in the city, he would just look out and tell you, yeah, don't worry about that, man.
So McSween is looking to go round the wicket, switch back again to over the wicket. It's a mind game,
Definitely. At this point in time, mind games must be played. Want to do anything to unsettle the batsmen. They have a good partnership in terms of time out there. They may not have much runs, but they've been together for quite some time. And so definitely the bowlers would want to break this partnership and get someone else in.
Yeah, this partnership started upon resumption in the second session here today. Remember, it was Solozano who was dismissed out of the last ball when lunch was called. Solozano caught the wicket off Ryan John for 22. Ooh. Before that, we had the sacrificial opener, Uthman Mohammed, caught the wicket off Martin for 4, and Bravo stuck around a little bit, the captain, before he was bowled by Ryan John for 23. 3 wickets to fall to date. 26 overs gone, just a single in that over, 68 for 3.
Yeah, we must again commend the Windwards in terms of how they're sticking to their lines and lengths and, asking the questions. It suggests that they understand, as you were saying earlier, in the 2000s, it seems like they didn't understand the second innings. But I think now they understand what a 4-day game needs, and they've been, really working. So it's good to see, good to see that they're willing to work at their game. And definitely, once they continue like this, you will see improvements.
Still the drizzle, but nobody getting into position really to bring on covers. So we're not worried at all in the commentary box either. Full toss. So after Zimbabwe, West Indies will go on to another African nation, South Africa. They'll play 2 test matches, 3 one-day internationals, and 2 T20 internationals. The first test begins on the 28th of February. Second test will run from the 8th to the 12th of March. Quite importantly as well, after that second test match, it means that once they can get back in the Caribbean in time, players can be available for selection. The third round may be pushing it, because if they finish on the 12th, the third round begins on the 15th. Might be too close.
Might be close.
But for the fourth and fifth rounds, for sure, the test players who are not selected for the limited overs part of that tour can very well find themselves playing the fourth and fifth rounds in Trinidad and Tobago. So it's important for players who get the opportunity to play in these first two rounds and maybe the third round to really put their hands up to maintain their positions in the regional sides.
Yeah, and that's very important, when you have guys performing, it would be very difficult to, drop them out. And so it means that if the teams can perform well at this stage, the test players may just have to wait for an opening, and that when that happens, it says that your cricket is at a good level.
And players that are selected for the first and second rounds of this tournament, second round will end on the 11th of February, and that test series in South Africa will begin on the 28th. Good performance can also see those players, some of those players, being selected for the South African leg.
Yeah.
Because remember, those players that are playing in the two tests in Zimbabwe can be under a microscope as well.
Yes, most definitely.
Straight drive, hitting the woodwork at a non-striker's end. So, places are available, places are up for grabs. It's up to the players now to go and grab them.
Yeah, and I think in this match we've already had Milius raising his hand. You had the wicketkeeper in
Both sides actually, yeah.
Yeah, both wicketkeepers raising their hands, looking to put on a score. So we had some good innings. We've had some good innings. I think what is needed now is that for the next round, these persons who have already gotten stats convert these stats into hundreds, and definitely you could be knocking on a door.
Yeah, consistency is going to be very important. Because remember, different format, but Alicatane is 200s on the bounce in the Super 50, and after that, tapered away.
Yeah. So you will want consistency. You would want to, prove to the selectors that you can manage this level. A score here and a score there doesn't really give you consistency. And I think this is what the batting unit of the West Indies team is needed. We need some consistency in terms of the different days, because you would notice that in Australia we had some good starts between Bradford and Chanderpaul, and after that the men coming behind, you wonder what's going on. So we want to make sure that all the units are batting well, the persons coming in one down and so on. You need these persons to make sure that they can handle, because this is coming in at the fall of the first wicket. It's important. That's a very key part of the test game. And you saw someone in the likes of Brian Lara would have been there more often than not. Once any one of the openers got out, he came in and be able to help build an innings. So we need to get these men, apart from the openers, really working hard.
Ryan John, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 16. Another maiden completed from him. Now there's going to be a change of bowling at the far end. Darius Martin is going to pick up the attack. What do you make of this move? Martin coming into the attack at this point.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of a cloud over the stadium. I never know. Sometimes coming in there, he may be asked to pitch up 1 or 2 and then bring some short stuff. I'm looking to see what the field is like. You have that man at mid-wicket who is 3/4 of the way in.
No ball he starts with. Got the early wicket, Martin, of Uthman Mohammed, caught down the leg side by the wicket keeper. But he starts with a no ball. 5 overs before this for him. 1 for 15. Replaced Preston McSween, 11 overs, 2 maidens, none for 30. So that dark cloud has disappeared. Means the drizzles as well, no longer with us. We should have a full rest of the day.
Yeah, definitely. That's the weather here for you.
Nice sharp bounce again, but good batting from Karaya, just right on top of the bounce. You can see it's not any dangerous type of bounce, just tennis ball bounce. You can trust the bounce here.
Yes, you can. It's a genuine bounce. There is nothing here that suggests, a batsman needs to really worry. Once he picks the length to be shot, he can decide what to do early enough. And with that tennis ball bounce, it doesn't come at you that fast. So you have enough time, to make your mind up.
Short ball again.
I think he needs to get it a little bit onto the body, you don't want it to be down the leg side. You'd want it to be at the batsman and constantly asking him questions. If you're going to be short and going to be, putting all this energy and effort into that short delivery, you need to make it count.
So there is a person with a helmet, but he's not in the conventional city mid-on position. He's more halfway between the square leg umpire and the batsman. Is he really in a catching position or is it a run-saving position? It's quite difficult really to say. I know he's there for the ball that was ballooned off the glove, maybe.
Looking at where he's standing, I think he's there for the one that Karam is whip off the leg. I wouldn't say that he's there for anything that balloons because he's too far.
Very deep indeed. But there's a leg slip in play as well, maybe bordering on a leg gully for Karaya. So you can see the intent from Alekatanez is to bowl Karaya just over that leg stump line. Maybe have him fending off his hip, trying to turn one around the corner and may very well carry the hand. Atanez himself is at that leg gully position.
Yeah, and that's good to see. It's good to see that he's willing to, use some sort of strategy to get one of these batsmen out. And that tells you in the mind of the Windward Volcanoes, they want to win this game outright. They don't want a draw. Looking at the mode of attack, they really want to get a victory here today.
Lots of chatter on the outside.
Yeah, the guys are just enjoying the cricket. It's good to see. It's good fun out there. Very, very chirpy.
So now they're asking the fielder in that short leg position to take a few steps up. There he is in your on your monitor. Still not a short ball. So Darius Martin, no ball to start the over. Short ball to end the over. 6-9 for a loss of 3. 28 gone.
Yeah, good over there by Martin. Really looking to test Carrier, and he responded well, being able to get up on the toes and good batsmanship coming through. He's not busy, not looking to score, so it's easy for him to remain technical out there. If he does try to score, this is where it would become very interesting.
Kavim Hodge has been given the ball. It's going to be left arm spin now from the Darbo end, which is the northern end of the ground here at the Grenada National Stadium.
It would be interesting to see. For me, what I want to see is the pace at which Hodge is going to bowl, because I think he himself would recall Brian Charles slowing it up and getting one to really grip and turn. So it's interesting to see how he's going to go about. I think the slower you bowl, with the fact that this is the fourth day, the wicket have some deterioration towards it. It may not be plenty, but he will get some turn. So it's important that he slow the delivery, give it as much loop as possible, that he can have the batsmen playing away from their bodies.
Starts with a nice flighty delivery on the line of the off stump. There's Mohammed just defending. Grand Harp Eagles 371. Barbados Pride in reply 202 for 7. The latest position at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yeah, good fight back there from the Barbados Pride. Still a long way to go. If they're going to get any sort of a lead or anything, they need the remaining batsmen to really come to trumps. Good thing is that this is only the second day, the third day. So they're into the third day. So there's still some time.
Yeah, this started a day later than this game. So we're into the fourth day here. Fourth and final day here in Grenada. Stay number 3 across there. Swept away nicely. Controlled shot from Mohammed. This outfield remains very fast. So it got to Demba very quickly on the square leg boundary.
Yeah, and it's good to see that Hodge is looking to give it a little loop. Mohammed had enough time to get down and to sweep that one to the man at backward square. So definitely the pace at which he bowls will be important. We're yet to see Demba. I'm wondering if there would be a double change. But we're yet to see Demba, and we know that he can give it a little rip.
Well, it is a very flat track. So not much assistance for the slow bowlers either. Over-completed. 70 for 3.
So a nice little partnership building, 15 so far. I think the batsmen out there, they're just looking to, take up as much time as possible, and you can see it from their body language, the way the demeanor in which they used to play the deliveries. No urgency, no rush.
Yeah, just about 5 minutes to go before the first hour in the second session comes to an end. Also means about 55 minutes this partnership has used up. So they're trying to bat time, TNT Red Force. No doubt, a team draw is what they're playing for. Volcanoes need wickets. They need to press for a win.
They really need some wickets. They need to really put in an effort and see if they can gather at least 2-3 wickets in a hurry. Put the Red Force under pressure. Look to see what the afternoon session can bring.
Here's Martin again. Not a short ball this time. Bobbing and weaving, Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, good delivery, good line. Yeah, he had him weaving, not trying to get over it, but actually he just, swung himself away from it. And that's good batting from Mohammed. He understands what he needs to do. He knows that the ball is not going to come to him too quickly. So he has enough time to rock and to bob and weave.
Guiding it straight to the fielder. He does not hold on. What a naughty miss there. And it's Alec Atenes himself who's at a very wide second slip. Trap was set and just not able to execute.
Definitely the trap was set, and if you look at Mohammed, he was in two minds. You could actually see him thinking, on that delivery. The ball was not fast, just the bounce, the tennis ball bounce, as we keep saying. There it is, deciding to leave, and then at last minute putting the bat there, guiding it straight to Atenes. But it was going down and down.
You gotta feel it for Martin. Really bending his back on this flat track, making the opportunities, just creating the opportunities. And Atenes there on that occasion, not able to help his big fast bowler.
Yeah, and you need to take opportunities like these. An opportunity like this taken means that somebody new is coming in and have to get adjusted to the pace and the bounce of the wicket again.
Mohammed caught in two minds. You called it right there. Not a short ball. Good stuff from Martin. Mohammed not a tall person at all, just ducking out of the way very quickly.
Yeah, and I mean the attack on Mohammed really seems to be that short ball. I think this is why he brought him back, to see if he can pepper him with a bit of short bowling. So far Mohammed has handled well, except for that one that he guided to Atenes. Let's see if he can continue to play well and hold out.
No ball, however, no ball. But there's just Mohammed on the ground. That ball kept low.
Yeah, that one I think he expected it to be a bit more short, but good bowling there from Martin. He went up a little bit further. Yeah, he went up a little further. So that's good thinking there from Martin. You know, he's expecting that shot lifting one, but he just easily slipped it a little bit further, and Mohammed was on the back foot, you know, looking to defend. Luckily, he got some bat onto it.
But yet again, we see another no ball from Darius Martin.
Yeah, just losing some rhythm, trying to get that extra piece.
4 of those are ready for him. Just taking off some of the pace from that one. So there's Martin. Really impressive spell of bowling from him. In the other match on today, Leeward Islands in their first innings, 260. Jamaica Scorpions, 234. Leeward Islands batting a second time. 64 for the loss of 1 wicket, leading overall by 90 runs. Today is day number 3.
Yeah, lead of 90, day number 3 again. A good situation in this match. They can look to build a nice, decent score. It's only, you know, moving on to an hour after lunch. So definitely there's good time that they can set a serious total. You know, most teams would be gunning for a win at this stage.
Over completed. Nice over bowled. So 30 gone. The target is 354, which is 282 runs away for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 72 for the loss of 3. Welcome back, the local hero himself, Junior Murray, Junior Randolph Murray, MBE.
Thank you. I need my full name.
Yes,
Junior
yes,
Randolph
sir.
Murray, MBE.
Yes.
Good to be back. You know, I'm seeing some good things out there. What I'm seeing here so far, Volcanoes here bowling with a plan. I love the aggressive bowling by Martin there. Unfortunately, he didn't get that wicket, but
Yeah.
just stick with the plan, keep working hard, you know, and hope that something can happen.
Time for Hodge. He starts with a full toss. Mohammed drives confidently. Preston McSween is in the way. So it's all happening here. Notice some of the names in the stands. Junior Murray, Ra Lewis. There's a Devon Smith. Players Pavilion. Nelson Pascal as well. Would have played Test cricket from Grenada.
Sherman Lewis.
Sherman Lewis. So
Probably hope that the authorities can find us some way to give them what they deserve. Put the names up there.
well, it's early days yet for Sherman Lewis.
It's early days, yeah. Early days.
So where's Nelson Pascal? I haven't heard about him in a long time.
He's around. I think he plays a bit of cricket in England. He plays a bit in our local T10, so which should be coming up pretty soon. So he should be back in action again. But he's around and doing pretty well. We can see Kevin Hodge. I was just sitting there wondering, what's wrong with Kenneth Denver. He should be the lead spinner. But probably Captain Atenes have different plans.
Demba was the most successful bowler last year, the leading wicket taker for the Volcanoes with 15 scalps in Trinidad and Tobago. Just one wicket in the first innings here.
Had a good season last season. I wonder why he's not bowling out there. I think this should be his time, But Captain Atenes has other ideas.
Ooh. A bit of turn there for Hodge.
Yeah, I guess there's a bit of rough outside the left under off stump. So I think Hodges is making full use of it. There's a bit of bounce and turn. There's a man in bat there waiting.
Over on drinks, according to Nigel Duguid. So 31 overs gone in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force second innings. 73 for the loss of 3 wickets. 281 runs away from victory. Is that something that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is thinking about still?
And I don't think so. I think they're more thinking about survival out there. I think if you look at their intentions, in a more defensive mode. There's no form of aggression out there. They're just trying to occupy the crease as long as possible and to be playing for time. That's the way it looks at the moment.
So just to recap what happened, the day started with the Volcanoes 397 for 3. Ambrose was on 42, Athenaeus on 49. They converted that 397 to 425 for 5, with Athenaeus getting to 51 before he was dismissed. Justin Greaves ran for 6. Devin Walcott came, and after he got a boundary, the lead went past the 350. And that is when the declaration came with Ambrose 55 not out, Walcott 6 not out, 425 for 5. Hines 1 for 53. Carripier 1 for 96. And Brian Charles again 2 for 92, the wicket takers. Set a target of 354 to win. Uthman Mohammed partnered Jeremy Solozano at the top of the order, and that did not last too long, with Mohammed caught down the leg side of the bowling of Martin for 4. Then it was 2 for 49 when Captain Bravo was bowled by Ryan John in his first over for 23. And then Solozano caught at the wicket off Ryan John again for 22. 3 for 55. Lunch was taken at that stage, and Trinidad and Tobago were still 299 runs behind. Since lunch, Yannick Correa has joined Jason Mohammed. Correa is on 5 from 48 deliveries. Jason Mohammed 13 from 49. They're playing time right now, a partnership of 18 runs in 1 hour, and it's not necessarily so much about the runs for Red Force, but occupation of the crease.
Occupation of the crease, I think, and as you can tell, I think they're not in any hurry. They're just there fighting for survival. That's the way it looks like, So, what a break now. So I think the Volcanoes players can come together with their plans, discuss things, and we'll see what this session here before tea, this hour here before tea, can bring a couple of wickets, and then we can have a different outlook of the game.
Yeah, the two bowlers that look the most threatening. Darius Martin, 7 overs, 1 for 18, could have had more. And Ryan John, 8 overs, 2 for 16. They've bowled impressively.
Very impressive bowling by Martin and Ryan John. I love the aggression here by Martin. The captain has given him a feel for short pitch bowling. You can see he's really bending his back on this flat pitch out here, and it's just hopefully that he can line up on properly and get some reward.
So we have to look ahead. TNT Red Force for the next game will not have Vikash Mohan. They did not have him here, just that he was on debut, and unfortunately he was injured first ball of the match. I understand Keegan Simmons is going to be traveling to Antigua as that replacement for Vikash Mohan. Uthman Mohammed was struggling with ball, did not contribute with the bat either. He's under some pressure. So at least one enforced change for the TNT Red Force, but the squads were selected for the first 2 rounds. So only injury can allow changes to be made to these squads.
Very unfortunate for the youngster, but these things happen, and hope that he can recover very quickly and get his chance again, probably the 3rd or the 4th one, probably before the season is over.
Here's Martin after the drinks break. Mohammed gets a delivery, he just stands tall, plays it off his ribs into the onside, can't score. But it also is an opportunity now for Keegan Simmons, who's going to go on to Antigua Many felt back home in Trinidad and Tobago that Keegan Simmons should have been in this touring party. That was not the case. Now he's getting an opportunity. Jad Cooley, we saw him in the outfield. Does not look the most of our athletic players.
Yeah, had a few chances, but I
Yeah.
hope that the youngster coming in, the team will give us opportunity, as we saw here in this game that Ryan John did.
Imran Khan, the leg spinner, former captain, not playing as well. So TNT Red Force will have to really look at their strategy going into the next match.
Yeah, I think Mr. Khan, I think he's past captain of the Red Force team. I think, looking at him for the past seasons, he's been doing a good job, good leg spinner. Just wondering why he's not in this mix here for this game, but probably hopefully the selectors can rethink and probably can see him back for the next game.
Well, the National Premiership 1 in Trinidad and Tobago has started today. 3-day matches, the reintroduction of 3-day matches in the Twin Island Republic, starting Friday, playing Saturday and Sunday, 3 consecutive days. And that can also bring some more players to the fore, maybe for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds. Short ball again from Martin.
Well bowled by Martin again. Love the aggression there. Keeper catching the ball above his head. A 4-day pitch. I think kudos to Martin. I think he's giving it all for himself and for the Volcanoes. Let's hope that he can get some results here. Love that plan. Short bus, 3-5 overs. Just give it all.
Yeah. Have a go.
Have a go.
It's cricket all around. I'm noticing that the British Virgin Islands Cricket Association having a tournament as well. T20 tournament 2023 starts on the 5th of February, which is just a few days from now, and it's going to run until the 30th of April. Quite an interesting lineup of teams. We'll meet in Greenland Cricket Ground, East End of the British Virgin Island. Cavaliers, RTW Falcons, Grenada, Vikings, Police, Vinci, Royal Kings, Combined Renegades, Under the Tree, and Rising Stars. So T20 tournament. It's another white ball tournament.
White ball has taken over the cricket in the region and all along.
Yeah.
Another tournament again. Lots of cricket being played in the region.
One bounce before it gets to the keeper, who does not take cleanly, and it goes past him and into the boundary. 4 byes, now signaled by umpire Brathwaite. So extras as well contributing. Extras move up to 10. It's now 78 for a loss of 3.
Good effort there by Martin Bennett's back. Poor effort there by the keeper. Move across his right very casually. Yeah, as we can see here now. Short ball. Keeper move across. Kept a bit low, but I think he should be collecting that ball very, very cleanly. But these things happen. So I hope that next time he can get it all right.
You marked very hard, Mr. Murray. You have a writing pen in your pocket.
Very red. I think it was a very casual attempt.
Attacking round the wicket to the left-handed batters. Over completed. 78. It's a 78 for the loss of 3.
Kudos to Martin. He's really giving it his all. He's really trying hard for his captain. And he's probably one more over there, and then he can give him a rest, and then probably see what probably some of the fast bowler probably Denver can come up with, and see if he can get a couple of wickets here. I think they need to get a wicket here. They had it, and probably Captain Hatton didn't take it with both hands. It was spilled out, but these things happen. So
Yeah.
they're still in it. The tails are still up. Hope that we can have some motivation out there, some more bubbly moments out there. Someone leading the team out there, and we don't want to see the team go into flat. At least they're in the driver's seat at the moment.
Hodge to continue. So he spoke about the enforced change for the Red Force going into the next game. On the bench for this game for the Volcanoes, Teddy Bishop and Kieran Kotoy. The 11, how would you rate them, or would you make any changes? Big appeal for leg before. That ball was angled down the leg side. Mohammed looking to sweep. Made no contact. Let's look at this delivery first before you get your comments on the composition of the Volcanoes.
Going on the leg side,
Yeah.
I think there's nothing here to shout about. Unless the keeper got a nick on the keeper, probably spill it, but I think it's nothing to shout about. Yeah, the Volcanoes, it'll be Teddy Bishop on season campaign, Kaman Kotoy, but I think two good players. But I think looking at this competition here and looking at the way this game is going so far, how the guys have performed, probably I think, there could be no change, or possibly, with kind of Demba and Kotoy, the leg spinner, probably he can get a chance to come back in the team with his batting also, can even help the team. So it's something for the discussion, something for the staff to discuss, and also the selectors.
I notice you're not wearing any cap. At least not a cap of a selector.
No cap at all. No,
No cap at
I
all.
don't like that role at all. That's a serious role.
So you leave that for the
I leave
selectors.
that for the selectors to decide. Young Teddy Bishop will get a chance. He's a proper batsman. He's on the 19 World Cup, had 100 in the World Cup and all things. But he get a chance, and he's still young, and his time will come.
There's that thin line in a short season like this, 5 matches for the territory before the tri-series. There's that little line between development and winning, because you want what will be your best team, and you want to develop players as well. This one is a sightless field from Ambris.
Well, based on what you have said, I think it's all about the season is so short. So I think players will think more thinking about winning than development. At least players will looking to grab the chances, in this competition so far. So once you go there and you get a chance, perform. And the only way you go be of a team is without performance. So I think all in all it's good, and the players know what their tasks are, and they grab it in both hands.
End of the over. Hodge completes his third over. 5 runs conceded overall, and 81 for the loss of 3. The TNT Red 4 set a target of 354 to win. I don't think that will happen. So the results that we're looking at today could be a Volcanoes victory or a team draw. More from you, Junior, and then it will be Jason Ski to take us through.
Oh, good to see Kenneth Demba back, and Kenneth Demba in the attack. I think Martin did his best. He tried very hard. Had a plan. And the plan wasn't executed properly. Just one job catching during that plan. But I think hope that Kenneth Demba can come in the attack. He's the leading spinner of the team. We can see a bit of variation with his bowling, a bit of flight, a flight here and there. I just think that he's bowling a bit too flat, and I just hope that his captain, can organize him properly and see a bit of variation in his bowling.
Well, I thought he would have come into the attack a little bit earlier. I mean, being the main spinner in the team, I was actually looking for him to come in a little bit earlier, but he's here, and of course, he has the variety, as you said, and he could mix it up well. So the Windward Islands, as our friend John Ramsing has alluded to, steering down the barrel of some points, one way or the other.
Well, as you can see, the Red Force are just enjoying the batting, batting for survival out there, So it's either the Volcanoes can win or we can have a team draw.
Yeah, well, I think that one kept just a little bit low, and just kind of rocketed into the batsman, but he was equal to the task. Jason Mohammed, he's no slouch by any means. Very much accomplished batsman. He has some experience under his belt.
Lots of experience, been around for a while.
Yeah, so I think the Windwards would do well to at least pick up a wicket or two before tea. And once they pick up a wicket or two before tea, well, they'll fancy their chances in the last session of the day.
Yeah, I think that should be the plan. I can see Captain Anthony rotating his bowlers, Martin with a short burst. We see them back on now. So I think that's in the making. And let's hope that they can stick with the plan and we can see a few wickets tumbling here and there.
All right. Darren Bravo, on the other hand, would be very persistent in sending out instructions to his batsmen, monitoring the situation as they go through this session in particular. I'm quite sure he would be doing that. 34 overs completed, 81 for 3. Yannick Correa is on 54, moving along snailishly, but still there, occupying the wicket after 54 deliveries. He is on 7, and Jason Mohammed equally to the snail task, 61, and he's on 15. But these batsmen, no doubt, intent on just occupying at least before they do anything rash.
Yeah, I think Captain Bravo will love to see his two batters out there, his two season, two former West Indies players, back till tea. And they're doing that. I think they will think they have a chance in the last session that they can fight it out, and hope that they can play for a draw. But Volcanoes may have different ideas.
273 runs still required, and that is a tall order if there's ever one. It's a tall order.
Very tall order, Jason. Not as tall as you, but very tall.
Turning this one into the onside, and no run. There's a short mid-wicket in place, and I'm not going to get into the height conversation with Junior Murray. Notice I just allowed that one to go over my head, ducked under it, and not sure if the keeper or buys, but he's down the track and he's driving, and he's hoisting him over long on, and he will get 4 runs, and a much needed 4 runs. Hoist over mid-on, actually, the mid-on region, and he gets 4 runs. So Yannick Correa moves on to 11.
Yeah, as you can see, Hodge flighting at one there, and Correa using his feet nicely and hoisting him over long on for 1 bunker to bunker for 4. Well played.
We also have with us the president of the Grenada Cricket Association, Mr. Dwayne Gill, and no doubt Mr. Dwayne Gill will be joining us very shortly. We will have a chat with him, of course. He's also going to talk to us about the state of cricket in Grenada. He's been doing very well, and of course the game and his perspective of this game. I'm quite sure that he would love to see Windwards pull out a victory here, but he's not going to say anything much really until it gets a whole lot closer on that. But we're going to talk some cricket with Mr. Dwayne Gill in a brief moment or two.
Good to have Mr. Gill in the booth here. I know he's a man behind cricket in the region, in Grenada, and I hope that he will come here. We'll hear it all, and I know he loves his cricket, and he's a past member of our GCC team, Mr. Jason.
Of course.
Okay then, so he'll be here pretty soon.
All right, well, the Leeward Islands in their second stint at the crease is a 77 for 2, still trailing and looking to see if they can pull out a victory. The Leeward Islands still leading, by 103 runs. So they're batting very well, 77 for 2. Carthy is on 9, and James is on 4. And that's the game between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. And also there's another match happening, of course, in Barbados. Barbados versus Guyana, that is, Barbados versus Guyana. They're in Antigua as well. And we're going to give you some scores on that. Barbados Pride are 214 for 8. And in a real serious spot here, 214 for 8. And Barbados trailing by 157 runs after a mammoth 300 plus by the Guyana team. So
very interesting game there.
Pretty good. And no doubt the coaching staff of Guyana would have their eyes on this game as well, because they travel to St. George's next week to play the Windward Islands right here.
Just right after our independence celebration. So I hope that the celebrations can continue into that game against Guyana.
Of course. very quiet. Nothing too extraordinary happening outside there on the field. Jason Mohammed on 15. He's on strike, facing the last delivery of this Kenneth Denbar over. This time he's pulling and pulling out to mid-wicket. He picks up 1, rotates the strike. Mohammed moves on to 16. Yannick Karaya is on 11. And 86 for 3 after 36 overs.
Another good over there by Kenneth Denbar, keeping the runs down at the moment, hitting the spots, hitting his areas nicely. I think his captain will be very pleased with what he's doing at the moment, keeping extra pressure on the Red Force batters.
Captain would not be too happy with himself. Dropped a sitter, what would have been referred to as a sitter at this level, but still, the Windward Islands still looking pretty good. But really and truly should have been taken, and that would have pegged the TNT back a whole lot. But nonetheless, it's spilt milk, and the Windward Islands still in a commanding position here in St. George's, Grenada.
And do you think you in a position would have taken that catch, Jason?
Anything is possible. It's cricket.
Well said.
This time he's driving through the offside and looking good. That's Jason Mohammed. He can belt the ball. He can belt the ball if he's given the opportunity. But this time he just drove it straight to the fielder.
He's looking pretty organized. He seems to be there batting with a purpose, fighting for his team, for his country.
Athena just basically looking to stem the flow of runs here, making these batsmen have to work a little harder to score. Just the one slip in.
Keeping that pressure on the Red Force batters.
Just the one slip in and an evenly distributed field, so to speak. There's a man in at that silly mid-on.
You know, with that situation of the game, you know, I would like to see if you can see the spinners giving a bit of flight, set the field, and let's see what the Red Force batter to do. Put a bit more flight on the ball, you know, and just see what happens. You were way ahead. You were in control of the game. Well, just try something different. But as you can see, the spinners they just keep plugging away.
There's a mid-on, a mid-off, a short mid-wicket, and that brings up the end of the over. 37 overs gone, 86 for 3, and Jason Mohammed on 16, and Yannick Karaya, he's on 11, and as I said, we're anticipating Mr. Dwayne Gill to join us, but good sunshine here from beautiful Spice Country, Grenada, another maiden over, and Hodge is looking pretty good, and TNT looking to play for a draw, it seems, in the opening encounter.
Yeah, to be honest, I think from the beginning there was no intent to try to get to the runs. You know, it was all about batting for survival out there and, you know, trying to protect the wicket and save the wicket. But I think probably the Volcanoes can think something different. As I said before, the spinners could put a bit of flight on the ball and probably set the field and see what happens.
So Denbar will continue from the River Road. You said the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team seems as though they were heading for a draw from the beginning, but they did in fact start off with an experiment, sending out Uthman Mohammed at the very start of the innings to try and belt the ball to pick up some quick runs, but that experiment failed. And well, after the fall of Uthman Mohammed, Darren Bravo came to the crease, looked pretty comfortable, drove a few, and looking nice all along the green, but then of course was bowled, comprehensively beaten, And after that, I think the plan sort of changed a little bit because with the fall of Salazano just before lunch, I think at that point the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force decided now they've got to enforce the possibility of playing for a draw.
Yeah, with the fall of the two biggest fish in the teams, Solano and Captain Bravo, I think the plans were changed, and I can see the batters just went directly into the shell, just playing for survival.
Boys, keep going, Dembe!
The turn of the events there, as it were. Three things happening there because the first, when Denbar bowled, Jason Mohammed sort of flicked it a little bit uppishly, but it was a little bit too much to handle for the fielder short in, and then the single was taken, trying to shy at the bowler's end, and the throw wasn't handled, so 4 extras going down to the boundary, so 5 runs coming off that delivery.
We've seen a bit of poor cricket there by the Volcanoes, you know. A misfield there by Karen Kotor. He probably just get onto the field. He's not properly warmed up at the moment. He's backing up that throw, and it went straight to him for four. So just a bit ragged there, but I think they're still in control, you know, and they're trying to put some pressure on the Red Force batters.
Well, they've got the cushion of still 262 runs. They've still got the cushion of 262 runs. So, no doubt, it's a good opportunity, good platform set for them to attack and try some new things. They've still got a comfortable cushion here, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 92 for 3, technically 92 for 4 because the jury's still out on Vikash Mohan, and there's a huge possibility that he would not bat because of that busted webbing on his right hand. But I'm quite sure if the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would have found themselves in a position where they can really enforce a win and see it clear as daylight, he would come out and encourage and play a role in his team's victory. But that doesn't seem imminent at the moment. What is imminent is that we've been joined by President of the Grenada Cricket Association, Mr. Dwayne Gill. Dwayne, good afternoon, and welcome to our commentary table.
Yeah, well, good afternoon to you, Jason, and to the viewers as well.
All right, so very proud. I'm quite sure, President of the Cricket Association, and a good game to open the season. The Windward Islands Volcanoes looking pretty good in their opening game.
Yeah, we saw some good cricket, especially yesterday. It's good to see a youngster getting a big 100, you know, because we've spoken about these youngsters getting opportunities, but, you know, not really going on. So when a guy can get 192, you know, it really says a lot. I think the conditions were there for it. It's a good batting track. And we also had good scores on both sides. So we're hoping for a good finish this afternoon. So far, it's looking as though Trinidad wants to really draw the game. You know, the Windward still have some work to do just before tea and after tea as well.
You've been around on this wicket for a while. You think that the Windward Islands have the opportunity to pick up at least another 5 or 6 wickets to make this a nail-biter of a finish?
Well, it's still a good batting track. There's no real deterioration in the wicket. The Windwards with the 2 spinners, Denver and Hodge, is going to be very interesting.
There's a good chance here. Quick single being taken. The throw went to the bowler's end, but he was always safe. Jason Mohammed was always safe. A sharp single. The ball being turned into the onside there, and Mohammed was off like a rocket, and Yannick Karaya was, well, he was like the steam behind that rocket. So they ran through quickly. No damage real done. By the time the throw got in, Mohammed was pretty much safe. But I'm not quite sure if it was the risk they wanted to take at this stage of the game, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, so as you say, it was always good for young players to get in among the runs. 196 from the young man,
Milias,
Milias,
192.
Kimani Milias. Oh, it's a brilliant take. It's a brilliant take. It's nothing short of magnificent. Nothing short of magnificent at mid-wicket. A fantastic take right there. And let me tell you something. If you've ever seen one being taken like that, it was indeed an awesome take. Driving out and low down to the ground.
Justin Greaves.
Justin Greaves doing the work, going down on his knees and going forward and to the side just a little bit and picking up the wicket right there. Let me tell you something, Dwayne Gill. It was a good take. Yannick Carrier latched onto it, got some force into it, a little bit down to the tail end of the bat, but it was neatly struck. But Justin Greaves, well, and you can see the elation on him right there. It was probably so far the catch of the innings.
Yeah, well, a fraction short that ball by Hodge. I think the batsman probably in two minds whether to pull or whether to just hit it back along. Probably somewhere in the mid-on region, decided to pull, and Graves dive into his left. Very good catch, and they say catches win matches. So yeah, it's a fraction short, and and kind of nothing short. Just the one man in the mid-wicket region. So that's the breakthrough the Windwards would have been looking for. And from their perspective, they'll be hoping to perhaps get another 2 wickets before the tea interval and then come back after tea, try to wrap up the tail. Remembering all the time, Jason, that Mohan, he has an injury and he didn't bat in the first innings. And if he's going to bat today, it's probably if they lose 9 wickets and probably just to come in to hold on. So I think the Windwards will be fancying their chances. A good breakthrough, Hodge. We know him as a part-time spinner, but in this game with the Windwards only playing the one specialist spinner in Kenneth Dembar, he has been called to do some bowling. He's already bowled. I think he's in the 6th over, and I'm sure he's going to bowl a lot more this afternoon.
Yannick could have struck it just about anywhere, but he actually picked out Graves at mid-wicket. Well, that has brought Tion Webster into the wicket, and Tion Webster, of course, a fantastic first innings. I mean, he was blistering. I think he actually changed the atmosphere of the game from the first innings, because when he got off, I mean, it brought Trinidad and Tobago right back into the game in the first innings. So no doubt he would have that on the back of his mind, and I'm quite sure Darren Bravo would have given him some specific instructions as well heading out. So Tion Webster is at the wicket, and he's got to answer a few questions from Hodge.
Jason, I'm a bit surprised that Webster didn't open the batting in this innings. Mohan is injured, and what we found was that Mohammed opened the batting for Trinidad and Tobago.
In our commentary booth here, we even thought that it would have been a Tion Webster coming on, because he is an opening bat as well. He can bat very high up the order. In the meantime, he's under a little bit of pressure here because there's a man that's sealing it off, and there's a bat pass, just one slip, and he's going for it, and high in the air but safe. He's going to get one. So Webster is going to be his usual self. He's not going to play around. You come into his half and you're going to get the treatment. And that brings us to the end of the successful over from Kavem Hodge. And the Windward Islands still in a very comfortable position, 95 for 4, possibly 94 for 5, we can never tell. 95 for 4, and Jason Mohammed is on 32 and Tion Webster on 1.
Well, a lot of pressure on Jason Mohammed. He has not been getting among the runs, I'm told, in the Trinidad trials. Even the last couple of seasons has not really been scoring. And with 2 matches before the break, he's certainly trying to dig in to maybe maintain his place in the Trinidad team. So a lot of pressure on him. Webster batted well in the first innings. Looks as though he's under pressure here based on that last scoring shot.
Well, Tion Webster is equal to the task. This time he's hooking this one. It has the legs on it. It could possibly run away to the boundary. It's slowing up, but it just bounces the rope and ambles over. So Tion Webster picking up 4 runs busily. And he has shown to be his usual self. He's not going to change, not now, not by any means. He's going to be striking the ball, and he has been doing that from the moment he walked out.
Yeah, well, that one was there to hit, just pitching on middle and turning down the leg side. So, 4, and he's looks as though he wants to attack Webster. 4 men around the bat, and Trinidad and Tobago, you have to say, looking to draw the match. I can't see them winning the match from this position. So it's going to be very interesting to see the approach of Webster.
I think Webster got 80 runs, I think it is, in the first innings, somewhere thereabout. So he would love to have a repeat of that now.
Can't block 42 overs, then, baby.
He's driving well with an open face down to the cover boundary, and he gets 4 runs. So Tion Webster is made up his mind he's going to go for this.
Yeah, I don't think Denver will be too worried. He's left the cover position vacant, and Webster had to give himself some room to get it into the offside. So I don't think Denver would be too concerned if Webster is playing that way. A good shot in the end.
Bringing up the total now to 103 for 4. Tion Webster has moved to 9, and Mohammed is on 22. As you rightfully say, Mohammed has been there for eons, and he's trying to settle himself in. I'm quite sure that there will come a time when he will attempt to launch an attack of some sort. So he's driving again, and this time through the covers he's driving very well. The ball has some legs on it. Can it slow up? Yes, it slows up, but it does cross the boundary. The ball wins the race, and Tion Webster is coming again with the atmosphere of a changing what is before him.
Yeah, so seeing that there's no cover, no extra cover, again, giving himself some room, getting it into the offside. So I think the captain, Atanas and Denver, they would have to look at that and perhaps put somebody in the offside in the cover region. They did move the man from cover into the onside, the leg side, but Webster really equal to the task. So he's going to attack Jason. I think he's not just going to block. You heard Walcott saying, can't block 42 overs.
Yeah, well. Can you talk to us about the progress that you've been making within the Grenada Cricket Association? What are some of the plans that are in place for the Grenada Cricket Association? I mean, I know that we've got a lot of cricket lined up and a lot of domestic cricket to be played as well. We're going to talk about that right after this.
Yeah, well, Jason, as you know, the last 2 years, we've had not much cricket. We had a few, T10 tournaments here and there. So we see it as a chance to, we're saying we are resetting and restarting cricket in 2023. And we do have some plans in place. We'll be starting just after this series of West Indies Championship matches. In fact, the schools are already playing the Independence Under 19 tournament, and from that we are going to play our inter-parish Under 19 tournament as well.
Oh, this time Webster is down the ground and all the way straight over the bowler's head. 6 runs.
Yeah, good straight hit by Webster. You know, how just floating it up there. And yeah, he was always going to go with that one with mid off and mid on in. So good straight hit by Tion Webster.
Straight as they come. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of domestic cricket being played, as you said.
Yeah, we're going to start at the inter-parish level, the under 19 tournament. Of course, we also going to start a women's development program looking at under 15s and under 19s at the end of February as well. And the parishes, they will start their various tournaments. 4 of the parishes will start shortly. I think Karakou started already. There's a break for Carnival, of course, in Karakou. So they should continue. And, you know, the big parish, of course, looking to get back on the playing field, St. Andrew. Yeah, so about 4 of the 7 affiliates there going to start shortly, and the others would fall in as we get later on in the year. So I mentioned the women's program. So we're going to have 2 zones, 2 clusters of training at the, you know, at the under 15 and under 19 level. One at Progress Park and one perhaps at the stadium. We will let people know what days, so that if you are a female under 19, let's say between the ages of 11 and 19, there is a program that we will start to more or less train girls, get them more involved. You know, we have Afi Fletcher on the West Indies team, but we want to see more of her coming through, more Afi Fletchers. So we think that the women's program will be critical.
There's a loud appeal there. He's asking questions, but nothing, no movement from the umpire. So Kenneth Demba still forward and turning in, but it's pretty close, very close. Stanley sweeping, and he's in all sorts of trouble there, Jason Mohammed. He's been tangled by Kenneth Denbar. He has him like a Saturday morning market crab. He's tied up in all sorts of angles there, and playing all over and around it. And Kenneth Denbar is licking his lips now, probably thinking that he probably has the chance here now. He's back and pushing and looking for a quick single. Good run, good cricket. He's done well to get off strike. Yeah, and so you mentioned a lot of women's cricket development happening in Grenada.
Yeah, we're going to start it at the end of this month. And also we're going to get the more experienced ones back into training and have a series amongst them. We do have to participate in the Windward's Women's Senior Tournament, which we have scheduled for St. Lucia just around the Easter time. At the same time, we will have the Windward's Under 19 tournament also scheduled for St. Lucia, back-to-back tournament. So we will also prepare our Under 19s to participate in that tournament as well.
Just another one picked up by Webster. And what about developments within the Windward Islands? I mean, I'm quite sure you're happy with the condition and the manner of play from the Windward Islands. I mean, coming out from last year's tournament where they didn't win a game, and they seem to be in good spirits now and playing pretty well, and the possibility of winning or even drawing this game.
Yeah, well, Jason, this is a new look Windward's team, not in terms of the players, but in terms of their commitment and fitness and all those things necessary to make them successful Technical director Miles Bascom has put a program in place, very strict program. Some of the players, sometimes they complain about the hard work. So the players train at the stadium Monday to Friday. They get here about 8:30, and they leave after 3 o'clock. There's about an hour and a half for lunch. They do a lot of their physical work in the morning, gym work with our strength and conditioning coach. We have a full-time strength and conditioning coach now. We have a full-time physiotherapist. So a lot of emphasis has been placed on fitness and, of course, the skills. We have three coaches assigned to the team, and they've been working very hard with the players, and we've seen some of the results now. This is early in the season. Of course, we have 5 matches, but based on what we saw from the batting, I think we are optimistic that we can do very well this season.
All right, 116 for 4. And Kavim Hodge is going to continue. He's now in his 8th over. Webster is there on strike. He's already rushed on to 20. And Jason Mohammed is there on 24. Yeah, so a new look Windward Islands team. And as you said, they've been operating with a little bit of bounce and a little bit more purpose. And, very vociferous outside there and encouraging one another. So you're seeing the fruits of the hard labor already.
Yeah, when you look at the bench always gives you an indication of strength. And Ryan John wasn't actually in the squad for this particular match. And he came in and he got a 5-wicket haul. And you look at someone like Teddy Bishop, who has come on from the under-19s, and he's played very well in our trial matches, and he's not in the 11. And you have a man like Kieran Kotoy, also not in the 11.
Yeah, this time he's gone with it, and way over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. I mean, he latched onto it, and Tian Webster, not wasting any time at all. Kevin Hodge just came up just a little too much in his half, and he wasted no time. Went all the way over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. So Trinidad and Tobago still needing 238 runs, and we're approaching the tea time interval. And Tian Webster is on the attack. One knee down, lunging forward and swinging for the hills, and it almost got to the Dabo Hills, but it went for 6 over mid-wicket. Good clean strike of the ball, is he? What's your take on Kimani Milius? I mean, he really toughed it out, got out on 196.
Yeah, well, here's a guy of strong character. He didn't get a Windward's Volcanoes contract this year. He's a reserve on the West Indies Academy in terms of contracts, but he's gone away. He's worked on his game. He's traveled to England, in St. Lucia. He works very, very hard, and he came back into our best versus best matches. And this is a very expensive exercise for us, Jason. We do have our 15 contracted players residing in Grenada, but we often have to fly in guys to play practice matches, trial matches, and we do this very often, even during the COVID time. We've been doing it, and so he came, and the coaches believed and the selectors believed that he was ready once more, and it's good to see him really grasping the opportunity and getting the big 100 yesterday.
A no ball from Kenneth Demba, almost sacrilege for when a spinner bowls a no ball, but I'm quite sure he's pretty much excited because he's got Tion Webster in front of him. A good contest this is going to be, Demba versus Webster. Webster is driving and driving well, picking up 2, and he is moving on. He's motoring on, really, I should say, because he has left Jason Mohammed on 24, and he's already moved to 29. Yeah, so we were speaking about Kimani Milius.
Yeah, so he's done well. He's a former West Indies under 19 captain, and is one who really takes his game seriously, his fitness, his skills.
More runs here for Webster. Driving on the offside again. One good save down there, but Athenaeus would probably want to find a way to close up some of those gaps on the offside now, because a lot of easy runs coming there, especially for Tion Webster.
Yeah, well, Webster's played well. He's seen that gap in the offside, and he often gives himself some room. So he's played well so far. He's attacked the bowling, and he's not going to let the Windward's bowlers pin him down. So, I mean, sometimes the best way to defend is to attack, and he's done that well.
Yeah, I was slightly disappointed that he didn't get to his double century, because he looked very much set to get it. Sweeping for a ball that was reverse sweeping, I should say, for a ball that was on middle stump and got judged at leg before.
And he tried the shot a couple times, but I don't think he's perfected it as yet. They do practice the shot in the nets. Alec Athenaeus is the one who's really perfected it. Just wondering if he was a little bit tired at that point.
He looked a little bit jaded, of course. It's not easy being outside there for all this time and running between the wickets, knocking up 196. So he's done pretty well.
So I'm sure his coach, Alton Crafton, will be happy with what he got from Kimani yesterday.
More runs to the offside again, and this is going to go all the way down to the boundary. Another 4 for Tion Webster. Greaves was starting to go after it, but then changed his mind halfway through and realized it didn't make any sense. Tion Webster has moved on quickly. He is on 36 of 25 deliveries. Jason Mohammed is there on 25. He has spent 86 deliveries trying to get to that 25, but Trinidad and Tobago have 134 for 4, still needing 220 runs to force out a victory. Dwayne, what's your predictions for the Windward Islands moving forward? What are some of your goals for the Windward Islands moving forward in a very short space of time?
Well, we would want the players to improve, and we want them to reach their potential. And in doing that, I think as a team, the team can do well this season, right? There are 5 matches, but it's not going to be easy. The first class level is not easy at all, but we believe that we have the talent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we believe when you look at I mentioned the bench, we think we have the talent, and we want players to be pushing one another. The competition is good. I mean, we had a young man from Dominica making 100 in the trial matches. He's here as a reserve keeper as well. So we believe that we have good strength on the bench this time around. We still have Sherman Lewis, who is injured but trying to come back from that injury. So we want to win. We're not coming. We're not going to, go in this tournament thinking that anyone is better than us. And I think the players, they believe that they can win. They've started well. They're trying to pull off a victory. This match is going to be difficult because the Webster is batting well, and Mohammed he's staying around. But so we want to win the tournament. If we can't win, we would want to see us coming in the top 3, obviously, and then players moving on to the next level, getting into the A teams and the developmental teams. That is even more critical than winning at this level.
All right, well, thanks a lot. Dwayne Gill, the president of the Grenada Cricket Association and vice president of the Windward Islands Cricket. And okay, so we've got just one more over before tea, and Trinidad and Tobago is in a danglish position here, and this time Mohammed is hooking well and all the way out to mid wicket for 4. Good, nice, stiff strike there from Jason Mohammed. So he has moved on to 30, and Tion Webster is on 37. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 140 for 4, still needing a further 214 runs. I'm not quite sure they're going to attempt that in the last session. It is going to be a walk up Mount St. Catherine if they even try to go that direction. But I'm thinking that in the mind of Darren Bravo, he is just trying to settle now for at least walking away with a point or 2, looking for a draw.
Yeah, that one a bit short from Hodge, and Mohammed, he pulls well, short guy, so had no issue there. Yes, I think these two batsmen perhaps wouldn't be looking to get the runs, but they were looking for individual glory, and Webster did get some runs in the first innings. Mohammed shorter runs, he's on 30 now, so he'll be looking perhaps to get a big half century. So that he can have some confidence going into the second game. I believe the Trinidad and Red Force teams, they go to Antigua from Grenada, and of course we expect Guyana to be in Grenada on Saturday. I'm sure John Ramsing is excited about calling that game, and we expect and we're hoping that the Guyanese fans in Grenada will come out and support the Guyanese. And see some good cricket at the Grenada National Stadium.
All right, well, thank you very much, President of the Grenada Cricket Association, Mr. Dwayne Gill. In the meantime, we're on the verge of the tea interval here, and also on the verge of the tea interval in a couple of other matches being played around the region. We're going to bring you up to speed on that, give you the scores happening at this Vivian Richards Cricket Ground in Antigua, Barbados and Guyana. Barbados in a very uncomfortable position because they were dismissed without getting anywhere near the Guyana total. We're going to give you the details on that, but what we can tell you is that at present Guyana is 3-4-1 with a lead of just over 150 runs. So Guyana looking very comfortable there. Nandu is at the crease. Remember, he had the first 100 of the season, 126. So Guyana looking very comfortable. And still over in Antigua, the Leeward Islands playing Jamaica. Another thrilling encounter there. So we're going to give you the details on that as we go through the course of the afternoon. Stick around. But here at the National Stadium, what could very well be the final over before tea. Jason Mohammed swinging for 1 down to a square leg, and that brings Tion Webster into strike with what could possibly be the last delivery before the tea time interval. He's forward, he's in defense, no damage done. The end of the over, 142 for 4. That's tea on day 4. And the Windward Islands in total control, in good command here at the St. George's in Grenada, the National Cricket Stadium in St. George's, Grenada, 142 for 4. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still needing 212 runs to win. And a mounting of a task it is. Tion Webster on 38, Jason Mohammed on 31. That's tea on day 4. We will see you in about 15 minutes.
Pleasant afternoon to you and welcome to the final session, not only on day number 4, the final session of this match. Round number 1, Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Tournament 2023. Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Once again, John Ramsing with you alongside Clyde, John. And we have a big assignment here this afternoon to bring you the conclusion of this match, whichever way it goes. Tian Webster and Jason Mohammed had to create in a battling 48-run partnership for the 5th wicket so far for the Red Force, who are battling to survive. 142 for the loss of 4 wickets. We're about to resume. Trinidad and Tobago still afford 212 runs away if they're going to get the 354 needed for victory, for a come from behind victory in this game. But it seems to be right now it's either Volcanoes victory or a team draw. Clyde, all to play for maybe just the first hour, and if nothing happening, the umpires will just call it off.
Yeah, definitely. All to play for. Webster is out there, and as we know, he's a no-nonsense person. He would put bat to ball. Just may raise the hope of the TNT Red Force fans, but the morning, I think, has the opportunity has been missed. As we were saying, we hope that, they would have really made a challenge towards it. And the mode that he's in, one was asking why didn't he open? By now, they might have had...
Appeal for leg before the startings off after tea. As Kavim Hodge continues, that was clearly either pitching outside leg or heading down the leg after pitching.
Yeah, one would have asked, let's look at it there. It's going down the leg side, pitching on the stump and continuing down the leg side. So definitely not out.
Good call again from umpire Duguid. Continues to have a good game alongside his partner, Gregory Brathwaite. Good pair of umpires. And that is what the regional 4-day tournament will do as well. Not only players are getting the exposure, the umpires are continuing with their career.
Yeah, and that's really good for the umpires. They get to, really home in on their craft and push towards the elite panel. Yeah.
Yeah, you were just mentioning Tian Webster should have opened the batting. And if he had done so, Trinidad and Tobago could have been very close.
Yeah, one would imagine instead of 143, it might have been 243 for 4.
You never know. So in their second innings, they had a target of 354 to win from a maximum of 82 overs. So Lozano had a new partner today in Uthman Mohammed. Uthman Mohammed caught down the leg side by the wicketkeeper Walcott off the bowling of the impressive Darius Martin for 4. It was 1 for 6 in the second over. Then Darren Bravo, the captain, looked good for 23. Before he was bowled by the lively and the impressive and the consistent and the steady Ryan John. He was 2 for 49 in the 13th over. Then Jeremy Solozano, after resisting for some time. The one hit straight to the fielder. That's silly mid-on position. Yes, Solozano, after resisting for some time, was caught at a wicket of Ryan John for 22. It was 3 for 55. And that was when lunch was taken with Jason Mohammed on 2. After lunch, Mohammed was joined by Karaya. Karaya stuck around a little bit, faced some 66 deliveries before he was caught at mid-wicket. Very good catch, pulling a short ball from Hodge straight to Greaves. He was gone for 12, 4 for 94. Then Tian Webster came and started to blast the ball all around over the first after tea, coming to an end just a single, 143 for a loss of 4.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how the two batsmen out there would progress. Webster, we know, is all attacking, and so he may just decide to continue. But Mohammed, who just needs to spend some time out in the middle. We know that he has a lot of experience and hasn't been, in among the runs in previous seasons. So this season he can look to, get back there, and spending time in the middle is more or less the best way. So we look at him. He's patient. He's working. I'm looking to see if at any point in time he may decide to change his mode. But thus far, it seems like he's planning to stay out there for as long as possible.
Mohammed looking good, composed indeed. 32 from 97 balls. Just surviving and being a good partner to Webster, who's on the verge of chalking up his second consecutive half century of the match. This one is driven beautifully by Jason Mohammed as Greaves starts a new over, his first after tee, and Jason Mohammed gets an easy boundary. Just latching onto that one. It was full, it was a half volley, and he drove through the line and got the boundary he was looking for.
Yeah, we continue to say how good it is. Look at that, just really meeting ball, foot in good position, head over the ball, went down, sped across the outfield, which is a good one, and definitely a good shot, taking advantage of a good batting track.
Jason Shadow Mohammed, as he's called, has international experience, also captain of West Indies side in white ball cricket. A couple of one-day internationals. Gets a short delivery, handles it well. Played a couple of seasons for the Guyana Amazon Warriors as well in the Caribbean Premier League. Quite an experienced campaigner, Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, and it's good that he can be out there, just accompanying Webster, ensuring that there is experience and there is attack, bring the score as close to as possible. It's last session.
Down the leg side, runs for Jason Mohammed again. He loses the wicket keeper. The field at fine leg comes around, and McSween does well to prevent the boundary. We'll just confirm with umpire Brathwaite. No signal, so it means runs for Jason Mohammed. A single. The ball is on the line of the body, just tucked it off.
Yeah, I noticed since Webster came to the crease, Mohammed seemed to have changed gear a bit. So I'm wondering if this is what the plan was, to make sure that they don't lose much wickets at the early stages and then give it a go coming to the end.
So, Tian Webster. We're looking to tee off again, but there's a field at long on mid wicket. The backward square and a fine leg. You can expect that a short ball was going to come with that type of field. Umpire Brathwaite says it's a wide.
Yeah, and good idea. Good idea there from Graves. Webster ultra attacking. If he wants to go, you're gonna give him a 2 to see what he has. Have the field set, and let's hope that he can attack him on the body and see how he would handle it.
Rolling his wrist over the ball. Got attacking work from McSween. So it was not an easy single like you'd normally say. Webster had to really step on the gas to get there.
Yeah, and that ball got to McSween really quickly. And well played by Webster, being able to get inside and roll his wrist over the ball and get it down very quickly. So that's very good from him.
So boundary riders are now in run saving position. The field at long on is now into mid on. There's a short mid wicket. There's a field at that leg gully, but still maintaining that fine leg and that deep backward square, that square leg person on the boundary. Still on the attack. Here's Greaves. Oh, almost chopped on the inside edge, a French cut. Could have easily been played on there by Jason Mohammed. Well bowled. The 150 is up on the board for the Red Force in their second innings, nonetheless.
Again, we continue to compliment the track. It's playing pretty well. There's something there for the bowlers, and there's a lot there for the batsmen. So it's unfortunate that some of the batsmen didn't cash in. But every batsman out there has an opportunity to cash in because the wicket continues to play really well. what's important here now is the tactics of the Volcanoes, because I think they are the ones who want to win this game.
Allows that one to go by. Tian Webster. Over is completed. 151 for 4. Webster remains on 39. Mohammed is on 38 with him. Let's have a look at what's happening in Antigua. It's all to play for in Antigua as well. With the Guyana Harp Eagles batting a second time, 4 for 1 at tea. 4 for 1 in their second innings. Remember, they got 371. So Machu Nandu, the Centurion, is there. And 4 not out. Kemal Savory is with him. Yet to get off the mark. The debutant. So 2 debutants at the crease. It means that Chandrapal Hemraj, the opener, went without troubling the scorers in the second innings. The other match, the Leeward Islands batting a second time, 114 for 4. As Hodge continues here at Grenada. This one is in the air, just behind square. They go on for 1, will come back for the second easily. The Leeward Islands, like I said, 260 in their first innings. Jamaica 234. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes batting a second time, 114 for 4. So they're enjoying a lead of 140 at the moment. They will have to answer some questions. How long will they bat for? How much time will it take to bowl out Jamaica a second time? That's happening at Coolidge in Antigua.
And good questions to be asked. In that position, another question they would want to answer is how much would be enough if they decide to declare and give a shot to the Jamaicans to try and knock them over.
There's a big fight back on at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Second wicket going down. Akeem Jordan getting a wicket. That of Kemal Savory, the number 3. Leon Johnson just gotten off the mark with 4. He's joined Nandu on 4, so it's 8 for 2. Guyana rock back very early. Some overthrows here in Grenada. No Tevin Imlach as yet for the Guyana Harp Eagles. Not sure if he's batting late for one reason or the other. Or they're just changing their batting order. This is the last day of this match. Then the Harp Eagles will fly across, literally, to take on the Volcanoes from the 8th. The Volcanoes at home for their first 2 matches. Trinidad Red Force will fly across to Antigua, where they will meet the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the home side. 2 runs easily taken again. 2 runs will be beginning to look a bit too easy for the Red Force in this afternoon session.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, the batsmen Mohammed and Webster, they're looking to pick up the pace. So far after lunch, they've been rotating the strike a lot more. You see a little more intent in terms of their running between the wickets, and they're willing to play more shots. I think some bad bowling from the Windward Volcanoes.
Yeah, that was a bad ball on the line. The leg stump and swept away nicely to end the over. So Jason Mohammed not afraid to play his shots. Got a gift just outside his leg stump from Hodge. He swept it all along the ground. 4 runs to him to end the over. He's now on to 47. The partnership is on to 69. It's now 159 for 4.
Yeah, something there needs to be a change. I'm not certain that we would want to continue with the spin, because it's not proving to have any penetration. So I definitely think that the medium pacers would be needed, to come back in and to make something happen.
You mentioned Jason Mohammed, short of runs from last season. Last season he played all 5 matches, got 152. Down the leg side as Greaves starts a new over. Correa was the best in terms of scoring for Red Force last year, 314 from 8 innings. No Joshua De Silva this year. He got 249. Jeremy Solozano 162. Like I said, Jason Mohammed 152. Terrence Hines 105. Isaiah Raja not in the squad this year 104. Keegan Simmons, who is going to join the team in Antigua, 104 as well. Short ball.
Yeah, so far Graves has been bowling a decent line to Webster, asking him to, go after that one. Been resisting so far.
Webster just played one game last season against Guyana. Went for a 6 and no score. This season's look totally different. He's looking a bit hungry for runs and success. He's on 42 and on strike. Short ball again. Handles it well.
Yeah, he's clearly intent on remaining out there. I know if he gets it anywhere where within his range where he can deal with it, he's gonna go after it. So far it's been a bit high and he has been judging them pretty well. Let's hope that he continues to judge them well and not make that mistake of spooning one to the men out in the deep catching.
4 fours and 2 sixes are ready for him. Half-hearted appeal. There's a keeper and the bowler going up, not really getting any support from the rest of the fielders around the bat. Yeah, there's a long on, deep mid-wicket. Square leg right back on the boundary and the deep fine leg. So those fielders are there strategically for a short ball that will be bowled and a hook shot.
Yeah.
Hoping that the ball will carry to hand because Webster is really hitting it very well. There's also a mid-wicket in Denver and a short, very short fine leg, bordering on a leg gully. There he is, feeling that ball, Captain Atenes.
That's very good thinking there by Graves. Noting that he has already pushed him back with a couple of deliveries, he decided to get a little closer to him. It's only a pity that it was not a Yorker length delivery, short enough that he was able to get inside and just rotate it around the corner to the man at short fine leg.
Greaves coming down towards the end of his 5th over. Good ball to Webster. He handles it very well. A maiden over, testing over from Greaves for 5 overs for him now, none for 14. And after 50 overs of batting in their second innings, the Red Force, they're 163 for a loss of 4, still 191 runs away from victory.
Yes, put the point on the 45.
Yeah, 191
45. Let the point go across the 45.
representing a good challenge still. You still have the likes of Django, but
Let the point.
the key here is time and at what pace.
Go back point. Jay, go on the 45 now.
We recognize that the run rate is now at 3.26, and with only 32 overs remaining, it will be a big task to get 191.
So you'll play up to 4 p.m. local time. And then the final hour of 15 overs will be called. And if nothing seems to be going in the favor of one team or the other, they may very well shake hands and call it a day. Here's Hodge, start of a new over. Mohammed tickles it around the corner for a single. He's now on to 48, getting closer to another half century at this level. Still to come, like you mentioned, Amir Django, who got 86 in the first innings. He was last to be dismissed. And Terrence Hines, who got 52 from 64 balls. So if they really wanted to go for the runs, players like Webster, Django, Hines had to do the bulk of the batting.
Yeah, and we know that they are players who like to go after the bowling. A little bit of pressure here. You never know what can happen. And so far, it's looking like a draw.
Up in the face of the bat, he gets it down to third man for a single. So far, it's looking like a draw, according to Clyde John, the school teacher here in Grenada. So hello to all of you teachers. Hope you had a wonderful week at work, wherever you are. If you're in Trinidad and Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, St. Lucia, right here in Grenada, Carriacou, Petite Martinique, wherever you are. Pleasant afternoon to you. Quick single again from Jason Mohammed. Getting anxious to get to 50 maybe. He's now on to 49, the 36-year-old. Could have easily been a run out.
Yeah, that was pretty close. Maybe a better throw at the stumps might have yielded something different. Hitting that one nice and powerfully towards the fielder there at mid-on and taking off. But as they say, all well that ends well.
It was a shot field 79 from Webster in the first innings. 5 fours, 5 sixes. Over completed. 3 singles in that over. The Red Force pushing on to 166 for 4. So Jason Mohammed, who's going to take strike at the start of the new over, is now in his 89th first class match for the Red Force. 11 hundreds and 16 half centuries. So he has a good conversion rate. On the verge of getting to a 17th half century. Making up for what did not happen in the first innings. He got out without scoring in the first innings. Looking to put a short ball from Darius Martin and got a top edge. And the catch was taken by the keeper, almost colliding with Martin as they were going for that catch. So just Mohammed picked for his experience to anchor the middle order. He's doing that very well so far. Had it not been for his innings of 109 deliveries, I think could have been looking at a different game altogether.
Yeah, most definitely. He came out and ensured that he stuck around, not looking to be too rash, not looking to, score too quickly, just occupy the crease, ensure that the bowlers toiled, and he's doing a good job so far.
51 come there. It was a ball sprayed down the leg side by Greaves. It's 166 on the board. So they're keeping a look at the time as well. 3:22 here at the National Stadium. Conditions very good for cricket. Guess with the natural light you can go as late as 5:30 quite easily.
Yeah, definitely. The only issue you would have is that of the stands. As
50 to Jason Mohammed, a workman-like 50. What a knock, the 17th half century of his career. This is the first class level, coming at a time when the TNT Red Force really needed it. 50 from 111 balls, and the little man stroking as well. 3 fours in that innings. Well played.
Yeah, well played by Mohammed. Did the job and continues to do the job. Needed somebody to be out there, somebody with that sort of experience and the temperament that is needed to keep the hopes alive.
Artion just trying to pull that ball, missed it. Good afternoon to all of you at the various venues where the Premier 1 division has started. Matches in Trinidad and Tobago. Some very good matches on today. Started a 3-day season, and I'm really impressed with that. And I can, it's so pleasing to know that a territory is actually brought back 3-day cricket at a club level.
Yeah, they're really, really good. You have to say kudos to them. seeing the need for, that sort of incentive to ensure that our test cricketers, don't just die out. So many things, so many think that the T20 is the game of the future and so on, but test cricket is always the cricket of character, where you can show grit and where you can show determination and so on. So, I mean, being able to play 3-day cricket is a really good thing, and it says that we can look forward to some good talent coming into the 4-day tournament and maybe even going on to represent the Caribbean in test cricket.
Listening to the plans of the Grenada Cricket Association, by extension the Windward Islands Cricket Board, it's good to see that women's cricket is getting a lot of attention here in Grenada. Dwayne Gill spoke very, passionately about grassroots cricket. He said Windwards can only benefit from that in a positive way.
Yeah, I think we need to see, because when you look at what is happening in women's cricket.
Greaves towards the end of his over. Very good Yorker. Here's Tian Webster driving, getting good connection, but it cannot be the diving fielder in Ryan John. Sprawling away from mid-on. And just a single to end the over. So that's the end of 52 overs. 168 now for the loss of 4. Webster will keep strike. He's now on to 44.
Yeah, so back to, there's so much movement happening now in women's cricket. And we look at our girls and the recent performance in the couple games in Australia, in South Africa, and one can't help to wonder what is happening. You have a number of women who've been around the West Indies team, and yet still you're struggling to cross 100 runs in a T20. It's difficult to look at. So we definitely need to have a bigger pool of women. And it's good that there's now the Under 19 World Cup. So you have, that avenue where you can get them coming through the different levels. We would always praise Anissa coming in at a very young age, and showing that she had what it takes to be able to play at that level. So it means that if we can look and pull all that talent together, then we as a developing, territory in terms of women cricket can really make a name. We already have a World Cup behind us, so it's something to play for.
Sweeping nicely. Good connection from Tian Webster. Ball was on the line of his leg stump again from Hodge and dispatched nicely. 172 for 4 now. Webster on to 48.
I think the Volcanoes are missing a trick here, continuing with Hodge. He seemed to be every now and again just dragging down, that delivery and giving a freebie to the batsman. I think we may need to, be more tight if he's going to bowl that line. There needs to be the field set that can work with it. As it stands now, I don't think that the field is set.
Gone for one. Will he come back for the second to get to his half century? Yes, he will. Tian Webster bringing up his half century just like Jason Mohammed did in the last over. He's 50 from 50 balls. Now 174 for the loss of 4 wickets, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Another good knock from Tian Webster. Second half century of the match. Well played to the young man.
Well done. Well done. Good character of a young man. I'm coming in. His team just lost a wicket on the stroke of lunch, and you're able to come out, bat well, score, tick the scoreboard over, put away bad balls. So he has a good character. He's not willing to be bogged down. He's not willing to, stay pushing and prodding, but he's willing to play his shots and capitalize on bad deliveries, and he has done just that. We continue to see good conditions for batting.
Third career half century for Tian Webster to go with 200s. Kavim Hodge Just releasing whatever pressure they had earlier. Demba not having his time, so you can see why Kevin Hodge is bowling extra. Over completed. Both batters on 50. It's now 174 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, I think Windward Volcanoes, if they're going to put in any sort of a challenge here towards a victory, they need to break this partnership. It's moving on to 80. So they need to come up with a strategy to break this partnership and to have a new batsman in and hopefully get him cheaply, So there's a lot of work to be done. Kudos to the pair out there putting on an 80-run partnership after losing some steady wickets this morning. They're fighting back and fighting back strongly.
So after TNT Red Force go to Antigua for their next match, they'll be, according to Cricket West Indies schedule, they'll be having all 3 of the remaining matches. And after that, at home in Trinidad and Tobago. Remember last season, 3 venues used. Historic Queen's Park Oval, the beautiful Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba. And for the first time last year, we saw Diego Martin Sporting Complex being granted first-class status. Nice community ground in Diego Martin. Lots of work was done to that venue to bring it up to that level. Lots of runs were scored. A very relatively small venue. Batsmen were made to work hard for their runs, but once they got settled in, runs came flowing easily.
Yeah, nice venue. I got the opportunity to look at it during the under 17 tournament, and looking at the venue, it looks really good and a nice intimate setting.
Yes. Almost chopped on. This is good stuff from Greaves. Still asking some very hard questions of these batters. Jason Mohammed jumping up to a short ball. Almost steered it onto his stumps. Good bowling, Greaves.
Good bowling. He's been working hard, working consistently, trying to get that breakthrough for his team. And this is why I'm saying I think we need to see the pieces back on. They're gonna be needed to give a big burst. You have the likes of McSween, you have the likes of John and Martin. And I think that now is a good time to, give them a good hard run at these batsmen, see if you can break that partnership.
Just 8 overs for Ryan John, 2 for 16. Not a short ball. Preston McSween 11 overs, none for 30. And Darius Martin 8 overs as well, 1 for 19. So I think the reason Athenaeus has on a spinner as well, wants to get in as many overs as possible to get perhaps the prize out a wicket. Wants to break this partnership that is going 81 runs strong. If you can pick up a wicket or 2, you never know. Push for an outright victory.
Yeah, it's going to take a breakthrough now to get that victory or any thoughts of a victory. And as we're seeing now between Webster and Mohammed, I don't think that they are willing to go down without a fight.
So like I said, the next half hour will be very crucial to the outcome of this match. If nothing is happening, the last 15 overs will begin. Teams will very well shake hands and call it a day. Volcanoes will get ready for their clash against the Harpy Eagles next week. Getting on top of the bounce again, Jason Mohammed. Single to third man. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be getting ready to fly out to Antigua. Next week, Wednesday, will be the start of round number 2. All 3 rounds will begin on the same day, the 8th. When you look at when you listen to Dwayne Gill speaking passionately about plans for the next year or so of cricket, I personally think that cricket is in good hands here in Grenada, and by extension, like I said, the Windward Islands, with the money that you have to pay to bring players and so on. He gives the impression it's small change for big rewards. Over completed, 177 for 4. So Clyde has dodged that one like a bouncer coming from Justin Greaves and has allowed it to go by to the wicket keeper who collects. Hello, Junior.
Hi, John, I can see. Surrender John is ducking there and Junior Morris collecting over his head. Well, good to be back here, John. You know, it's a very interesting game at the moment.
Yeah.
It's tend to be John out at the moment. You know, I think the batters are just enjoying themselves.
I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would share in the same space with you on television. I grew up as a little boy watching yourself and my idol at the time, Carl Hooper, and so many greats of the game. And now it's a pleasure, I must say.
It's a pleasure, John. You know, it's really nice working with you for this week, for this game. First time experiencing me, and I know I've learned a lot from you. You've been coaching me, you know, along the way. You know, so it was a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to next week, to the next game, to the next round of games against the Happy Eagle. I hope that you will be happy. I'll be happier.
Yes, let's see. So Preston McSween, like we've been calling, is back into the attack.
Preston is back in the attack. I hope that, you know, we can see something different from Preston. You know, bowl with a plan, stick him his lines and lengths, and hope that he can make something happen, because it looks like he looked very ordinary with it in this innings here.
Full, driven, but knocked down nicely. He is the spearhead of the attack, the strike bowler, also vice captain of this team, so a little bit more responsibilities. 1 wicket in the first inning, nothing yet in the second. But he looks as if he's about to get wicket at any time, but just a bit unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky. Knowing Preston, he's always a very unlucky bowler. He's a hard worker. He will keep trying. A lot of weight on his shoulders now, you know. So he will keep knocking away. I can see him hitting his areas again very consistently. You know what he said about Carl Hooper a while ago. You know, he's my good mate, my good fitness mate. He loves fitness. He loves to get up in the morning and run. He keep knocking my door any hour. Let's go and run. Ice, as they call me.
Let's go Ice.
Let's go ice.
Let's go Ninja. Heading down the leg. Most likely leg by will be signaled by umpire Duguid, who's also from Guyana like Carl Hooper.
Yeah, I think the umpires they both had a good game.
Wonderful.
Good game. I think they'll be scored very highly in this game.
Yeah.
Fantastic job. You can see here, this one is going down way down the leg side. Preston is hoping that Duguid make a mistake, but he's on top of his game. Not outside umpire Duguid.
So growing up in Campbellville in Guyana, Carl Hooper lived on the next street behind me, the parallel street. But he's never at home. Was always on tour.
Always on tour. Always on tour. You know, he's lives in Australia at the moment,
Yeah.
Adelaide. We still keep in touch.
Nice.
We still send a message here and there to each other. You know, make sure he's keeping himself fit and still.
He was recently part of the broadcast when West Indies were in Australia for that Test series.
Yeah, I heard so. I think I heard a bit of him doing his thing. You know, it seems as though all the past players are getting involved in broadcasting.
Oh yes, passing on that knowledge.
Here I am doing my thing also, John.
Yeah.
I never thought I would have been here.
Yeah. It's like a lamp with knowledge.
Yeah.
You pass it on so that you can shine the way for someone else. And I
Yeah.
really applaud you guys for making that effort. You could have been doing so many different things.
And that is so true, I guess, because we love the game and we love it very passionately.
Runs for Mohammed.
Mohammed looking very solid. You can see he's enjoying his batting, you know. Have a score under his belt now, so he's full of
Yeah.
confidence, you know. After the first innings he got, he didn't get any in the first innings, but he's enjoying his batting out there. Enjoying the pitch. Lovely, lovely day at the National Stadium.
Last year he just had 1 half century Top score for him of 68. Was dismissed without scoring on 2 occasions. Already have 1 half century this season and 1-0 as well this season.
Yeah, let's hope we don't continue like last season.
Runs for him. In fact, it's Webster this time. 2 easy runs. Ryan John diving, and this could move after the ball got to him. Perhaps a little bit of uneven bounce on the field. Overcompleted, 182 now for 4.
Ryan John looking a bit tired in the field there. He had a good game so far with both bat and ball. Very misfield at one there. You can see now he's coming on from the other end to do some bowling. Hope that he can create some problems here for the Red Foot batters. But they both seem to be all set and enjoying the battle. So let's see what happens.
You have a few days off. Colors Day, or is it Day of Colors? How do you describe it? The day
Colors
before
Day.
Colors Day.
Colors Day on Monday. Colors Day. That's the day we all come out in our colors, and red, yellow, green, and be sure for we are poor Grenadians. That's the day. That's the oil long day also, John. That's the day. Wherever you pass, all over Grenada, in the ministries, in the workplaces, it's an oil long day. So I hope that you dig in a bit. We've been talking about that oil long for since you came. So that's the day. The good thing about it, John, the next day is on holiday, and you have another day to rest. So you can eat as much as you like.
So that day of the holiday, Independence Day itself, just the parade at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, as John starts a new over. Mohammed cuts him down to the third man for 2. So what's there on the day itself?
Well, that'll be the parade at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, where we come out and see the officers on the parade. It's been a lovely parade, awards and so forth, or ministers of government, everybody come out and enjoy themselves, I think it's something that you will like to see. I think, you will enjoy it, and you can sit there in the stands with your colours. I hope you got your colours as yet. I'm looking forward to see you in that national colours.
I'll try my level best. So just the parade on that day, and that's pretty much the rest of the days.
It'll have expo. You can go to see our natural products, our jams, our jellies, and all those things. You can go there and purchase some of the stuff, see what we produce here in our country. So it will be all on display.
So pretty much it's a day of, but after that it's a day of relaxation.
Yeah, day of relaxation.
With family.
Family time, we go to the beach, and that day when you go, some form of oil long will be on fire. The ITEL oil down, or the real oil down, everything is in it. But or fish oil down or something, but it's oil long time.
Good to experience different cultures as you move around. It's one Caribbean, but still we have our unique way of celebrating things and doing things.
Doing things, yeah, so true. What's your national dish in Guyana, John?
What's pepper pot?
Pepper pot.
Pepper pot, yeah. It's meat in a stew, and every Guyanese will have that on Christmas morning.
Oh, okay.
Served with bread.
So it's something served mainly on Christmas morning.
Well, traditionally on Christmas morning, but it's on the tables almost, anytime. It's a native, came from the natives of Guyana. There's also the very popular cook-up rice that you guys may call pilau over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They all different islands have the tradition, as you know. Grenada is oil long national dish, so Independence time we go there and show it off.
More runs for Mohammed.
You can see Ryan John still running in hard. You can hear him groaning on the other end. He's really, really putting it in. Still hoping that he can create something here and have a breakthrough here and see what can happen after that. One of his batsmen here out, anything is possible. Just keep bowling nice and straight and keep the batters thinking.
Down to the 4th and final afternoon of this match. One thing for sure, we can say we were not interrupted by the weather by any means.
Good 4 days, lovely 4 days, nice cool conditions, hot out there. But the guys, they played well. At least both teams with a good game, well balanced game. We have both teams had the chances. So all in all, it was a good 4 days.
5 runs from the Ryan John comeback over. 187 now for the loss of 4. TNT can just forget about that 167 that is needed. Just need to bat the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, I think so. Just enjoy the batting. Enjoy the just get yourself in a good vein of form and keep yourself in good nick for the next encounter.
Personal milestones.
Personal milestones,
Yeah.
all those things. Yes.
Get your average up.
Get your average up. But Pastor Max might have other ideas. He might try to spoil the averages on.
Get his own average up.
And get his own average up. He needs something in there in the last column.
Yeah.
So he'll have other ideas.
I heard there's going to be some boxing over the weekend as well, some amateur boxing.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen. It's all part of our independence celebration.
Chance for run out.
All part of the celebration. So lots to do, lots to see. And after today, John, you got 4 days. Explore the island. Go have some fun outside.
The match started with TNT Red Force winning the toss and asking the Volcanoes to bat first. They got 243 in their first innings. The highlight, Tevin Walcott leaving high and dry, running out of partners on 87. Ambrose made 55. Anthony is the captain in his first game as captain, 41. Terrence Hines 4 for 72. And Brian Charles 4 for 46. Picking up the bulk of the wickets. In reply, TNT Red Force 315 for 9 innings closed. Vikash Mohan, because of the injury, did not bat. 86 from Amir Jangu, 79 from Tian Webster, 52 from Terrence Hines. A wonderful 5-wicket haul, 5 for 18 from Ryan John, 2 for 80 Darius Martin. Batting a second time, 425 for a loss of 5, the Volcanoes in their second innings. With a well-played 192, a masterful knock, 192 from the 21-year-old St. Lucian. Supported nicely with 80 from Kavim Hodge. Second consecutive half-century of the match from Ambrose. 55 in the first innings, 55 not out in the second. 425 for 5, setting the Red Force a target of 354 to win. Red Force in the second bowling innings. Brian Charles picked up 2 wickets. He finished with 6 in the match. 1 each for Hines and Pear. Now batting a second time, they're off to a shaky start with Uthman Mohammed asked to open the batting in the absence of Vikash Mohan. A role that we saw Kari Pear trying to fill in the first innings. Uthman Mohammed 4. Bravo 23, the captain. Solozano 22. And Yannick Carraya 12, all dismissed. But a holding innings, a nice partnership of 95 between Jason Mohammed and Tian Webster, ensuring that TNT Red Force consider a bit more comfortable now to push for a draw. This one is pulled away. There's protection at square leg right back on the boundary. And the game seems to be heading out for a tame draw as we get ready to wrap things up here. This is the 4th and final afternoon. This could very well be my farewell stint as well. Because at the drinks break, the umpires will signal the final 15 overs. And I'm sure it won't be long after that the players will shake hands. Unless one of these batters get very close to 100 and may want to see if they can get to the 100 before time. But we'll have to wait and see. Over completed. Just 4 singles in that over. 191 now for the loss of 4. 163 away from victory. We can forget about that. Just see when this game will be called off, and we can see Trinidad and Tobago Red Force already buying time with the substitute fielder taking some drinks out and no doubt trying to just eat away at some time. More from you, Junior. Then it will be Jason to take us through.
The game is in balance at the moment. As you can see, the Red Force batters they're enjoying the batting. There's no hurry out there. Just just biding the time, and hoping, that they can stay out there and fight for the country and bring this game to a draw. Welcome back into the hot seat, Jason.
Yeah, I would have been a bit more appreciative if it was a real hot seat, depending on the context of the game. But a tame draw, that's the safest way to put it.
You've been back in the hot seat, Jason. You have for this 4 days. When you get in the hot seat, things happen.
Things happen. All right, well,
So let's hope
let's
that
see. Maybe something will happen.
two quick wickets here and a different outlook of the game.
Yeah, I actually thought Athens could have been a lot more attacking, especially after the fall of Bravo and particularly Stilazano. I couldn't understand why he... Oh, he's gotten him. He's gotten him. He's gotten him. Instantaneously, he's gotten him. Tion Webster is gone for 58, fishing at a ball outside the off stump, pitched up and was drifting away. And, well,
Jason Skeet.
somebody called it.
Jason Skeet, you're
It's-
back here
it's
and
called-
you bought a wicket.
Well,
Well done.
I say nothing else. I have nothing in my pocket. I don't believe in that. I just pray for good days for cricket and some good cricket. That's all I look forward to. Yeah, I mean, it was right there. I left a lone ball, if you ask me. But he went at it, went very hard at it, and he was caught behind. So 191 for 5 in the 57th over. Jason Mohammed is there on 58. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still 163 runs needed. I actually thought that, as I was saying, that Athens could have been a little bit more attacking, especially after the fall of Solazano, because he has the runs to play with. He has the cushion of the runs, and you couldn't lose. So I actually thought that he would have gone out attacking a whole lot more, and then push come to shove, then you say, all right, well, we'll settle for the draw. But I think his field placing suggests that he was settling for the possibility of the draw a little too soon.
Ryan John, the bowler in this game with the golden arm, have a bit of change of plans there by the Red Force batters. I think he has a thinking now, and I think they're going to be pushing and pushing and see if we get another wicket here now, and hopefully another wicket here and there. Probably they can try and force for outright victory here.
Well, this is the time to even go on the attack even more. You got Uthman Mohammed on the attack. You got Darren Bravo on the attack. You've got Solazano while attacking. There's no need to stop. And let's see what he's going to do here. He's got a pretty balanced field here now. Just 3 or 4 on the onside. There's a man down on the fine leg boundary. There's a backward square. Man at mid-wicket and mid-off. Those are the 4 on the onside. And he's got a nice ring around the inside on the offside. So he's hoping now for something short and lifting and uppish. This time he's right here and right in the block hole, as they would call it. So Ryan John fired up, and he is right there.
Yeah, he's fired up, ready to go. I think probably the captain Athens probably can put in a second slip, build a little more pressure. Whatever, we can see Ryan John, he's a guy that can get some extra movement to the ball. Django just came into the wicket, so he's a bit under a bit of pressure, so just keep the pressure on.
All right, so Ryan John in his 10th over picked up 3 wickets already, steaming in, and no doubt he is going to fancy his chances here of picking up at least another 2. A 5-wicket haul at this stage of the game will do well. It could also induce the possibility or a greater possibility of a win for the Windward Islands. So I'm quite sure that Ryan John would have all of that in the back of his mind. He's gone for 21 runs, pretty much decent in his 9.5 overs to this point, picking up 3 wickets. So let's see what he does. Amir Django is there. He is yet to score. He's yet to get off to the mark, and Ryan John is steaming in. a lot of effort going into his bowling. You can hear him moaning and groaning as he releases it, trying to generate some extra pace on this dorsal surface.
Yeah, I think he's there enjoying his bowling at the moment. As you can see at the moment, I think a message has been sent out, to Captain Atenez. Don't know what it's all about, but I think uh, Coach Shirley Clark may have some ideas, and he sent it out to his captain.
All right, well, let's see if anything is going to change. And but Amir Django is an accomplished batsman as well, so he is very capable of stroking the ball around the park. He had 86 in the first innings.
Wicket-keeper batter. So what do you expect from a wicket-keeper?
Well,
he can push it around. He's very exciting. He's full of confidence. And I hope that Ryan can hit his areas and keep building that pressure on him. Don't let him settle. He just came into the wicket, and hope that someone can keep that pressure on. So his tail is up at the moment. So let's keep that pressure on.
So the field changes for the right-handed bat. Ryan John has to pay particular attention to his line. It's always difficult bowling to the combination of left and then right, but Ryan John has shown that he's very much capable of maintaining that just outside the line of the off stump, and he does it again.
One thing I can say, Ryan John has taken his opportunity in this game. If you remember, he was not in the squad, and the injury to Nicholas Redhead, and he's really performed well in this game. Put his hand up, bend his back, and he got the result.
Well, he's done a lot of that coming in from the River Road end. Brings up the end of the 58th over, 192 for 5. Trinidad still 162 runs in the hunt. And Amir Django is on 1. Jason Mohammed is on 58. He took some time to get there. He kind of stabled and steadied things together with Tion Webster. A good partnership they had. And has brought the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force within some distance, not necessarily striking distance, but hopeful.
Yeah, they're hopeful. At least they are there fighting for the country. Fighting, not going to give up. Like I see Preston on the attack again. I hope like I see another slip. Django is pretty fresh to the crease. With Preston getting his movements in and out, I like to see another slip there, build some more pressure.
I tend to agree with you there. We could probably bring someone in to slip and create some more pressure, as you rightfully said, Junior Murray.
They're 162 runs behind. That's way behind.
Yeah,
so at least we a lot of cushion is there, so we can try a bit more things.
Sam McSween operating from a shorter run-up, but still getting some lateral movement. Hint of lateral movement, I should say. Nothing too exaggerated at all.
Yeah, once he's hitting those lengths and those areas there, I think the captain should give him another slip. With Preston getting the ball to move in and out, and Django just got in. So. You can hear the guys they're enjoying themselves, just and that's what a wicket does for you. Your tail is back up in the air again, and you tell yourself you still have a chance of getting another wicket here to keep the Red Force under some extra pressure.
Well, it's nearing 4 o'clock, so much will depend on the next 15 minutes or so. Much will depend on what happens within the next 15 minutes, and if the umpire, as John Ramsing says, in their professional estimation, figure that we're going absolutely nowhere, then it might just be what it has been predicted to be for the most part. But outside of that, We're going to play until 5 o'clock. The Windward Islands needs wickets. Trinidad and Tobago holding on for a draw or a win by some margin of a miracle to get these runs.
I think they got 15 overs in the last hour. If nothing happens there, I think probably they can get together, shake hands.
Well, there's runs on the board right there. Well driven through the offside. And Jason Mohammed well driven for 4. Good looking shot. I mean, he's a man in form. He's been there for a while. He's moved on to 62. Ball pitched up.
See, it seemed to be a full toss just now.
Full?
A full toss on the off stump here, and just hit it through the covers of 4. You can see Preston is trying. He's still trying hard. He's still giving it 110% for his team.
Better ball from Preston McSween to end the over. 197 for 5. 62 to Mohammed and 2 to Django. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 157 runs in need.
Still a long way off. You can see Ryan John a bit getting ready to come back in again, and you can see the Red Force batters have a bit of discussion in the middle of the pitch. So I think plans are on both ends. The batters have the plans, the bowlers have the plans. So let's see who will win that battle.
All right, well. We've got to have a plan of some sort.
Should have a plan without a plan, nothing happens.
Fail to plan, you plan to fail. You fail to plan, then you plan to fail.
Yeah. Well said, Jason Skeet. Always on top of your game. So what are you going to do for Independence, Jason?
Well, I'll be working on Independence Day. It's first things first. Oh! Well, they went for 1 and took a chance to come back for 2. Eventually got there safely.
Very bit of feeling there by Millers down on the bunch down there. I think Ryan John was a bit casual in retrieving that ball. And the batsman just got in. You know, live to fight another day. So you're working on Independence Day, Jason?
Yeah, we're working on Independence Day, and after that, well, what happens on that day is this time he's driving again through the offside, picking up 1. Django is driving and looking very comfortable, like he's been there for some time. You wouldn't guess he has just come to the crease unless, of course, you're looking at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. But he's just come to the crease after the fall of Tion Webster, and he's middling, and that's a good sign for the TNT Red Force. Yeah, what happens after me working on Independence Day really and truly has nothing to do with me. That would depend on the results of the discussion.
Well said, Jason. I think you're in the wrong profession, Jason.
It depends on the results of the discussion. And for those of you who are hitched like me, you would know that as a man, the outcome of a lot of these discussions really and truly has very little to do with what you would really want to do. Everyone else comes in front of you.
Hope the listeners out there are learning a few tips from you, Jason. You seem to be on top of your game. You know, I think you should be out in the middle.
Ball right on the stumps, and Ryan John giving absolutely nothing away. He's in full attack mode. He is in full attack mode. He's giving nothing away, wicket to wicket, so to speak, and getting some variation here and there, but he's giving nothing away.
Everyone is still fighting. They still believe. You know, once you have that belief, you know, you're going to go there and give it 110%, and that we can see doing at the moment. But the Red Force batters have different ideas.
time he's just outside the off stump, and ball kept low a little bit, didn't lift as the earlier ones in the over. This one just kept a little bit low, so it's good that he is staying close to the batsman, because anything can happen really, and the batsman being very watchful, Jason Mohammed being very cautious and watchful. An old man told me one time when I was about to get married, he said to me, Jason, you have two choices. You can either be right or you can be happy. I chose happy.
You chose happy.
Yes.
Well done, Jason. I think probably one day I should follow in your footsteps, Jason. Choose happy. I'm happy, Jason, but I could be happier.
Careful, Junior. You might talk yourself into trouble. You might chatter yourself into trouble, Junior. Be very careful. There are lots of folks listening.
I know, Jason.
You might chatter yourself into trouble. I know a couple of your former West Indian colleagues, cricketing colleagues, will be listening, and your phone will be buzzing, because they would probably have some comments to share with you right after the broadcast. So be very careful. Preston McSween will continue from the Dabo end. And the 200 is up for the TNT Red Force, 200 for 5. And Amir Django is on 5, Jason Mohammed on 62. And the TNT Red Force are still 154 runs in the hunt. And from all indications, they've got just under an hour to get that if they have to. But the Windwards are in search of wickets. They've got 4 wickets really that they need to take.
Still plugging away at the moment. Preston still hitting his areas, still running in. I think they're not going to give up here at this moment. They're going to keep trying. Hope that the Red Force batters make a mistake. With that firm belief, I think something can happen.
McSween has been getting some movement. Natural action as a left-hander. He gets some movement. The ball that pitch and moves across the right-hander.
I think he had a good game. I think he bowled pretty well, but he just got to be a little more consistent. Keep hitting his areas a bit more consistently. McSween is a bowler that likes wickets, and he always keep hunting, looking for wickets. But once he builds pressure, keep hitting his areas consistently, I think the wickets will come.
Now he's bowling to the left-handed Amir Django. Oh, and that one cut back a little bit and just edged the off stump going through. Just the breeze from the seam just passing right by the off stump. So. And you can see McSween just putting his hands up as to say, oh my, it could have been a little closer. So he must be encouraged by that, I'm quite sure.
Well, Preston, that's what I'm talking about, hitting your areas more consistently. And you see he does it, and you can see he's getting closer to getting a wicket. You can hear the Volcano players, supporting him. They still have that belief. They still believing in themselves. One wicket here, and probably the door can open.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the door is not locked by any means. It might be ajar. This time a fuller length delivery, and Amir has to be very cautious. He has kept his eyes on the ball right through, watching it onto the bat, just as he's done in his previous innings, which brought him 86. That was one of the hallmark of his 86, watching the ball straight onto the bat. He has been doing that very well.
Django looked pretty organized. He looked, up to the task. He's not going to give away his wicket on this flat surface. So make McSween's jobs a bit more difficult.
And that's the end of the over. Just 2 coming off of it. 202 for 5. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fighting to hold on for the draw, and the Windward Islands hoping to pick up another 2 or 3 wickets within the next 10 to 15 minutes, and that could really, really change the complexion of the game.
Well bowled again there, Maxwell, doing the job of it that the captain deserves from him. You know, and the Trinidad batters are equal to the task. So both teams are fighting. You know, so no one is going to go down that easily. So they are in for a good fight for the last over here. Let's hope that something can happen and the Volcanoes can probably sneak the nose in front again.
All right, well, complexity of this game hangs really and truly based on what happens within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So let's see what can happen now.
Guys, I still got sometimes still got 15 overs to bowl, so anything is possible.
Mohammed is on 63. He's been in need of some runs, really. He has not been scoring the way he wants to score. And this year, the opening game in this tournament for him is proving to be a good one. He needs some runs, really. Oh, just a little bit of movement again, coming back into the right-hander this time from Ryan John. So, but in all this movement, Junior Murray, the ball is keeping low and it's dying on the way through to the wicketkeeper.
It's dying on the way to the wicketkeeper.
You think the wicketkeeper should probably just take a step or two forward?
Take a step up a bit, and Ryan John bowler like a straighter with the ball keeping as low anything as possible. You can hit a crack or something and hit him in front like before.
Because if he does get a bottom edge on any one of these deliveries here, it's not going to carry through to the wicketkeeper for sure.
One thing, the wicketkeepers in this modern era, keeping on a 4-day pitch, the ball is not carrying. Probably in my era, I might be up to the stump, trying to create something.
Of course.
Trying to build like extra pressure on the batter.
Uh-huh.
But in this modern day cricket now, we see most wicketkeepers going up to the stump and build pressure. So.
Well, they probably need your experience and your knowledge, so I'm quite sure it will be welcome. We know the right people to talk to. You know the right people to talk to, Junior Murray. Being up to the stumps would encourage the batsman to stay put, which could induce the leg before.
Just do something different. A bit like a pressure. You have the cushion there. You're 152 runs. Still ahead. So, so do something different. Wicketkeeper can go up to the stumps and and keep Mr. Mohammed a bit quiet. Have him thinking a bit.
Who was the fastest bowler you kept up to the stumps? Do you remember that?
Well, I think it's Ian Allen from St. Vincent, former West Indies fast bowler.
How quick was he?
Well, in those times there was not much thing about measuring the speed of the delivery, but he was not that slow either. He was a quick bowler, keeping ball on a flat pitch, something like this, and he gets go up to the stump and create something. Push one down the leg side, get a quick stumping down the leg side, and keep the batter off balance.
Was he as fast as Nixie McLean?
Nixie McLean was fast, but I think they're both on the same at least on par, But Nixie McLean was not that slow either. Young, strong, Vincentian, fast bowler.
Vicious looking guy running in with the ball.
Running with the ball.
I looked at him on television and I didn't even want to face him in real life.
Love to go hard in the pitch. Love to see it nice and short. But he learned a bit or two from his colleague, at the time, Courtney Ambrose and Courtney Walton, the guys he played with. So he learned a bit. And came back well and hit some nice areas, and got the results. Sorry, not Courtney Ambrose, Sir Courtney Ambrose.
Yes, Sir Courtney
Wherever you're
Ambrose.
listening, Sir Courtney Ambrose, I'm very sorry. My good buddy.
I wouldn't take it to heart. You guys are good friends. Oh, it's a good chance, but it has gone down. It was Kepler. He drove it through the offside, and it was a good chance. It went like a rocket. Actually, it was well struck by Jason Mohammed, but a good chance going down, low chance diving to his right. The fielder there looked like
Graves.
looks like Graves, yes, and he was always going to his right. Got a finger to it or two, I thought, but just couldn't hold on to it. It was struck firmly and came off the meat of the bat, and a good chance there going down. It's the kind of shot that if you take it, it has to stick.
Yeah, very, very good, good effort there by Graves. Short extra cover there. Well played by Mohammed. Just a bit in the air, diving attempt. As you can see, the Volcano players all flat on their backs, on the back there, hoping that Graves could have pulled off a brilliant catch. It didn't happen. I just know these things happen. As you can see the change. There's a change in bowling now.
It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt, really. A good attempt by Graves, and he, of course, would have loved to hold on to that one. It looks like Kenneth Denbar.
Yeah, Kenneth Denbar is back in the attack.
Back in the attack from the Dabo end, and he has got Amir Django in front of him.
I think that'll be a good challenger now. Denver spinning the ball away from Django. Hope they can create something here.
There was some form of attack here now being put into play, because there's the one slip, there's a man right in front of the bat, and there's another 4 on the offside. And Demba is right on the button, just pitching middle and off, and then angling across the left-hander.
Yeah, I still keep wondering, why is he bowling that quickly? Why not trying to fly the ball and create something? Not much spin on there, so try and create some spin. The flat air ball, nothing going to happen.
He's pushing it through just a little bit too quickly.
Too quickly.
Give it some flight and have the seam grip and turn, look for the spots. This one is flighted a little bit more, and Django driving a little bit uppishly, but nothing too dangerous. But you saw the results almost immediately of him giving the ball some extra flight.
Like a flight, go wider, like a slower. You're trying to create something. You're trying to create an error by the batter. You don't want the batter to get too accustomed to what you're doing. You want to have the batter thinking.
Just a little bit more flight there again, and pushing out, and the single down to long on.
Looking at the guys batting, looking at Django batting, he seems to be always enjoying his cricket, whether in front or behind the stumps. He just have fun.
That's drinks at the end of the 63rd over, 204 for 5, and a bit of a halt put on the scoring for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Amir Django remains on 7, and Jason Mohammed is on 64, and just a bit of a halt being placed on them. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, no doubt, will be trying to hold on for a draw, and the Volcanoes are looking to pick up quick wickets. They're still looking for another 3 or 4 wickets within the next 15-20 minutes, and if they do get that, well, then we can have a nail-biter heading to the end of the day's play.
Yeah, as you can see, both teams are fighting. Both teams are not going to give up. At the water break now, at least the captain can have a discussion, with his players, come up with a plan, to see whereby they can get another wicket here just before the 15 over start, or I think 15 over will be starting after the water break. So let's see what happens here from there on. I think the Red Force batters not going to make life easier for the Volcanoes. So game is on. A wicket here and there, can see it goes either way.
All right, well, drinks on the field. And Junior Murray is...
Jason, I'm taking my exit.
yeah, he's taking his exit.
It was a pleasure working with you for the last couple of days, Jason.
It's always been a pleasure, my friend. Yeah, we've both been on debut. And we're waiting to hear what the match officials will have to say, what our scores are like. And I'd like to welcome for his final stint as well in this game, the man with the 3 first names. 3 first names. How do you manage it?
I answer to anyone they give me. Anyone they give me, I answer to it. Whether they say John, Clyde, Rondell, I answer.
Rondell, Clyde, John.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just looking from the standpoint, you were hoping to see a little more of an interesting game. I think looking at the outset this morning, one expected the TNT with the Red Force, at least with the type of batting that they have, to come out, and guns blazing and ensure that they made a game of it. But it seemed like they started with the mindset that they're going to look to draw that. They don't want to lose. And looking at the state of the game, I think they did well to hold off the attack of the Red Force. Now we have the last hour beginning, and we're looking to see what would happen, whether the umpires or the teams would decide that's it, or if the Volcanoes would want to gun for a victory.
Well, in all fairness to the Trinidad and Tobago squad, I didn't think that they settled for a draw from the start of the innings. I think they were trying. Bravo tried something, sending out Uthman Mohammed to maybe belt a few around the ground to pick up some busy runs. And if that was successful, then they would have continued. They would have used that as the launching pad. That experiment failed, and Uthman Mohammed didn't even get to double figures. But more importantly, when Bravo came out, he was still very purposeful, striking the ball around the park, picking up some runs and whatnot. And I think the Volcanoes, however, allowed the game to get out of their reach. So the umpire has just signaled the last hour. He's just signaled the last hour of play. So let's see what will happen here now. He signaled the last 15 overs, the last hour. Yes, he signaled the last hour of play. So this is what it really came down to. And I think even after the fall of Salazano, the Windwards may have missed a golden opportunity to stay on the attack and try and induce a few more wickets. But that didn't happen. They sort of went in between. Darius Martin is back into the attack for the Windwards, and this one is keeping a little bit lower again. The ball dying on its way through to the wicketkeeper. Didn't pick up too much, didn't lift too much. And he's got a slip. There's a man at gully. There's a cover, extra cover, and mid-off. There's a man sweeping down there on the boundary. There's a third man on the onside, a short mid-wicket, and a mid-on. So attack is on. This time he's punching and just picking up one. So Jason Mohammed trods on. He would probably consider going on some sort of launching pad within the next couple of minutes, hoping for a century, or do you think that he would just be contented with getting somewhere within the 70s or the 80s and calling it a day?
Well, looking at his approach from the time Webster came out, I noticed he began taking the runs over a bit more. So I could imagine it's in his mind, and so we most likely could look forward to him playing a few more shots and try to get to that 100.
This time Martin is drifting down the leg side, and he is helped along. Good shot, just taking it with the momentum. This is Django just taking it with the momentum, not doing anything too reckless, just helping it along and taking over.
Yeah, this is not really what the Volcanoes need now. They need to be able to keep at least Django on an end and focus on, trying to get him out. Mohammed is already set.
With the Windwards having to play Guyana in its next game coming up next week, do you foresee any adjustments in the Windward side?
Well, the once the wicket plays the way it is, and we looking at that square next door, I think that may be the one that they may use. It doesn't really matter. The squares here are always good for batting, so I would foresee that they would keep the squad the same. What may happen is that Demba may be called upon to do some more bowling, but looking at the way that this team played, I don't foresee any changes, to that squad.
And I shouldn't be asking you this. I should be asking John Ramsing this. But with the strength of the Guyana team, are you foreseeing more batting strength, or they're very good with slow bowling as well? So do you think that this wicket will aid them?
Well, the wicket will aid whoever puts in the right amount of work. One would always be threatened by the experience of Versamy Pomal. He has been somebody who has been, really there and thereabout in terms of the Windwards and their batting. He would just come and steadily put it in, nag you, and ask you to get yourself out. So if the Windwards in their minds can, really overcome Pomal, I think they can put in a really good performance. And again, if the batting continues the way they're going now, it means that game would be a very interesting game.
All right. Well, Kenneth Demba will continue from the Dabo end. The Red Force are still 148 runs in need. This one's a little bit more flighted and played out to the offside and well fielded. Yeah, Guyana has got some batting. They've got Nandu, who just wrapped up the first century of the tournament, and then they've got Chandapal, who is as steady as a rock, a chip off the old block.
Yeah, well, you cannot leave out Anthony Bramble. I think last season he got some 100 odd in a game here. So he, in a game, well, not here, but against the Windwards, right? So he is somebody that you cannot leave out. So the batting is really strong. But again, what is required is that both teams, if you can match their batting strength for strength, then definitely, the better team that could hold on.
Oh, there's a loud appeal going up there. The umpire is steady. He's as a statue. He has not even shifted his head. He may have moved his eyes a little bit, but he has not even bothered to acknowledge, because in his mind, it's a foregone conclusion of no. Django is forward, a long way forward.
Yeah,
and
so
that brings up the end of the over. And the Red Force are 206 for 5. Amir Django is on 8. Jason Mohammed is on 65. And we're inside the final hour of play. Another maiden from Denver. He's bowled pretty well. Kenneth Demba, 8 overs. Just the one maiden which he just concluded. 35 runs, has not picked up a wicket. And he is very much steady. But the wickets column is empty, and he would love to change that. Yeah.
Something, Jason, that I've noticed in a few of the games that I've played here, what the first day, the first hour or so of that game tends to set up, the matches, and so the team winning the toss and deciding to bowl, once they have a good discipline first hour, it tends to set a trend or a mode for the remainder of the days.
Martin is steaming in again, and this one is right up in the slot. and Muhammad is equal to the task. He has been in the hunt, Darius Martin. He has been in the hunt, and um, just the one wicket, just the one wicket of Uthman Mohammed, but he has been in the hunt constantly. He has been right there, wicket to wicket, not drifting too much, not giving anything away, forcing the batsman into playing a shot all the time. So you've got to be very watchful of him.
Looking at his field, one would know that he's not intent on bowling any short deliveries. There's no one back. Okay, so they're sending someone back now, so it means that there is a plan against Django, but there's only one man down at the fine leg region.
There's a fine leg, a mid wicket, and a mid on for Amir Django. A nice ring around him in the offside. And a ball that is keeping low and straightening.
Yeah, good delivery, a little bit closer, and forcing Django to play is what you really, really need now. That it may just get the edge and give them a sniff towards the victory.
.30 local time. A lot to do on the weekend. I heard living dangerously there, you would think, because Darius Martin got just a hint of a lateral movement coming back into the left-hander. He left it alone, and suspiciously so as well, because it was tantalizingly close to the off stump. It didn't lift at all, kept low, and you can see the agony in Darius Martin, knowing how close he just got there.
Run, brother.
And that brings up the end of the Darius Martin over. His 10th over, he's 22 for 1, and the Red Force are 207 for 5. Yeah, a lot to do on the weekend. John Ramsing, you've got a few days off from cricket. So with the weekend around and independence celebrations coming up next week, I'm quite sure you would find yourself a lot to do. You've got friends like Junior Murray, who is going to be there taking you around, and Mr. Dwayne Gill, of course. So I'm quite sure that you will have a whole lot to view and a whole lot to talk about when you get back for the Guyana Windwards game. A lot of memories to carry back to you, to Guyana. I've been to Guyana once, actually. Been there just once. This one is flighted just a little bit more and inducing and some extra stretch from the batsman. And I'm quite sure Denbar noticed it, so he's flighting it again and forcing the batsman to use his feet a little bit more.
I think it needs to be a little bit more consistent on a length. He's just at this time just a little bit too much all over the shop. He needs to, be focused on one area and look to bring that batsman forward, as he did with one of the deliveries. That's it. Walking, just keeping a tidy, tight line and length, and encouraging that drive from Mohammed, and something will give. Just needs to be steady.
Not out and over. Yeah, I've been to Guyana once, a few years ago, and I was surprised, actually. Didn't understand it was a long time. Could have been more than 20 years. Didn't really understand the disparity in the currency, the umpires signaling Now he's taking the hour. Or he's taking it now. Okay, he's now signaling that he's taking the hour. And he is trying to ensure that he gets the indication of knowledge from his compatriots and the officials. So now he's taking it. Darius Martin will operate from the River Road end. And he's very much consistent on that piece of real estate just there in front of the batsman. He has literally bought that piece of real estate right in front of the batsman, Darius Martin, not giving anything away and keeping it very tight.
Yeah, and that is what we need to see from our bowlers, you know. Yes, it might be late in the day. Yes, it might be coming, you know, towards a draw, but you're putting in that effort. You're remaining consistent on that line and length. And what he needs to do now is to try and get some sort of movement in and away, as we saw from the over before. That one coming back in.
And lifting.
If he can have the batsman doubting, you know, in terms of which one would come in, which one would go away, then definitely there could be a chance coming.
So he's coming over the wicket now to the left-hander, Darius Martin. He's coming over the wicket. Oh, he's getting some lift. He's still operating right there in that corridor and getting the ball to lift a little bit and a hint of a lateral movement, especially just coming across the left-hander a little bit. And that could induce something popping, because there's a man at gully. There's a man between first and second slip, really, and he's got some protection on the offside as well. So no doubt he's looking for the one that will do something extra to the left-hander.
Oh, good delivery. So definitely Martin is ticking. He's looking, you know, to change it up. Yet still, even if he's changing it up, he's still, you know, working at that length, working at that line, ensuring that the batsman is always playing, always has the answer when he delivers.
Oh, that's a rocket of a short delivery. And, well, Amir Django had to take serious evasive actions for his life there, because that one surprised him. And it's shocking that Darius Martin would get that kind of pace and bounce out of this wicket on day 4. He came out, his bowling hand came over with a lot more speed as well, so he generated some extra pace there, and that's a good sign. And he follows it up with a new ball.
Yeah, good delivery. Again, you see what is happening. He's changing up his deliveries. He's not trying, you know, to do anything too much, but you can look at the length and just changing the length ever so often. You got the Yorker in, you got the short one, and that one was a shorter, quicker one. So good thinking there from Martin.
Last delivery was a no ball, but I'm quite sure he wouldn't mind. He has had 5 no balls already, but he has asked some serious questions of the batters here, especially in this innings. So he's hooking. There's a loud appeal for a cut down the leg side, but the umpire says no, and that brings up the end of the over. And at the end of the over, 208 for 5 are the TNT Red Force. And Darius Martin, let's see, was hooking down the leg side. The wicketkeeper was quite sure, but we can see some daylight there between bat and ball. So nothing really. But yeah, I've been to Guyana once, and I got a little bit confused with the disparity of the currency. And I tell you what happened quickly, Johnny. My podium was, I think it was like $120 a day. And I was there for 3 days, and I thought it makes no sense me going into the bank to change 120 US dollars every day. So I changed 360 US dollars all at once. I left the bank with some luggage, and I left the bank with some luggage, and it was still a shocker to me. But I grew accustomed to it quickly, had to adapt quickly, but I didn't realize that the disparity in the currency. But changing 360 US dollars all at once, well, that was a memory I would never lose.
Yeah, when you listen to the amount, I can imagine you're shocked. You think you're a millionaire.
I was for a brief moment. I was for a brief moment. If only for a brief moment.
Yeah, it is a big disparity. And when you listen to the price of a bread, you get frightened. Living in Grenada, you get frightened.
It's all fun. Good afternoon to my friends in Guyana. Still have some friends there, made some friends, and still very close. It's on his flight in a little bit more and inducing some movement from Amir Django. I still got some friends there, and we stay in contact. I've been always asked the question, when next are you coming back to Guyana? I'm not quite sure, can't answer that yet. What I can tell you is that at the end of the 69th over in this Red Force innings, they're 209 for 5. The Windwards in search of another 4 wickets, really. Trinidad and Tobago in search of another 145 runs. Jason Mohammed is on 67, and Amir Django is on 8. And we're inside the final hour of play on day 4 of the first match between the Red Force and the Volcanoes at St. George's, Grenada. Darius Martin will continue to operate from the River Road end. He's been very agile. Oh, and this one just keeping low again and cannoning into the bat being dropped quickly by Jason Mohammed. He's very watchful. He's been very watchful.
Yeah, Mohammed is really showing, his compactness in terms of his defense. Looking at that ball all the way onto the bat and ensuring that he gets right in behind it. Suggesting to Martin that there is no breakthrough here.
Oh, and quite opposite this one, lifting, and he has to climb on top of it, in control of it. Jason Mohammed in control of it, and that's a good sign for the TNT Red Force. He has been in control of it. So, no doubt this game will bring forth a lot of confidence. He would love to go into his next match with this confidence. After this game, Trinidad and Tobago will travel to Antigua for their next game against the against the Leewards. Yes. So this game would do him well. That kind of confidence will do him well for his next game against the Leewards in Antigua.
Yeah, definitely. Going in with confidence is very important. Looking at the conditions and being able to assess and really apply is very, very important. And so he has done that. Again, we keep saying the condition is good for batting. Once you spend time outside there, you will get runs, and he has done that. He has faced some 163 deliveries thus far for his 67 and still looking good.
Darius Martin has practically bought that piece of real estate right there, just about middle and off of the batters, be it left-handed or right-handed. He has remained consistent, holding it back just short of a length at times and just digging in the short one. he has been very good. I think he has been used primarily as the softener, as we would say in local cricket. He softens up the batsman from one end and allows the wickets to fall from the next end. He has not been credited with a wicket, well, just one wicket actually, but he's played very well his bowling. And they go for one, they come back for two, and the Volcanoes wouldn't mind really. They've got a healthy cushion. There's absolutely no way that Trinidad and Tobago could get these 143 runs. They know that. So the Windwards are more or less searching for ways to pick up wickets.
Yeah, they need to get a breakthrough in order for that to happen, and hope that the remaining batsmen can be out cheaply. But as it stands now, Jason Mohammed and Django is really making a meaningful contribution.
Cutting well. Good shot straight out to the boundary. He has done well. He has gotten on top of it nicely. Picking his spots really nicely, middling it, and a good stroke. Diving attempt, but couldn't prevent 4 runs.
Yeah, very good shot there. And as I was saying, they're making it. They're really making a good contribution towards their team and the team score. Individually, he's looking to up his score, which is really good. That shot tells me that he is thinking about the 100.
That's the end of my stint with you. 215 for 5. Amir Django is on 8. Jason Mohammed is on 73, probably in hunt of his 100. I am in the hunt of something warm to drink to make sure that my voice stays intact for my next gig. And while I do that, I will turn you over to my good friend John Ramsing, who I'm very appreciative of for guiding us through. And Johnny, take it away and bring her home.
Like before, appeal given. Amir Django, you've left the hot seat. Jason, but you've given us a wicket as well. Late on day number 4. Amir Django, a judge leg before wicket. Kenneth Demba getting his man at shadows stretch across the ground. What a way to come back into the seat there, Clyde.
Yeah, I noticed every time Jason left, and let's look at it again, leaving that one alone.
Not playing a shot. And that was the determining factor, I would think.
Yeah, definitely determining factor.
So Amir Django leg before to Kenneth Demba. 8 from some 40 deliveries. Making his way back to the pavilion. Not a happy man, but umpire Nigel Duguid says you're out. That's it.
Yeah, good fighting knock there from Django. 8 from some 40 deliveries. Just occupying the crease, ensuring that he kept the Windwards at bay. And again, that wicket going down means that there is just a little sniff towards the victory. Can they do it? Do they have what it takes? That is the question. Will Brian Charles be able to keep them out? No, sorry, it's not Brian Charles, but it would be Terence Hines. And we know Terence can keep his end, so we're within the final hour. What will happen? Can the Windwards push themselves into the victory position, or can the TNT Red Force hold off the attack of the Volcanoes?
Just about 50 minutes of batting for Amir Django. Got 86 in the first innings. This time, not playing a shot to Kenneth Demba. And it's usually interesting when the left-handed batters are facing up to the off spinner. Right time off spinners tend to give them some trouble. And there we see Demba holding his line. And Django adjudged leg before. A partnership of time, not necessarily runs. 24 runs in a long time. Your batsman Terence Hines, compact batsman as well. An all-rounder, 52 in the first innings. So Amir Django, like I said, stuck around for a long time. 40 balls he faced, not hitting any boundaries. Still to come. Brian Charles and Carrie Pear, the spinners. Vikash Mohan we know is there, but the extra turn this time. And look what a wicket has done to this game. Suddenly there's a pep in the step of the Volcanoes again.
Yes, definitely. Demba asking some questions of the TNT batsman, hoping that he can get that wicket. So far, he has been doing really well, giving the ball some loop and getting the batsmen to, come forward, getting them to go back. So he's really doing it.
Back into his crease. Turning it with the tide there, Terence Hines, but not able to get off the mark as yet. Quite an attacking batsman. Seems to be in a different mood. I guess the situation of the game warrants him to be a bit more watchful. Over completed a successful one, a wicket maiden for Ken Demba. His first wicket of the second innings, one to go in the first innings as well. 215 now for 6. Jason Mohammed is on 73 at the other end.
No, Jason has been out there for a while, some 242 minutes. So definitely, I'm hoping that he has the 100 in mind. It would be good to, get 100 under your belt in this your very first game after not scoring in the first innings and coming back. That would give him a boost of confidence going into the game against the Leeward Islands.
It's his best score across 2 seasons. Last season, his best score, only half century, 68. Jason Mohammed, so now he's gone much better than that. Looking to continue and grow from strength to strength, the veteran. Lots of persons back in Trinidad and Tobago thinking Jason Mohammed should not have even been on this tour. But he's here and answering with his bat.
Yeah, that's the best way to answer the critics. You can go there and prove that you are worth everything.
Hodge it is. No timing for Mohammed on this occasion. So he did call it right. The Volcanoes, RP Eagles next week. Red Force, Hurricanes. I got a feeling that if Amir Jangu had stuck around a little longer, the players would be more anxious to shake hands rather than to try to push for a result now. But now that he is gone and the all-rounder is here, and just the spinners to come, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're sensing something.
Yeah, they're sensing something and hoping that something will give, or that they can at least run through the remaining batsmen. But I am still wondering, will the spin do it? Because Martin has been holding a very good line and length and testing these batsmen, so I still might have kept him on a little longer.
Caught a ball! Terence Hines, no foot movement, just offering his bat, just pushing at that delivery, and Kavim Hodge gets his second wicket in fact, and that is a very good wicket for the Volcanoes. You can see a tentative push from Terence Hines, back up the track. It was in the air, and he ran into his left and had to take a leap as well, and timed it nicely. Kavim Hodge gets his man. Terence Hines caught on ball without scoring. And suddenly 2 wickets going down in quick succession, and the TNT Red Force could be in a lot of trouble if they're not very watchful. 216 now for 7.
Well, definitely Anthony is proving that I'm not worthy to be a captain. So good move from Anthony, keeping the pressure on. He had the men in close, ensuring, and I think this wicket was bought simply because we know the nature of Terence Hines. He's able to hit the ball, and he was asked to play in a different mode, to keep defensive, and that right there proved to be the downfall. Normally he would get forward to that and spang that maybe back down the track, but he played it tentatively, it ballooned back to Hodge, and Hodge has his second wicket. A little more, a little closer, a little closer, a little closer goes the volcano. Will the volcano erupt this afternoon? That's the question, John.
Gary Pear, who opened in the first innings, is now batting at number 9. Brian Charles next in line. Just to let you know what's happening at Coolidge. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 197 for 7 in their second innings. An overall lead of 223 runs. 223 runs. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Avijay Mansingh, who's on debut, got a half century when he batted. Picked up some wickets in the first innings. And now he has 2 more in the second innings. Pear takes strike. So now we can hear the chatter as well. Gary Pear, who got out without scoring in the first innings, yet to get off the mark. Jason Mohammed on 74 takes strike at the start of the new over, 216 for 7. And suddenly, the Volcanoes, we can see 2 wickets away.
Yeah, two wickets away. A lot would be dependent on Mohammed and Pear. 2 very experienced campaigners. Played at the highest level, played, all around the world. So definitely, they have the experience. Will Denver be able to break through their defenses and actually get the wicket? We wait to see.
So Kenneth Denver with a wicket in the last over. Continues. Some pressure now being applied to Jason Mohammed. Forward short leg, man at silly point, slip all around the bat. Two wickets in 10 balls. 2 wickets in 11 balls recently for the Volcanoes.
Yeah, so definitely an attack on. It's good to see that he's flighting the ball. I still wish that he could draw the batsman forward a bit more. Still hoping that he can draw him forward and actually have him searching for the turn. Yes.
A little bit of bite there, extra bounce and turn.
Yeah, if he can remain consistent within that area and maybe get the arm ball to go through. If it was Junior, I'm sure he might have gotten that wicket with the arm ball. Yeah, the one that does not turn at all, and then surprise him with the turner.
Mohammed takes a quick single and asks Gary Pear to bat for the rest of the over. Just 1 delivery to go.
Right and wrong.
So Gary Pear, nothing in the first innings, staring down the barrel here of a double, looking to get off the mark at least. That's good bowling, good tight stuff now from the Volcanoes. Over called 217 for 7.
Yeah, I definitely think, Jason, that if Junior was there, most of the batsmen would have been drunk with honey. Definitely would have looped it.
Hodge it is. Now it was 15th over. 2 for 54 before this. TNT Red Force really missing that extra batter that they didn't have the services of Vikash Mohan. Mohammed is still there, he's fighting over the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Guyana Harpy Eagles in all sorts of trouble. 70 for the loss of 6. They got 371 in the first innings.
One down, Hodgie. One up, one down, Hodgie.
Now 70 for 6 in their second innings. They're leading overall by 221 against defending champions Barbados Pride. Pride fighting back nicely. So the game is wide open there at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I mentioned earlier that the Volcanoes were known to not batting well in their second innings. Seems as if that has transferred now on to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 371 in the first innings, 70 for 6 in the second.
Yeah, very, very startling contrast to the first innings.
Ooh, catch him there, Kimani. Catch him there, Kimani.
One would wonder what has happened to the concentration of the Guyanese batsmen.
Notice that Chandrapal Hemraj is batting at number 7. Maybe he was injured and was off the field for a while. Did not open the batting. So the entire top order disappeared. It's now up to the lower order to get some runs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, for them to survive. That's a funny old game, cricket.
Yeah, very funny, very, very funny. Today it's not over until the fat lady sings.
Maiden over completed from Hodge. Score remains on 217 for 7. Mohammed is on 75. Carripier yet to get off the mark.
So we're heading, John, to the last half hour.
So they're pushing for a victory, no doubt. The Volcanoes, if they can pick up some wickets, they'll be very much taking maximum points here. But if Jason Mohammed and Carripier continue to be watchful, you can see that draw that they're looking for being accomplished. So Kenneth Demba is going to continue bowling to the left-handed Caribbean. Look at her field now. 2 slips, 2 extra covers as well.
Yeah,
City mid off and that extra cover there, and a man at bat pad on the onside as well.
there's definitely a plan to use the off stump line. Hopefully the rough outside there, maybe get one to jog back in or maybe to spin quickly. Definitely see the plan. I'm looking at the field, packed offside. You would not want to stray.
Repair still on the pier. No doubt feeling the butterflies in his stomach. Jason Mohammed trying to give him some words of encouragement. That is what you need. A senior partner to tell us the junior partner all about batting. It's a matter of surviving 7 remaining overs now. The TNT Red Force after this. Timber now with his tail up. Quick one on the line of the middle stump. Carripier showing him the maker's name on the bat. Playing into the dead bat.
So far his defense has been working really well. He has been getting behind the deliveries.
Oh. A maiden over. Consecutive maidens now being sent down. TNT definitely playing for that draw. Carripier yet to get off the mark. Jason Mohammed 75.
7 overs remaining. Can Jason Mohammed and Carripier hold on? They're one batsman shot. So definitely they would want to make sure that they last these 7 overs.
Right, so Kafim Hodge. So Jason Mohammed. Mohammed really batting out of his skins here, just playing an innings like none other. Battling to survive for his side. Still good light here at the National Stadium. So light is not an issue. 6 overs to go after this.
There wouldn't be any issue in terms of the light. It's just a matter of the survival of the batsmen out there. And so far they're looking really good. So somebody may have to try something different. Because the maidens are coming. The defenses of the TNT Red Force batsmen are working.
They've dropped anchor, that's for sure. Batting until the cows come home. So it stumps at Coolidge. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 198 for 7. At the end of day number 3. Leading the Scorpions by 224 runs. All to play for tomorrow. Another maiden coming to an end. Consecutive maidens from Kavim Hodge. 3 overall in the innings. Mohammed remains on 75. 6 overs still to go. So Carrier, no doubt, looking to at least get a single. We want to get off the mark. No batsman want to remain on 0 for too long.
Yeah, definitely. Being a batsman out there, you'd want something behind your name, especially knowing that you have already had a duck in the first inning.
So 3 consecutive maidens. Demba, leading wicket taker last season for the Volcanoes. 1 in the first innings, 1 in the second innings. Or Dwayne Gill, Vice President of the Windward Islands Cricket Board, saying that the bench is strong for the Volcanoes. So these players know that pretty well, that if performance not up to par, they can be out of the team. So I guess that's why you can see the performance is so high. Carrier is off the mark with a good flowing cover drive. He's going to get into the boundary ahead of Darius Martin, who's ambling just side of the ball and allows it to go into the boundary. That's 4 runs to Carrier. Good looking runs. He's off the mark. And off of that pair that he was on.
Yeah, it must be some sort of relief for Pair, knowing that he had already had a duck to his name and now he's off the mark with a boundary. So what does that do for him? Will that suggest that he's more confident now and would look to move on, or will he be in that mode where he has dropped anchor and look to survive?
Demba switching his line of attack. He's now over the wicket. That was very close.
I like this approach from Demba, going across Carrier, asking him to drive from that side of the wicket. Yes.
Nicely saved by Ambrose at cover. But when Carrier looks up, he sees the fielder right in front of his nose. And a very short extra cover. And a very short mid-off. So gotta be very watchful, Pair. Oh, that's good judgment. He left that one more on length rather than line, because it went over the off stump, but it bounced and into the gloves of the keeper. 4 runs from the over. 3 consecutive maidens and now 4 runs, so the sequence broken. 221 now for 7. Now towards the final moments of day number 4, the final moments of this match, the final rites. Seems as if there's a change in bowling at the far end, because the helmet is coming out for Carrier. And more and more time they're eating up. Ryan John could be coming in from the far end. The River Road end. River Road.
Yeah, that great river that runs
Alongside
the road.
Sometimes it's either a river or a road. You have River Road.
Yeah. Very, very dangerous river, but a lot of work has been done on it to ensure that when it rains heavily, it doesn't do too much damage. So there's a bit of mitigation work being done on it right now.
Oh, Ryan John beats the outside edge immediately. Well bowled. I was wondering why Ryan John was not bowling more often in this second inning. Just now it's 13th over. Suzi's back into the attack. Beats the outside edge of the set batsman.
Yeah, definitely. He's having a really good game, and I think he seemed to be the trump for the Windwards. Every time he touches that ball, it seems something happens.
Here he is again. So the shadows now onto the playing wicket. So 192 to Kimani Milius. 8 wickets so far to Ryan John. I guess they're the two leading contenders for player of the match.
Yeah, definitely. Milius coming back into the team and looking to have a really good season, has started well.
And Ryan John as well, not in the original 13, but a late draft. And now really getting wickets and runs because he got 36 runs. Career best 36 from him. 5-4 in the first innings and now 3 wickets already in the second innings. For me, personally, I think he's a bit underbowled.
Yeah, I think he could have been used a bit more.
Oh, exquisite cover drive. But protection is on the cover boundary.
Yeah, I think there were periods when the spinners just were not getting it, as they would want, because you're in the hunt. So you would need to change up as much as possible. I think some of the spinners were on a little at one time, a little too much. That breakthrough was not coming. And so you needed something to change the complexion of the game.
Yeah, there are 4 seam options with Preston McSween, Darius Martin, Justin Greaves, and of course Ryan John. So we could have rotated the seamers a little bit more. But it's early days in his career as a captain for Alicatanes. I'm sure that they'll have a post-mortem of this first game where they can look back at what went wrong, what went right, see how they can get things better for the next game and next other games.
Yeah, definitely. They will have to look, at the tactics and see how they managed to stick to them. Where they needed to change, were they, really willing to change and so on? Because definitely you may have a plan, but as time goes by, being a captain, you have to be versatile and understand that it needs a tweaking.
Oh, very well bowled Yorker to end the over. So Ryan John, good comeback over from him. Just a single. It's now double Nelson, 2-2-2 for the loss of 7. It means now just 4 overs remaining in the day's play. Or if Captain Alicatanes thinks he had enough, you can also tell the umpires, I don't see anything coming out of this game. Let's have a go.
Which I don't think would happen. I think he would really love to have, his first game as captain and have that first victory. That would be, something really good for him, good momentum for him, good confidence booster for him as captain. So definitely, me being a captain out there, I would want to push towards that victory as much as possible, even if it means coming down to the last delivery of the day.
Denver to continue. Single taken. I'm sure Denver wouldn't mind bowling to the left-handed carry pair. And it was asked about the composition of the Guyana Harpy Eagles side. Lots of left-handers in that Harpy Eagles team. So Denver, the off-spinner, could become very much a handful with Chandrapal Hemraj, Nandu at the top of the order, Kemal Savory, Leon Johnson. Good bowling. Shamar Joseph, the rookie. So when you look at the Guyana side, lots of left-handers. Given, so another wicket going down for Guyana as well. Chandrapal Hemraj edging behind and he's out. They're now 7-7 for 7.
Wow. Drastic turn of events there. After scoring 300 plus, you're in a position where you could possibly be bowled out under 100.
On the bench for Guyana, Akshay Prasad, who's left-handed batsman as well, and Ashmed Ned, left-arm spinner, who bats right-hand. So that game next week can be very much an interesting one.
Most definitely a very interesting one.
It'll be what we call a ding-dong battle.
Yep.
The arm ball to end the over, 79 overs in the Red Force second innings, gone 223 for 7, some 131 runs away, far way off, but the Volcanoes consider 2 wickets away, maybe 3 away, with Jason Mohammed holding firm on 77 and Gary Pearce still with him on 4.
Yeah, only 3 overs remaining. Can there be another twist to this tale? It seems written draw, but does John have another plan?
Seems to be the man, the go-to man. If it's not happening on the field, maybe you can ask Jason to come back in the seat.
I do believe so. So, Jason, I think you may need to come in because every time you get into this seat, something happens.
I don't think he's that serious or that passionate about a Volcanoes victory that he's going to come back. He already said his goodbyes. 2 slips and a gully now. So on the attack with Jason Mohammed on strike to Ryan John. Oh, now nicely angled delivery back into the right-hander. Kenneth Demba is drawn off the boundary at the backward square.
John has certainly bowled well this innings. Well, both innings, he has been right there, leading the charge for the Volcanoes, and it's good to see that as Mr. Gill would have indicated, the bench, because he was not in the original 13, but the bench seemed to be working really well.
Another young player I haven't heard about in the 13, Akeem Auguste, former under 19 West Indies captain as well. He's around, however, I saw him around.
Yeah, he's around. He's I think he would be one of the features for the academy team coming up in the games to come. So definitely we will see him in action if we don't get to see him during the rounds.
So lots of talents coming through in the Windward Islands setup. It's really good. That pool of players to feed a higher level. Oh, well bowled, well played as well. So even as the shadows taking over the pitch now, it means the sun setting.
Yeah.
These grandstands, you can see, giving a lot of shade in the afternoon. Look at that view. You can imagine the sunset on the outside if you on the beach, if you're close to that massive cruise line that is out there as well.
Yeah, definitely. And even if you're up on the mountain.
If you're on the mountain, I think you can see not only the sunset, you can see the winning lottery numbers. You can see a far away on those mountains.
Yeah. I would love to be I would really love to be the man at mid wicket right now.
Yeah, he's totally in shade.
After that hot day, I would love that cool shade, just breezing there, nothing much coming my way.
You may very well call for a sweater soon because there's a cooling breeze when you're in that shade. You tend to start to tremble a little bit. Nice short ball again on the line of the body. Not giving too much away to Carripier, but he's equal to the task so far, Carripier. One thing I've noticed is that the maxi, the buses that will take passengers, the public transportation, the horn is very loud. At one time I thought it was a truck behind me.
Yes, the guys they tend to alter at times. They alter the horns, just to ensure that when they're moving around, you know that they're there.
5 balls, nicely negotiated by Carripier. So we're down to 2 overs remaining in the day's play now. TNT Red Force hanging on, 224 for 7. By Nigel Duguid, not sure where he's heading. Heading to the birthday boy. Umpire Jonathan Blades is the reserved umpire, bringing out something. Not sure if it's a light meter, not sure if it's a new ball because 80 overs have been bowled. So it could very well be the new ball, the second new ball of the TNT Red Force second innings. See the team in a huddle there. Carripier and yes, it is a new ball. There goes umpire Nigel Duguid, signaling a new ball. So the 2 seamers will have an opportunity to run in very hard, one from each end. Umpire Nigel Duguid pass the ball over to, looks like Preston McSween. 2 overs to go, 1 for McSween, maybe 1 for Ryan John.
Yeah, I would think that John has been bowling that ball well, whether new or old. So most likely he will be the other person to share that new ball. But what will McSween do with that new ball? 6 deliveries, he needs to be precise. He needs to, really ask questions of the batsmen if they're going to get a breakthrough. Mohammed, on the other hand, would need to, really trust his defense and look to leave whatever he can leave and ensure that at the end of these 2 overs, he remains out there.
It takes just 2 deliveries to get 2 wickets. And if Vikash Mohan try to be a hero to come out, I don't think he'll last very long. Let's see. So we're down to 11 deliveries in the day's play in this match as well.
11 deliveries to keep off the stump, keep away from the edge.
He's on the attack as well. 3 slips in play.
I will love to see a short leg though.
But there's a fielder at the backward square. What is he doing there?
Yeah.
You need to go out on the all-out attack right now if you're looking for 2 wickets. It's not like not like Trinidad and Tobago will be going for 130 runs and anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. We could see a bat pad coming in, somebody right there, just to put it in the mind of the batsman that a short one may be there. Just at this stage, you need all the mind games that you can, along with the good deliveries, Well,
he's drawn off the boundary. The most that could have been 2 if he was inside. Let's say there was a circle.
Yeah, definitely. With a bat pad in, it just might have gone to him.
That too.
Over to you.
4 deliveries to go in this one. So both teams seems to be battling for their respective positions here. TNT Red Force hanging on for a draw. And the Volcanoes looking for 2 more opportunities to get these wickets. But it looks as if it's going to go on to a draw. Red Force will then fly over to Antigua to battle the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Next week, Wednesday, all round two matches will begin. The Harper Eagles will be in town here in St. George's to battle the Volcanoes. Now we're seeing four slips on a gully, a backward point, and an extra cover on the offside. Fine leg and a mid on. And goes to feel that point. Still maintaining that fine leg position. That deep feeler, for what reason, I don't know. It's not like as if they're going to be bowling short ball to hook and pull. And there he is now, the feeler from the boundaries being called into maybe a catching position, which is a very good move.
And if I am Maxwin, I would still go around the wicket. I would go around the wicket just to pose a different angle to Carripier, who's already a left-hander.
There's also that option as well of playing to 5:30. Remember, they do not play overtime anymore, so 5:30 is the cutoff. But 1 over after this one ball. So you see Preston McSween running into position. Now he goes. Oh, what a delivery. Came back nicely after pitching. And the extra bounce with a hard ball, taking it over the stumps. Just a single in the over. So we're down to the last over of day number 4. So we've had a full day's play every day. We've had a full match. Jason Muhammad will begin. And he's going to take strike. Ryan John with the ball in hand. The last over of the match. This is a great exhibition for first class cricket.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Had a bit of everything happening within this game, John. You had wickets, you had runs, you had partnerships. You know, everything went on here. You had rotation of strike, everything pertaining to good cricket.
Here was Ryan John. Just too wide on this occasion. So another fielder coming into, well, once again, that fielder was right back on the boundary at the backward square. Now he's coming into a conventional square leg. Kenneth Demba. Now moving into position on camera there. Coming very close. Very much a catching position. Slightly away movement, but Jason Mohammed right in behind it. 4 deliveries to survive. You can imagine in the TNT Red Force camp, not only that they're anxious, but they're cheering on every dot ball that this pair survive. Three deliveries to go. Can Ryan John get a hat trick here to end this game in a victory?
Again, we say, and then it's not over until. So the only pity is that I'm not seeing the fat lady. So I guess there is no hat trick to be bought.
So let's see. I think they can be an anticlimax as well with 1 delivery to go. Alec Atenez can say, I've had enough umps. Oh, that was on target. And there's a good defensive bat from Jason Mohammed. And now we see Ryan John throwing down the stumps.
Yeah, I think that's the only how he's going to get past that stump there. As long as that bat is in front of Jason Mohammed, would do everything in his power to keep it out. Will take something special. You have exactly 2 deliveries to go. 2 deliveries, 2 wickets.
It will
Game over.
It will be a draw because Vikash Mohan can very well say he's going to bat still, even with 1 hand. So cannot get 3 wickets in 2 balls. And more so, it is the inevitable team draw, but you can say exciting in the end with the last few wickets going down. Amir Django 8, Terence Hines no score, and giving the Volcanoes an opportunity to really believe that it could have pushed for a victory late on day number 4. It's not to be. It's going to end in a team draw. Scores in the game, like I said, 243. The Volcanoes in their first innings asked to bat first. 87 not out from Devin Walcott. 55 for Mambers, 41 for Martinez, 4 for 72 for Terrence Hines, 4 for 46 for Brian Charles. In reply, 315 for 9 innings close, 86 to Django, 52 to Terrence Hines, 79 to Tian Webster, 5 for 18 for Ryan John. And that is the final delivery of the over, of the day's play, and of the match. In the end, TNT Red Force, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, ending round number 1 of Cricket West Indies Regional 4-Day Championship 2023 in a draw. Where's umpire?
Well,
Are they playing to 5:36 like I heard? So I'm going to go back to the Windward Islands Volcanoes second innings, 425. They had to wipe off a deficit of 72. They did so quite easily. Kimani Milius converted his first century to magnificent 192. Here is Preston McSween. Turns it into the onside. And now we're seeing more attacking field being employed by Alec Atenez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slips. Backward point. Extra cover. And a mid-on. Milias in the second innings, 192. Kafim Hodge, 80. 55 not out from Sinan Lambris. 51 from Captain Atenez. 425 for 5. Declared. Terrence Hines, 1 for 53. 1 for 96 from Carriper. And Brian Charles, 2 for 92. Set a target of 354. TNT Red Force batting now. 225 for 7. Jason Mohammed Ahmad saving 79 not out from 201 deliveries. 5 fours in this knock so far. Carriper hanging on with him. 4 from 31. Now we're into the 83rd innings. 83rd over of this innings. 5:31 on the clock. The Yorker is dug out nicely. Jason Mohammed not running down towards the batter's end, the striker's end, refusing the single. Keeping Carriper down there to do the negotiation.
Come on, guys, let's go.
Here, umpire Nigel Duguid urging the batters to get ready for battle. They're buying time.
they're buying time.
Meanwhile, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, another wicket going down for the Harp Eagles. 90 for 8. With just Niall Smith and Runsford beaten in the hut. 90 for 8.
I think these two batsmen would look to try and survive and come back tomorrow.
241 the lead now for the Harpy Eagles. Look at that slip cordon. Looks good on camera. Good judgment from Carriper. Umpire Duguid and Jason Mohammed in conversation. 1 ball to go.
I'm Jason.
Here he is buying time again, stretching his hamstring.
You overdo this thing, no?
Umpire Duguid telling him he's seen as if he's overdoing it.
Every bar?
6 slips waiting. They'll have to wait a little bit longer. It's a good defensive shot from Carriper. Overcalled, time and stumps. So finally, this game is over, ending in a draw. And because of the point system, there are no first innings points. The point system, I think TNT Red Force with that score of 315 in their first innings may very well end maybe just a marginal more points than the Volcanoes. Fast bowling points as well, very important. So final scores in the game. Just before we have closing words from Clyde. TNT Red Force in their fourth innings, the fourth innings of the game, 225 for 7, set a target of 354. It was not to be in terms of getting there, but they managed to survive. 225 for 7, still 129 runs away from victory. But that was not really in the equation. They really had to bat to survive.
Yeah, very good. Very good 4 days here at the National Stadium here in Grenada, all ending in a draw. We had some really good bits and pieces of this game. You saw the partnerships, you saw the wickets falling consecutively, short stints, but there was always a fight back from each team, and I think this is very, very important for the game of cricket, especially at this level, where a team might be down 5-6 wickets and they can, fight their way, claw their way back into the game. It says a lot about the character of the younger players, and we have quite a bit of young players on show, and so it suggests that if our cricketers continue to play, and I guess this is why the professional level is there, where they can really get as close to the professional as possible, and really, take the game of cricket to a different height, where the West Indies team can be confident because in the back of your mind there are players gunning for a spot, and if they get in, they can do just a gooder job as those that are in the team right now. So it's a good place to be, good to see, that this game, it was fought right down to the end on day 4, and it ends all well that ends well, because everybody has a bit of the pie.
3 for 27 for Ryan John, 2 for 54 Kavim Hodge, 1 apiece Darius Martin and Kenneth Demba, and that is how the cookie crumbled here on day number 4. So it's been our pleasure bringing you this match. The summary is on your monitor. You can look at that for a little longer. But in the end, Volcanoes 243 in their first innings. Red Force replying 315 innings closed. Volcanoes 425 in their second innings. And TNT Red Force 225 looking to get 354 for victory. And just before we go, your thoughts on who should be the player of the match?
Well, the player of the match for me would be Ryan John. A good wicket for batting. It's more or less a wicket where, in order for you to really do well as a bowler, you have to put in that big effort. And I think he put in the big effort. He was, really menacing, always looking, attacking the bowlers, ensuring that he hit good lines, good lengths, kept the things tight. Bowling some 7-8 maiden overs in a row, and that sort of hard work, really, I would see him becoming the player of the match.
So next game, round number 2 begins on the 8th. That's next Wednesday, with the Guyana Harp Eagles will be here in Grenada, taking on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Windward Islands will be at home when they host the TNT Red Force at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jamaica Scorpions against Barbados Pride, the other match of the round. So that ends our coverage here today. On behalf of Junior Murray, Jason Skeet, and Clyde John, my name is John Ramsing. On behalf of the technical team here as well, and everyone else, thanking you for your time, inviting you to join us next Wednesday right here for round number 2. Until then, goodbye.